uh, serial unaliver. Oh yeah. Y'all seen the thumbnail, right? Hold on, I'm getting my battle rag on. I know y'all seen the thumbnail, right? It's gonna be crazy work. The Muslim. All right, let me come on screen. Let me make myself. There we go. Now let me put my thumbnail up and let my brothers and sisters in the building. I get my life together. Hold on, I'll get myself together in a minute. Let me put the thumbnail up for the people to know we live. Please give a like to the video so everybody can find out we live. About 50 of us here on the live so far. So please like so others can know we live. All right. And the serial killer, the Muslim serial unalive. I cannot say that word. Kill. All right. Hold on. Let me do this. Go to share screen. Right. Window. Bang. Share. There we go. That's what I want. So when people come in the live, they see, all right, they know they're in the right place. All right. Let me do my invite. All right. So my brothers and sisters can join me on the screen. Invite guests. Copy. Right. Tonight gonna be crazy. It's gonna be dope. So y'all, I hope y'all ready to it's gonna be some things revealed. Y'all already know how it is. Gonna be trouble. We're gonna expose some things. They got a Muslim serial unaliver. Oh yeah. All right. Shout out to Latanya in the building, Sister Phyllis Richards. All right, they got the link so my brothers and sisters could join me on the screen. All right, yeah. The Muslim serial unaliver on the loose. Yeah. It's gonna get more crazy before it get better. It's gonna get darker before it get lighter. All right, so we finishing the series. We still on the series. All right, about the Muslims and their some of the Muslim culture. Shout out to those Americans in the Nation of Islam, right? This ain't to y'all. It's mostly to the Sunni, Shiite, Arabic, Sharia law Muslims, right? Because it's different religious orders or sections of the Islam faith, right? Then you got the American Nation of Islam under Elijah Muhammad in them, right? And that ain't Sharia law, right? So where we're really speaking about is the Muslims who follow Sharia law, and they're trying to institute Sharia law worldwide. In America, Sharia, their law in America and all countries. And they have a lot of extremists, like you have extremists of every culture, right? So you ain't got to get in your feelings, right? Right. So now we are exposing tonight. There is a Syria. Oh, hold on, my brother just came in. Shalom Tamaya. Shalom, young elder. All right. So yeah. So again, we're trying to rightly divide that there are different sections of the Islamic faith. So shout out to the Islamic Muslim brothers and sisters who are striving to be righteous, right? That they believe in their God and everything. But you know people by their fruit. If the people are righteous and meek and humble and respectful and kind and moral and those things, then I can see the image of my creator in them. And that Bible, my Bible says that that's to be my brother or sister. So again, we're not broad stroking because we know that in every culture, religion, and belief system, there are extremists and then there are, so this section of the Islamic culture, right, who is trying to institute a law called Sharia, a belief system, right, worldwide, they have like a jihadist mindset, and they have a mindset against what they call kafirs, right? And they call those who are kind of unbelievers kafirs, right? And now they got certain cultures that took the word kafir or kafir, and it's like a igga word. It's a derogatory slur. I know that some of the East Indians who went to Africa used that word against the African blacks as a derogatory slur, right? So now the we speaking out against all that, I'm from America, been born and raised here, my country, and I ain't with no Sharia law. Now, the Nation of Islam in America, the Muslim brothers and sisters who don't practice Sharia law, America, there's a freedom of religion, and they can practice and worship their God. But you are not, they is not, this country and other countries are like that. It is not where you can come and institute your religion on other people. And some of these Islamic, Muslim, Mohammedan, Sharia believers want to institute their belief on the whole world and says, and if we don't, then they call us kafirs, right? Now let's do that, because I'm gonna do on Sharia. I think on Friday I got something coming, but I think I'm gonna do a full breakdown of the Sharia law, right? Because there's a growing conversation about Sharia law in America because of what they're trying to make us fall under their law. And I'm not with it. So the Bible says my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So he has me doing a deep dive so that we can learn. Because if someone's our adversary, we need to learn the devices of adversarial opponent. That's like fighting. It's like spiritual warfare. You need to learn the devices of your adversary so that you can properly defend yourself. Okay? So we need to understand. So that's why he has me doing so much about this Muslim, pre-Islamic, Arabic, the 360 gods, the Kaaba stone, Sharia, all this, so that we can know, because this religion is coming after our freedoms all through the world, not just America. They all in the UK, Australia, Canada, Japan, China. They is not playing. Okay, now for the other Muslims who don't got nothing to do with it, it's a very unfortunate situation that the spotlight is on those extremists, and so you could get striped with a broad stroke. So you need to be careful what you're aligning yourself with. But anyway, to each his own, right? So I think on Friday, I'm going to go into a deep dive. I was going to do it tonight, but I'm going to be more thorough on Sharia breakdown, right? So, but right now, because we're about to bring out the serial unaliver, a Muslim serial unaliver, okay? And they call anyone who don't believe kafirs, right? But I'm going to bring you a more understanding of the kafir. And then we're going to get to the first video clip, and then y'all going to see the serial unaliver. Hakiyama, let me know when we get closer to 100. I think when we get about 70, 80, I'm going to start to show the serial unaliver. I don't know how much they're going to let us do the shadow ban. Hopefully they let us get at least over 100 on the live stream. And then, but once we get closer to the 100 number, I'm going to start that video of the serial unaliver, right? K-I-L-L-A, right? But I got another clip before that, right? So kafir or kafir, kufar, K-A-F-F-I-R, K-A-F-I-R, K-U-F-F-A-R. It's an Arabic Islamic term for a person who rejects or disbelieves in their God Allah and the message of Islam. It's often translated to mean a disbeliever or an unbeliever or an infidel, right? Now, it is derived from the Arabic word kufar, meaning to cover or to hide. It implies a willful denial or ingratitude towards their God, Allah. Rather than merely just not being a Muslim, this is some of the original intent for the kafar word. But as you know, when words are developed or come about, they take on other spirits later, right? And then they be used by others. So now it's really a derogatory slur for anybody, really. They just, anybody who don't follow their God, Allah, and their Quran, they call us kafirs, right? Now, it means some of the key aspects in original Islamic terms. It means to cover, kafir, to conceal, or to hide. Now, in their theological belief system, it refers to covering up the truth or ignoring the signs of their God's existence. Their God is Allah, right? I now know that's not the same creator I serve. Before, I didn't have a deep understanding of the Arabic Mohammedanism Islamic belief, right? But now I do. So now I know that the creator I serve from the Hebrew Bible is not the same God, Allah, they serve. All right? So that's their God. Now, it's
We're at
the
70.
kafir. All right, thank you. The word kafir means to hide, to cover up the truth, or to ignore the signs of their God's existence. Right. So the theological definitions that the Muslim belief of us, anybody who don't, is one who denies, rejects their God Allah, or conceals the truth of Islam. And they said that means they're denying Allah's authority. So if I do reject Islam and Muhammad and their belief, or Allah, their God, then I am a kafir, right? And it says that I'm, covering up the truth, ignoring the truth, or whatever, concealing the truth, all right? It is the opposite of the Arabic word mumin, right? Mumin means, I guess, I'm probably butchering this pronunciation. I'm not good with pronouncing Arabic words, so I'm doing the best I can. But M-U-M-I-N, right? It reminds me of Zuzumim from the Bible, and that was the fallen angel. That was the giants, the Nephilim. But I'm not. What is what it is, right? I understand different languages have different words that mean different things. But mumin, it means, supposed to mean believer, right? So they have levels for the kafir. So in Arabic, it's types of belief. So they classify kafir as disbelief, and they classify it into several different types. They have one word called kufur ul inad. That means disbelief. This is what they believe about us. All of us who don't follow Islam or Muhammad or follow Allah. Kufur al inad means disbelief stemming from stubbornness. I know I'm butchering the way it's pronounced. I don't care. I'm doing the best I can. We can understand the meaning, right? I don't need to know those Arabic words. I'm not Arabic. But I'm not disrespecting. I'm just, let's go. Kufar al-inad means disbelief stemming from stubbornness. So I guess they would call me that, because a shout out to Tim Nelson and his wife. Shout out to Tim and his wife. I guess they would call me stubborn because I reject it, and I reject it stubbornly. I don't want Sharia law. I don't want the belief system. It's not mine. Okay? I vehemently reject it. So I guess they'll call me stubborn. So I guess I'll be a kufa al-inad. Then they got another one called kufa al-inkar. All right? And that means disbelief stemming from denial. So I deny their belief system. So I guess I'm a kufa al-inad. I'm a kufa al-inkar. This ain't going well for me, right? And then they got kufa al-nifaq. And that means disbelief stemming from hypocrisy. Now, what I ain't that, because I'm not a hypocrite. I'm actually stand 10 toes down, right? That's one thing I'm not, all right? That's what the Hebrew Messiah called them, you hypocrites, you brood of vipers. One thing I'm not is a hypocrite. So I'm not a kufa al-nifaq, N-I-F-A-Q. Kufa, K-U-F-R-U-L, N-I-F-A-Q. So I guess I'm a kufa al-inad and a kufa al-inkar, stubbornness and denial, all right? Now, some historians and scholars interpret that kafir specifically refers to those who knowingly reject the message rather than those who have not received it correctly. That's why you'll hear them saying to us, we don't know the Bible, right? And they got the correct version and we've been taught it incorrectly, right? Shout out to Kelly Goodman, right? So shout out to Unbothered Movement, right? So, and they I guess they got the word, and it's interesting that it's a Hebrew Bible, but whatever. They want to take someone else's culture and say they got it correct. So some of the scholars said that the more original use of the word was not to those who knowingly reject, but rather those who have not received it correctly. All right. Then the it later became, which it kind of probably always was, a racial slur, right? And it started to be used outside of a theological designation, all right? But now it's broadly stroked for anybody who don't follow Allah or believe in their Quran. We are kafirs. Okay. Now they got kind of infidels. Now they got some extremists, and they are pushing to all the kafirs and infidels that, they got some strict laws, like we shouldn't even exist. Like it's some extreme stuff, right? What they be saying, annihilate the kafirs, and and they got prayers to Allah that he wipe us all out and do all this. I see, that's also why I could never receive the culture, because it's so, what happened to praying for those who don't receive your God, and for their grace, and that they might receive your God through your righteous actions and works, your love and kindness, that they might come to know that your God is a good God, right? Your Allah. See, but with these extremists, this Muslim culture, right? It's so extreme. So that's definitely why I will reject it. All right. So now I wanted to do the kafir because they call us all kafirs, of us who don't believe. Now, they got a plan, as I showed on prior lessons, to spread the Sharia, their law and their belief, to everyone worldwide. That's why they everywhere now. They in every country. They are not content staying in Arabic lands. They in America. They always been in Africa. They in all type of Canada, China, Japan, Australia. They all over the world, right? Now, there are some places that are 100% Muslim, right? The places on the earth right now that are 100% Muslim is a place called Maldives. Maldives is a country with 100% Muslim population. And they have a law in Maldives that all the citizens must be Muslim. It's a requirement for citizenship, all right? And the nation's Maldives legal system is influenced by Islamic law, all right? So Maldives is one country, is 100% Muslim population. And you got Mauritania, got 99.9% Muslim population. Somalia is 99.8% Muslim population. Afghanistan is 99.7% Muslim population. Now, my thing is that, well, why don't all of the Muslims just go there? It's big lands and spaces. It's like you can do I guess the culture says they need to go and make all of us into Muslims. Well, you're going to have a problem with that part. I guess that's why they have all these wars, right? Because you're going to catch a problem with that. But anyway, so in some cases, such as Saudi Arabia, they got a figure that sometimes it could be calculated as 100% Muslim, but that applies only to the citizens and not the total resident population, which includes foreign workers and other people of other faiths. All right. Now, other places with very, very high Muslim populations are Morocco in Northeast Africa, Iran, Tanzania, Northeast Africa, and they often exceed over 99% Muslim population. All right, so let's go. Let's get to the first video clip of the night. The Muslim serial unaliver on the loose. All right, On the loose. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. Let's go. This about to be crazy work. All right, crazy work. So it's the first clip. Akiyama, let me know when we get closer to 100 if the shadow ban lets us through a little bit, at least to get past 100. Let's go. So I'm gonna, hold on, I gotta come back to y'all, right? This first clip, crazy work. Y'all already know the most, and then I got some teaching to do. We got something that's y'all gonna find very fruitful. All right, let's, so I gotta stop share, right? The Muslim Syria on the lava, on the loose. Stop share. Here we go. Share screen. Shalom Hakiyama, Shalom Tamaya. Share screen. Bang. Here we go. First video clip of the night. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. The Muslim serial unaliver. Let's go. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers.
They're not afraid to pinch your bum. They're not afraid to kind of touch you. They use that closeness.
Hold on. So what are we talking about? They're talking about ancient Mecca and the Kaaba temple, where they go to do their Hajj, where they go to worship their God.
They're not afraid to pinch your bum. They're not afraid to kind of touch you. They use that closeness to get too close. Like, it gets very, very uncomfortable. All around you, you're thinking this is a holy city. This surely should be one of the safest spaces in the world. There's much, much darker stories.
My parents went to the Hajj, they went to the pilgrimage. Before they went, they were given so many warnings about what they should do during the Hajj. And I witnessed the same thing when other people went to the Hajj. And there was one warning that stuck out so much, that women should be especially careful during the Hajj, and that my father should always stay very close to my mother and never let go of her hand. I remember this one conversation.
I mean, don't you think that's a little bit weird? A whole bunch of people are going for the holiest event of the year, and women have to be protected by their husbands in case something's going to go on. Guys, the footage coming out of Mecca, we can watch this in a second, is sickening. I mean, look at this. Okay, they're all overheating like crazy.
All right. So this is the Holy Hajj, when they once a year go to Mecca and they gather at the Kaaba temple, the stone, right? And this is some of the video, and you heard from two, I guess they might have been former Muslims who went to the Hajj, and they're telling their experiences, right? Now, this is their most holy thing in their whole culture and religion and belief, right? So this is some of the images from Holy Mecca at the Kaaba temple stone.
Okay. They're sleeping on one another in like the most despicable way. By the way, okay, this is a section.
So this says, from 2018, comments on Muslim women who go to Mecca to perform the Hajj or Umrah pilgrimage dressed appropriately from head to toe. Many are sexually assaulted as they circle the Kaaba temple. Okay, the Kaaba stone temple. Now, this is the image of some of them going around the circle, and this is an image with his wee-wee blocked out. Okay? All right, so this is the most holy that you get in the culture, all right? And it's crazy, right? So this is the image of them all laying out, right? And, you know, they got the freedom to do, it's their culture, their belief, but these are some Muslims who be posting this, right? Who are there. That's posting this image.
The footage coming out of Mecca, we can watch this in a second, is sickening. I mean, look at this. Okay, they're all overheating like crazy. Okay, they're sleeping on one another in like the most despicable way. By the way, okay, this is a sexual image of men doing something to women in Mecca, but look at the intensity of this, okay? Just look at what actually happens there, okay? Millions of people, I think it's millions, are grouped together. There's no safety, there's no precautions. It's overwhelmingly hot. Tens of people die in Mecca every single year because of the basic stampedes, and women are sexually abused to no end.
All right, so I got something else that might come out on Friday's crazy insight. Shout out to Ronald Thompson out in the United Kingdom. right? It's going to be crazy on Friday, right? So I'm building all my info up together, right? Some very exclusive insight, right? So that some of the info is that they factor in that a lot of people are going to die when they go to their Hajj, when they be going around by being stampeded, by being squished to death, trampled. They're going to die from overheat exhaustion, right? Because they're crammed up by the thousands in this area. And it's kind of, I don't know, I guess, every, cultures have their belief systems, but it's kind of crazy. You know what I mean? That you're like, you could die. And the guy at the beginning said, they told him the warning was make sure that the father don't leave your wife, to keep her close to you. And I'm like, but ain't I'm going to a holy pilgrimage? What's going on? This kind of crazy, bro. All right. So anyway, so let's continue.
By men who can basically use the fact that they're rubbing up against these people to no end because of the basics really hot. Tens of people, it's millions, are grouped together. There's no safety. There's no precautions. It's overwhelmingly hot. Tens of people die in Mecca every single year because of the basic stampedes, and women are sexually abused to no end by men who can basically use the fact that they're rubbing up against these people in a stampede to do whatever the heck they want. I mean, watch this.
Do you see how packly tight they're packed in to be pushed against the stone cube, right? And you know how hot it is, right? And no disrespect, but some of the, how can I say this? Some of the Arabic people, followers of the Muslim faith, not all of them wear deodorant. All right, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm trying to be as respectful as I can. I know some of y'all have experienced it before, right? Not all of them believe in deodorant. So to be packed in like that, sweat till you're gonna, and then I can imagine the smell, but whatever. All right, just it is what it is. But the fact that they're packed so tight, that is a what do you call that? You know how we got laws in America where you got a number of people can't be in the building. It's a fire hazard, right? That's a health hazard. That's the word I'm looking for. That's a health hazard. That shouldn't be allowed. I mean, what culture to worship this God has you in these conditions, and then some of the perverted men would be doing perverted acts to the women who are crammed in and can't get away. It's just very dark, bro. It's very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. All right, let's continue. Right? Again, we're doing this discourse as respectfully as we can to understand the cultures. All right, let's continue. And then after we get through this, we get into the serial unaliver. Go ahead, Hakim.
We do have a donation and a comment I would like to read if that's okay.
Go ahead. First of all, thank you so much for the donation. I humbly receive. Who was the donation from? I can't see the screen.
From Yeshalia.
Thank you, Yeshalia. I humbly receive your donation, daughter of Yah. And go ahead. What was the comment?
It's from, it's from Swag the Box. They say, guys, that cube stone is holy, so people are desperate to touch it because it is from the original Kabbal. The deodorant comment is highly inappropriate because our religion teaches cleanliness.
Well, that's actually not highly inappropriate because and some of others I've experienced, I just said some in the Muslim culture, all right? You got a whole country of Indians, East Indians, who are Muslims, who don't believe in deodorant. I'm not sure if you've never experienced it, then you're in the bubble. A lot of people have. So what I said was, I'm quite sure they have some there who are in a must, because it's people coming from all over the world, right? And not every Muslim country believe in deodorant. And the smell can be very, very strong. So that's not, I did it as respectfully and as, as consciously astute as I possibly could. All right. So, all right. So, and then what do you say? Oh, so because I understand, and I'm trying to have respect for your culture, I understand that your Kaaba stone temple, shout out to Smith and Wesson, that your Kaaba temple is sacred to you, right? Like, well, so my belief system, it tells us don't have idol worship, right? We don't have idol worship, right? So, but it's fine. Everyone has their culture. But what I'm saying is, if your Kaaba temple, right, is sacred, and those who love and believe in its power or its sacredness, right, then wouldn't it kind of be lawful? Shouldn't it be lawful to protect the worshipers as they come to pilgrimage and worship it? I don't think that's what's the name? Just consciously, morally right to just, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Lots of people, that's why I'm like, a lot of people don't wear deodorant. And that's my point. That's all I'm just saying, right? All right. So anyway, let me get back. So what I'm saying is the fact that it's just like, go there and you can be squashed to death because I want to touch this stone so bad that people are being unalived. That doesn't seem morally righteous to me. It seems something's wrong with the system. Okay. So that's the point I'm trying to make. That's the point. And then now remember, I'm not putting these videos up. These are actual people who went to the Hajj pilgrimage, telling their experience and showing what you're seeing on the screen, right? The molesting, all of the things going on. So I understand that the touching the stone to your culture is something that, but would you want to unalive another to do it? See, that's what I'm saying. It's the morality, it's the righteousness of the responsibility of each individual's righteousness over a fanatical belief in a religion that could have you, that's the part that I'm trying to get an understanding of. Okay. And why some of us don't want to receive that religion or culture. And this the problem. Now, this the thing. I respect everyone's right to their religious beliefs. Okay. I'm not blaming 2 billion people. Listen what I'm saying, Swag. I respect everyone's right to their religious belief. But there are those in the culture that are saying they are going to take over my country, my rights, and they're saying that by unaliving, they will spread. And if they get in power, their duty is to spread that law and that culture. I have no problem with you, doing your culture and your law. That's your culture, your law, and those who follow it. That's what, y'all got to deal with that. But that ain't the issue. The issue is that some of the leaders, some of the imams are saying that if we have, this right here.
If we have enough authority and we have enough power, we are obliged as Muslims to take the authority away from the people who have it and implement the Sharia.
If we have enough authority and we have enough power, we are obliged to take the power away from the people who have it and implement the Sharia. See, that's where I got a problem. So y'all can make in all excuses you want with the, saying about 2 billion and blaming. No. What we're talking about is there's the part of your culture who is saying they're going to take over. Okay. So, I'm what you say. I'm strapped here. I'm ready. So when you come with the everything is just peaceful and everything is this and stuff, oh, I got plenty clips that speak otherwise. Okay, of some of the leaders who are spreading this doctrine. Okay, of taking over. Okay, not assimilating, not assimilation, but taking over. Okay. And I have the right. Okay, I could play some more of the video. Listen what he said. Let's go. I got plenty videos of it.
If we have enough authority and we have enough power, we are obliged as Muslims to take the authority away from the people who have it and implement the Sharia. Now, I hope that can come in a very peaceful way. I hope that we can do that in a way, where there's no bloodshed.
He said we have the right, the authority to take away the power and implement the Sharia, and he hoped they can do it without bloodshed. All right? So you get in context, all right? So you can't get, I'm not no punk, so I'm sorry. You can try to smooth over whatever it is. But if you coming for mines, then I'm going to defend mines. I don't give a crap what you say. You heard? This the part. So this when it gets funky, because I can respect everybody's cultural belief, but now when you are implementing, you're saying that when you got some leaders of these cultures saying that they're gonna forcefully implement this as where they go around, then that's a problem. All right, listen what he said.
People who have it and implement the Sharia. Now, I hope that can come. We are obliged as Muslims to take the authority away from the people who have it and implement the Sharia. Now, I hope that can come in a very peaceful way. I hope that we can do that in a way, where there's no bloodshed. The Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that, if the Muslims have authority and they have the ability to remove oppression, they must remove the oppression. So we believe man-made law is oppression. So you believe America?
He said if they have the ability to remove oppression by their law, by their God, they must relieve the oppression, and they believe man-made law is oppression. See? It's clear as day. You got the context. We got, where I'm from, we have man-made laws. So then what he just said, they're going to relieve that and bring in their Sharia law. Okay? Listen.
Great Britain, all of Europe, all of America, Great Britain. So you believe America, Great Britain, all of Europe will be Islamic states living under Sharia eventually?
Inevitably. This will happen. This is the promise of God.
So this is the promise of their God, that America, Great Britain, everything will come under Sharia law. The devil's a lie. All right, now enough of that. So, I just have to do that because, you have new people that'll come and they defend this and act like, I'm saying something, we're doing something unjust, and all we're doing is that we're trying to understand what these people are trying to implement worldwide, their plans. You heard? And I got plenty video clips of other scholars, imams, all of them saying it's even worse. Okay? Even worse than this. All right? All right. Now, and they talking about how many numbers, how much percentages they are in Canada, how much percentages they are in Norway, how much, and they need their numbers up in America so that when they get in power, they can take over. So this way, you're going to miss us with your little, we're nothing to see here. And, we hating on nothing. No, we're trying to defend ourselves against this invasion, this infiltration. All right. You got the context. Okay. All right. Now let's continue. All right. Let's go. So let's get back to the whole, because this is the holiest place of the whole religion. And this is what's going on. So let's explain this. Let's stay with the topic. Explain this part. This is what I want to know. What's your explanation for this? All right, let's continue.
Every single year.
Because, we call out everything. Yeah, I call out the Roman Catholic Church. What you call a little priest messing with the little boys, the little choir boys. Oh yeah, heretic devils, right? We call out the Christians with the little the ministers smashing little boys. What was that black dude with the church in Atlanta? What was his name, guys? The one, and they still got his name and his church in their mouth. What's his name, Tommy? Yeah, the dude from Atlanta smashing the little boys. You know what I mean? Devils. I could care less. We not no favoritism in here. And I have a relationship with the Creator. Yeah, Bishop Eddie Long. That's there you go. Thank you guys. You know, and they still up there got his church, and they still got the people. The devil's a lie. It's been going on since ancient time. So no, ain't nobody, all these little ditty devils of PDFs get this smoke. I don't care what culture, belief system it is. The Most High says we are to be righteous, his children, of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. And we're calling out the unrighteousness of this culture and every culture. Now, the reason why we breaking down, we finding out about the Muslims is because they are here in where I'm from. They in my country, and they trying to take over. You heard this part? I got plenty clips of them saying they here, and they watch what you about to see tonight. Oh, we about to see the serial unaliver. Let's go. Come on, let's get to started. Let's go. Watch this clip right here. Let's continue. This is the pilgrimage, the great homage.
Precautions. It's overwhelmingly hot. Tens of people die in Mecca every single year because of the basic stampedes, and women are sexually abused to no end by men who can basically use the fact that they're rubbing up against these people in a stampede to do whatever the heck they want. I mean, watch this.
بركاتك سيد عمود سيد عمود ارزقني وطيني بيت وسيارة وسفرني.
Are you guys seeing this footage? Oh, I feel claustrophobic just watching this. I'm not going to show this to you, but I want you to know that this is images of dead bodies. I'll show just the beginning, okay? People who have died of stampedes.
So this person wrote, Mecca, the holiest place in Islam, is littered with bodies of people who've died of heat stroke, stampedes, and other reasons. Seems a bit unholy if you ask me. Again, so that's my point. It's like, and this is every year. This is not nothing new. This has been going on for centuries. So again, everybody can have their own culture, do what you like. Again, our problem is they're saying they're going to come here and institute their belief and law here. That I'm not having, and others shouldn't be having. All right, let's continue.
It's heat strokes and other reasons, okay? Their bodies are littered over the streets of Mecca. I mean, somebody should be saying something about this. I mean, of course, you've got the fact that it's left looking literally like a cesspit. What the heck is this, guys? Look at the mess. Ugh, disgusting. This is your holiest site. Imagine that this is how you treat the holiest place to you on earth, like this. Can't be that holy, can it? To me, it doesn't seem like holiness anyway.
All right. So you see all the pilgrims, all right, the pilgrimage, you see them all. And this is not nothing new. I got some other stuff that's crazy. So, but again, to each his own, right? Again, to each his own. We're just discoursing this part of the live stream. We're going to get to the serial on the live in a second. Let's continue.
Who wants to push back because you've had enough? But again, can you imagine that this is how you treat the holiest place to you on earth, like this? Can't be that holy, can it? To me, it doesn't seem like holiness anyway. Who wants to push back because you've had enough? But again, can you imagine being here? Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people all pushing up against. Watch at this. No safety measures except for this one guy who's what's he going to do?
So that's what the brother here was trying to explain. He said this temple, the stone temple, they see it as so holy that they all just want to touch it. So my point is that to me, that's psychotic. It doesn't seem like that's morally righteous. It might be religious, right? That you have an obsession with a temple so much that you would risk squashing, unaliving yourself and others to touch it. I don't know, bro. It's just, that's what religion is just so, it's come out of religion, guys. Get a relationship with your father. You can reach out to your father right from your living room. You ain't got, right? So look, they are squishing themselves to try to get to, and this is why the warnings, and they give you warnings. I've got plenty of understanding information of videos of it for hundreds of years, that they warn you that a lot of people will be unalived in this massacre, I guess, of trying to, yes, worship an item, touch a rock. You know, now the crazy thing is, yes, it changed. It got broken down, burnt up, rebuilt a bunch of times. And this rock, this temple used to house 360 gods from pre-Islamic Arabic. But we understand Muhammad came and wiped it all out. And now they got what's the name? The black stone. And they say about Abraham and Ishmael and all that, right? But to be, yes, definitely idol worship, but to be unaliving yourself, getting yourself in this much danger to touch a stone temple, it is what it is, right? You got every religion and culture, but my point is the unaliving, the death, the sexual assault around such a holy, and why don't they have some type of security to protect the believers from unaliving themselves? That's why it's holy. It's holy because people want to kill themselves and kill each other. It's just a general area chosen by your God to pray to it. Okay, so but do you not? Okay, so your God would allow them to be doing all of this, and then dirt, litter, trash everywhere, just but whatever. Let's continue. Let's continue, because tonight's ain't really about this. It's about the serial unaliver. We're gonna get to it in a second, but let's go back, because that's the thing about religion. They just make excuse for everything. It's like, I don't know. It's like like the cults. Like these religious cults. Like what they call the Mormons and stuff. How they be saying this person's a prophet and he's holy, and they do all this stuff to death and get unalived and all, and they still just, it's the religion. But anyway, let's continue. So all right, let's go.
Holiest place to you on earth, like this. Can't be that holy, can it? To me, it doesn't seem like holiness anyway. Who wants to push back because you've had enough? But again, can you imagine being here? Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people all pushing up against. Watch at this. No safety measures except for the one guy who's, what's he going to do?
Do you see this dude? All right, y'all look clearly. You see this dude screaming? I'm going to go back a little. Watch his face. He looks up in the air and go, ah. And the dude is climbing on top because he's trying not to get killed, squashed. Now, I guess this dude standing against it, I guess he's like a security or something. I don't know. He just sitting there chilling. I guess he up on the step. He like, y'all can kill each other to death. I'm just chilling he chilling with his back against the stone temple, just chilling. He like, I'm chilling, right? And it's like, so can you imagine how hot, right? How claustrophobic, how much with the pressure in this is security, it's top flight security in the world, right? That's what I'm like, but they ain't doing nothing to stop the unalive. It's crazy work, but whatever. Let's get, that is a possession. That's the point I'm trying to make, okay? That's when you become religious and it takes over you, and that's some psychotic stuff, right? So anyway, let's continue. If I ever went to this, right? I wouldn't have never, because I don't know. I just always seen differently. I never allowed myself to be in no cults and stuff. But if I ever had gotten to this and went to this and made it and survived this, I would never go back. I guarantee you that. One thing, if I was boo-boo the fool the first time, I probably wouldn't be boo-boo the fool the second time. I'm definitely not going back. Okay, I'm like, if I made it out of this, it remind me of that concert. What's that dude Travis Scott concert when they kept pushing, when all the people got trampled and stuff, right? It's this religious stuff. But anyway, let's continue. All right, I don't mean to go back that far. All right, there we go.
push back because you've had enough. But again, can you imagine being here? Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people all pushing up against. Watch this. No safety measures except for this one guy who's what's he gonna do?
Look, see his face? Look at his face. You see the other dude's face? They're trying to get out. They're in pain. And the danger of this is if people can get so possessed over a religion, touching a stone, and do this in the name of their religion, and risk their brothers and sisters being unalived, imagine what they'll do to the unbelievers that come against their religion. That's the point I'm trying. This is where some of us need to understand the fanatics of this culture and religion, because they are saying that they are coming. Well, they're already coming. They're already here. So if they go this far just to touch a stone for their God, oh, imagine what they'll do to us infidels. Oh, that's nothing. I can see my brother squashed to death and all that, right? Come on, bro. There's some dangerous stuff. It is what it is. Y'all can you can pull your little wool over your eyes because you're obsessed with this belief system all you want. I wouldn't do this for no Christianity, for no Hebrew Israelitism, Israelites. I wouldn't do this for Catholicism. I wouldn't do this for Islam. I ain't never been booed before. I just won't be a believer in nothing. If I got to my common sense and my moral righteous, my intuitive instinct of self survival and morality is in a herd mentality for some culture religion. Okay. No, that's psychotic to me. Sorry, I don't give a crap what it is. I wouldn't be in none of these religions if I had to do any of this. You understand? So I follow my cultural belief, and my Bible speaks of individual responsibility, circumcise myself and get my relationship with my Father. You understand? And don't harm nobody. Don't put yourself in harm's way. And woe to those who do the least unto these, and protect one another. Love you. Nah. I won't be following no culture, religion, belief system, or nothing if this is what the belief was about. The God said to worship. Nah, y'all, there's some cult stuff. It's a cult. I'm sorry. That's just what it is. All right. I know cult behavior when I see it. It's psychotic. It's what they call it's manic. It's manic. All right. There you go into a maniac state to do something like this. This is all right. This is crazy. All right. No disrespect to nobody. It's just calling out. We calling truth to power. We call a spade a spade. Call it what it is. Okay. Call my stuff out, calling everything out. All right. So again, the danger for us infidels or coppers who won't receive this is there's millions of them that are saying that to annihilate us who don't believe and follow this belief. So for the others, if you're not, the other Muslim brothers and sisters, if that's not your belief, then cool. We ain't talking about you. Nothing to see here. But there's millions of them that believe that they are coming and they are going to take over. Okay? Right? Now, well, I'm not a Christian, so I don't get, if I saw you, I'm not going to do it. Who? See, to a swag box, that's because you're so obsessed with a culture, a religion. All of us are not. I guess you're right. There could be some Christians, if they saw Jesus come or Moses come, they would kill themselves and squash each other to touch him. I wouldn't. See, our belief system, swag, is a remnant. There's a small amount who are not psychotic, who won't become religious zealots, okay, for belief system, who understands that the temple of the Most High is within you, and we are to be in the image of the Most High's righteousness. So I'm not, okay? Just like I ain't, when the Antichrist come, I ain't gonna be one that's gonna be, oh, the Antichrist. Just like those people, swag, who that dude from, I think he's from Africa somewhere, who said this was a couple of months ago. What did he say, guys? He said what's that Christian theology? The rapture. He said the rapture is coming, and all these people sold all their stuff. See, these are religious, and they're in every culture. But this is the difference. They wasn't saying go take over nobody's country. They wasn't saying annihilate those who don't believe in our stuff. Some of your belief system, millions of them, are saying that. That's the problem. If y'all wasn't saying that, I would still probably do a video on this, because this is psychotic, right? But it wouldn't be no warnings to us, because y'all got the right to squash. If y'all want to squash each other for some cube, and unalive, that's fine. That's your country. You want to litter it. You want to do whatever you want. The woman, that's your belief. But that ain't what we talking about. It's because they're trying to come into others' lands and institute that belief here. And there's a culture that says to annihilate. Okay, there's extremists, and there's millions of them. And that's a problem, that part. So this is what we are speaking about in America, in Australia, in Canada, in United Kingdom, in China, all over the world. Those who don't believe, we are not, I don't know what makes this culture think it's your God, your Allah God is the one that says we all got to follow him. The devil's a lie. I don't believe in him, don't like none of his belief systems, and I reject it. Okay? So again, that's what this is about. All right? That's what this is about. What was his last message, Hakim? All right, and then let's continue on, because we're going to get to the serial killer in a second.
It was what you read. It was if Christians saw Jesus, or if...
well, who cares? Who cares if what's his name? Creflo Dollar, and what's the other dude? The dude with Puff Daddy, with the old man, what's his name? TD Snakes. I don't care what TD Snakes and Joel Dopeland... what's his name? No, not Joel Dope, but Copeland. What's it? Kenneth Devilland. I don't give a crap what them. I could care less about religions, bro. You in the wrong house.
Maybe before it, but regardless.
Yeah, it don't matter. He's just gonna cap for this no matter what. But let's continue. We didn't stated the case that we ain't speaking of all. We're speaking of these cultures, and there's part of them that's trying to come for us. And don't come for me if I ain't sent for you. You got a problem, Houston. Facts. That part. You coming for us, and you can't dictate our response back. I ain't taking none of this Sharia, and I ain't following none of this. I ain't touching no cube. Ain't no cube mean nothing to me. My Bible says don't worship idols made of wood and stone. You understand? So you worshiping this stone idol. That's what my Bible call you a heresy. Okay, that's what it is. It call you a divinator, a sorcerer. Okay, that's what it calls it, witchcraft. And these are the results. That's what this looks like. They're under a spell. Okay, who would do something like this? All right, let's continue. Yeah, you do. You just said they worship it so much they want to touch it. See, now you're doing the lies, but let's continue. All right, let's go forward, guys. Here we go.
Enough. But again, can you imagine being here? Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people all pushing up against, watch at this, no safety measures except for this one guy who's, what's he going to do? So, just to be clear, this is the definition of the holiest thing that you can do. You can go to this place to basically be stampeded to death and to have to suffer immeasurably, and where you get to abuse women as much as you would like. You get to make it filthy and dirty. Look at this. Oh, it's disgusting. Okay. And oh my God, that's a dead body. Okay. And people are just eating as if literally nothing's going on, because this is what this death cult believes in.
Oh my goodness, bro. Bro, they literally got dead bodies around. And they're literally trying to help the people who are almost dead on the ground. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. So, Swag, you can justify all the ridiculousness you want, right? You can't lie to my eyes. That's what we do here. We show receipts of what we're saying. You understand? So you can make up whatever you want to justify this nastiness and this mess, right? But this part, let's continue.
Okay. And people are just eating as if literally nothing's going on, because this is what this death cult believes in. There's no value of human life. There's no value of females. There's no value of sacredity of location, but they claim that it's their holiest location. I'm not watching more of that video. There were dead people there. But I mean, just look at this. I don't want to listen to their music. It makes me mad. Look at that poor girl, okay? She's literally being crushed. I mean, I don't know why she's stupid enough to try and go up at this time. How's she going to get out? What are these men going to do to her? And of course, they're like, yeah, I can get away with pinching her or putting my finger somewhere where I shouldn't be, because who's going to stop me?
So my point, Swag, is this is holy to you? This is right? I won't understand it. I'm not under no, I won't understand it, but let's continue. This just doesn't look smart. It doesn't look intelligent. It doesn't look moral. It doesn't look righteous. It looks sick. All to touch a stone cube? All right, let's continue.
I listen to their music. It makes me mad. I don't want to listen to their music. It makes me mad. Look at that poor girl, okay? She's literally being crushed. I mean, I don't know why she's stupid enough to try and go up at this time. How's she going to get out? What are these men going to do to her? And of course, they're like, yeah, I can get away with pinching her or putting my finger somewhere where I shouldn't be, because who's going to stop me? How's she going to even know who it is? I can just do whatever I want. And well, no, they don't justify it because it's their right. She's their property. What's she doing here? This is where they should be located. I mean, listen to this evidence of this young girl.
Hayazak, and that's an actual interesting statement, because I had another video where the dudes, because like any culture, any religion, you got those who play for the other team too, right? And so they got some of the men pushing their wee-wee against the other men, against their butt, and trying to. And so I got a video, we'll come out another time, where a Muslim dude was like, yo, I had to fight another one because he was trying to do this act, a sodomized act to me there, because we pressed up against each other, and they got the little cloth things on, I don't know what they call their dress things, right? So it's like, you know what I mean? This dude was trying to penetrate me, and I'm here to worship this stone, or whatever you call it. I don't know what the brothers getting upset because I said they don't worship this. I don't know. It's just all mixed up to me. I don't worship no idols. I don't do none of that stuff. But anyway, let's continue. That's a whole nother thing. But so this Muslim girl, right? Now remember, these are Muslims taking the videos and speaking out. All right. So I guess they'll be called kafirs now too, right? But she goes on a pilgrimage. All right, let's hear her testimony.
What's she doing here? This is where they should be located. I mean, listen to this evidence of this young girl, okay?
Okay, so I saw that video yesterday and I screamed because I had that exact experience when I was 20 years old and went on Umrah, and someone literally grabbed a big chunk of my behind as I was walking around to do Umrah, and it caught me off guard, and I screamed. I told my mom immediately, my family that was around me, and everyone was just kind of like, oh, that's something that happens here. That just happens here. It's known for happening here. And
can you imagine? Can you actually imagine? Can you actually imagine if you were going to the Western Wall and people
all right, Swag, I see you really bothered. Let me explain, guys. Let's do this. Swag says, guys, they don't worship the stone. They just pray towards the stone, it as a general direction. Okay, I know the direction used to be towards towards Jerusalem, someone else's culture, right? Then it got redirected towards Medina, okay, from Muhammad. So I understand the culture now, right? So let me explain. Swag, I don't care. Listen, it's sadistic. Okay, I know you try and say you don't worship the stone. What I'm going to say, this is a worship of the devil. How about that? All right. I was trying to be as understandable of what you're saying, but you just won't stop. You like want us to, bro, this is devil worship. I don't care what you're talking about. You can try to make this some excuse all you want, but all of this sweating and unaliving and graping the woman and grabbing their butts and doing all this stuff over some whatever towards some direction or this is man's made religion to indoctrinate people to worship something that is actually dark. This is not righteous and it's not good, that part. So all right, so you just wouldn't stop. I was trying to just play the video and be as, you understand? But because I don't care what you there for to touch some doggone stone, all right? And if you believe that some stone came from heaven and turned black because of the sins and transgression, and Abraham, my ancestors, ain't nothing to do with this religion. He ain't built no Kaaba temple. Sorry, not sorry. And Ishmael was not the son of the promise and none of that. So that part, but let's continue. I ain't mean to go there, but y'all just don't stop, bro. Right? It's like, bro, nobody's trying to, we trying to decipher, explain this. You know what's crazy, guys? He keeps trying to explain about the tone. I mean, the stone. We don't worship it. Did y'all hear him explain the dead bodies? Did y'all hear him explain the filth? Right? You don't hear no explanation of this. That's what I'm trying to say about his worship of the devil. Do you understand? Because you got no explanation of all of this, but we're not there to worship. I don't care what you there to worship it. I wouldn't be there to worship nothing if this is going on. This ain't righteous or nothing to me or holy. This is desecration. So how is the place holy? Look at this. Does this look righteous or holy to you? All right, let's continue. Yeah, you get crickets for that part, but they just want to keep, But anyway, let's continue. I wasn't even going to go there, do none of that. They just won't stop, bro. All right, so let's listen to this sister. Now listen to her testimony. She's a Muslim sister, born into it with her family. She went to Mecca to do her Hajj or whatever y'all call it, sorry, right? And look at what somebody grabbed a handful of her booty, okay? A little girl.
Listen to this evidence of this young girl, okay?
Okay, so I saw that video yesterday and I screamed because I had that exact experience when I was 20 years old and went on Umrah and someone literally...
Well, she wasn't a little girl, she was 20, so that's an adult, but she just made adulthood, but let's continue. She went to the pilgrimage and somebody...
grabbed a big chunk of my behind as I was walking around to do Umrah. And it caught me off guard and I screamed. I told my mom immediately, my family that was around me, and everyone was just kind of like, oh, that's something that happens here. That just happens here. It's known for happening here. And
can you imagine? Can you actually imagine? Can you actually imagine if you're going to the Western Wall and people are like, yeah, it's totally normal. This is what just happens to you. I'm sorry. Excuse me?
I was in shock. Honestly, my biggest takeaway from that moment was just, I'm someone that's not a hijabi. I don't wear hijab and I don't wear baggy clothes out. I wear my workout pants if I want. I wear my tight skinny jeans if I want. And in that moment, I just realized that, it's all about someone's intentions if they want to look at you that way, if they want to do that to you, they will do those things and they will view you that way, even if you have a hijab on, even if you have loose clothes. Because doing Umrah was the first time in my life that I was in a full burqa, covered from head to toe, arms covered, hands covered.
I'm going to tell you one even more than that.
Well, I'm going to tell her, you still need to cover your butt. Sorry. And I don't give a crap. Y'all don't like that. That's whore clothes. Yeah, it is. Sorry, not sorry. All right? Now, she's making a great point. She said, basically, she wear what she want. Tight clothes, butt all, whatever. That's whore stuff. It is what it is. The Bible calls it a whore. Come out of her. It's whoredom. Okay. If I run around with some tight things with my bulge showing and all that, I'm dressed like a man whore. It is what it is. Now, let me explain this part. All right. Because that's why I said we expose everything, right? Just the truth to power, right? You got the free will. You can wear what you want, right? Now, the point she's making is she actually dressed in loose clothing and she dressed all that and she went to the holiest place of the Islamic culture and it didn't matter. They still treated her like she was a whore. Now that says a lot. That doesn't happen all the time because my exes and the people in our ministry who actually now cover themselves, right? They dress loose. They don't show off to seduce the seductive parts of their body. They get treated different in America. Yeah, they do. For years, we've been doing this for years, where they say, if I go out with my they call them yoga pants and my butt and everything, but when I go out covered and dressed respectfully, they be like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, trying to open the door for you. And so, yeah, you're treated differently. Now, unfortunately, you can go, if you go to Mecca, to the most holiest pilgrimage, oh, you ain't going to be treated. You still going to be treated like a whore. That says a lot, again, about the culture. Okay? That part. That says a lot. All right? And now for the sisters, I don't care. I don't care if you get mad at me. I call it what it is. You understand? I don't let mine dress like that and all that. I know the world says you can do anything. Okay? All right. All right, Swag. May the Most High, my Father, blessings over you as you go forth, and hopefully you become more righteous than religious. All right, and touch not the least of these. And I wish you could. We almost finished. I wish you could stay for the serial killer. I think you might enjoy that part, right? That part. I don't know if you ever seen that part before, but you should stay for the serial killer. Maybe I should, let me switch to the serial killer. Where we at? 84? They probably ain't going to let us get too much past to 100 because they shadow ban. It is what it is. I thought so. If I put it in the title, I'm like, I don't care. Whatever. Let the shadow ban happen. Right? What y'all think, guys? Y'all want me to finish this or go right to the serial killer and then we can come back to this? What y'all think? I'll let the audience decide. Well, y'all want to finish this clip? We only got about 5 more minutes. No, we got 2 more minutes of it. Or y'all want to get to the serial killer? Y'all let me know. I'm gonna give it a second, right? But all right, yeah. Bless you, Swag. May the Most High bless you. May you go forth and be more righteous than unrighteous, no matter what religion you following. All right. May you be a child of the Creator of all things in love, respect, and kindness for all nation, kindred, tongue, and people. All right. So nobody answered, so I'm gonna just continue here then. I ain't get an answer. All right, let's just continue here.
It's first of all,
I was trying to make it a little easy on Swag, you know what I mean? Because I know this could get hard for some to watch, hearing about their culture, but I'm not like that. I'm the type, thank you, Yanaquam. Yanaquam said, finish the clip. I'm the type, I want to hear about my stuff. Call me out, But anyway, let's continue.
I'm going to tell you one even more than that. It's first of all, literally nothing to do with what you wear. It's to do with a feeling of entitlement of a man who believes because of his religious beliefs that he can do whatever he wants to you.
Now, just so y'all know, the girl, that's why I took her face off. The one doing this, she a feminist, right? So of course she's, she gonna go too extreme. But what the young girl right here, she's correct. She like, I'm wearing this righteous thing. I'm with my mother and father, and I'm at the most holiest spot in my religion, and I'm still being treated like a whore. Great. That's disgusting. All right? That's really disgusting. All right, let's continue.
But here's the thing. That burqa that they tell you that you need to wear, that intense cover-up, that's because they believe you are nothing but a sexualized someone who should be...
That's her opinion. Let me move forward from her. I ain't trying to hear no feminist opinions. Let's get back to the girl story. I don't need to hear your commentary.
You as anything else.
Here we go.
else. This is the unspoken reality. The freedom, the heavens that they promise is all about sexuality, sexuality, sexuality. It's kind of sickening.
Now, that part I kind of agree with. There's a lot of sexual stuff with the culture, right? And again, they're gonna leave because I understand why. But it's like, where is? I want to understand, like, defend that, like, explain that, right? What, like this right here. Let me share this tab. This is the Quran, right? I think it's the Quran. He left though, right? Or it's not the Quran. It's a respected hadith, right? And it says, "Oh, Allah's messenger, Muhammad, okay, will we have sexual intercourse with our wives in paradise?" And Muhammad said, allegedly, the man will be able to have sexual intercourse with 100 virgins in one day in their heaven, in their paradise. So it's like, what's all this sex crap? So that's the point that even the feminist sisters trying to bring out. It's like, I agree. It's like, why is this always about sex? Why are they like, what's the sex obsession? The whole thing with the Sharia law, with the little girls, they want to marry you at 11-year-olds and 9-year-olds and 6-year-olds and 12-year-olds. And if she gets her puberty, I can enter the little girls. That's some fallen angel stuff. But all this sex stuff, sex in heaven, in their new paradise? Oh yeah. The hadith said, if this is a hadith, that they could have sexual intercourse with 100 virgins in one day. But anyway, let's get back to the clip, right? Because we're about to get to the serial unaliver, right? So I agree with the sister right here. It seems like a religion obsessed with sex, all right? All right, let's continue. Oh, share this tab instead.
Obsessed cult. Obsessed. It's kind of sickening. It's a death, sex, obsessed cult. Obsessed. I have nothing better to say about it.
About cabs, about taxis. They were saying that my father should go in first and let my mother out first, because many things happen, like women being sexually harassed, having their belongings stolen more often, or even being abducted or something. Is that something that you know of?
Yeah.
So this Muslim brother was telling his experience when he went to Hajj, right? He went and he said, what he just said. They told his dad, all this stuff, well, shout out to Amanda in the building, all this stuff could happen to his wife. So be very careful. So if this is the most holy city of your religion, and I got these warnings, something's wrong with the picture, bro. Mathematics, 1 and 1 is supposed to equal 2, 2 and 2 is supposed to equal 4, right? I'm like, something's wrong with the picture, bro.
And let my mother cabs, about taxi.
Sex obsessed cult. Obsessed. I have nothing better to say about it.
About cabs, about taxis. They were saying that my father should go in first and let my mother out first, because many things happen, like women being sexually harassed, having their belongings stolen more often, or even being abducted or something. Is that something that you know of?
Yeah, to be honest, it's something I know a bit too much of, which makes you really question like a lot of things. Because I've said this so many times. This amount of stories of women, even if, like, my dad had the same fears when we would go as a family, so it becomes really kind of intense and awkward and dangerous, even when you're doing tawaf, like when you're circumambulating the Kaaba, especially, like I said, in Ramadan times, it's like a mini Hajj at that point. So it's like the same amount of rush. But honestly, they're not afraid to pinch your bum. They're not afraid to kind of touch you, or you're in an abaya, but they use that closeness to get too close. Like, it gets very, very uncomfortable. And you're kind of in shock at that moment, because the Kaaba's here and you're here getting touched up by some man who's in ihram and supposed to be here cleansing his soul and heart and purifying himself. And you also don't feel like it's the right time to even tell the man or the person you're with, your mahram, because it's such a horrible thing to experience. But
Okay, so you just got some of their experiences going to the most sacred place in the whole Islamic religion. And you got the actual images of dead bodies laying around, right? Now, let's go. The title of the video, The Muslim Serial Unaliver. Copyright disclaimers on effect. This is the main video clip of the night. Share this tab instead. The Muslim Serial Unaliver. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Let's go.
A pro-Islamist man openly vowed to kill Tommy online. What started as another internet threat quickly turned into something far more serious, and honestly far more disturbing.
Been an eventful week. Now, I was falsely accused to be sending direct messages to Darren Osborne by the media and by the CPS.
But this one was different. This one crossed a line that couldn't be ignored. This story begins during what Tommy Robinson describes as one of the most stressful weeks his family has ever faced. And you can hear it in his voice. He's tired, angry. But more than anything, he's worried. Not about himself, but about his family.
And I've received so many death threats. Things that I should never have to read about my children. People threatening to chop up my children, to eat my children, to rape my daughters, to kill my wife, to kill my mum.
The messages were very unpleasant. Others...
So, he is saying these threats he's getting from Muslims, right? Who the misunderstanding I get is the culture. It's because he's speaking out against their ideology, their belief. He's a kafir, right? But they're threatening, you know, to do all of this to his family and his loved ones. So again, this is the thing where us as citizens of the world, because they're spreading this belief system all over, right? And want their law to be everyone's law. Okay, and we're called infidels, right? And kafirs, non-believers or whatever, right? This is what we are speaking out against. We don't want this, and we ain't having it, actually. So that's what this is about, all right? So if it's such a peaceful culture, then what's gonna make, how could I say it? The millions of extremists is going to paint the whole culture in a bad light. That's why I'm you know, for the Nation of Islam Americans and for the Shia or the Sunni, you know, whatever y'all saying y'all not, I'm sorry, but the millions who are doing this, thank you, will paint all of y'all in a bad light because they're saying they're going to go and institute this worldwide and they're threatening people. All right, let's continue.
Many death threats. Things that I should never have to read about my children. People threatening to chop up my children, to eat my children, to rape my daughters, to kill my wife, to kill my mum.
The messages were very unpleasant. Others were plain disturbing. And a few, in his view, crossed a line that made them impossible to ignore. What worried him most wasn't criticism aimed at him personally. It was the way his family was being mentioned. When messages stop being about ideas and start naming people who have nothing to do with public debate, everything changes. And one man in particular stood out.
One of these threats this week was this guy.
This is for you, Tommy. In the name of Allah, the death angel doesn't care if you're big. I will cut your mother. I'll rip.
Now, this guy, this is the dude. He said, in the name of Allah, everybody. You see? This dude, he said, listen what he said.
One of these threats this week was this guy.
This is for you, Tommy. In the name of Allah, the death angel doesn't care if you're big.
In the name of Allah, the death angel don't care if you big. All right, now I'm gonna let it play. Let's see what the Muslim brother got to say.
Man in particular stood out.
One of these threats this week was this guy.
This is for you, Tommy. In the name of Allah, the death angel doesn't care if you're big. I will cut your mother. I'll rip, you will eat your mother. I'm telling you, I will kill you and take your merchandise. You better pray 2 rakats, you bloody kuffar. Pray to your Lord. because I will kill you and take merchandise.
You see, he called him a bloody kafir. All right, let's continue.
To your mother, I'm telling you, I will kill you and take merchandise. You better pray 2 rakats, you bloody kuffar. Pray to your Lord, because I will kill you and take merchandise. If it was me, you'd kill people because you're big. I will stab his to the snatches or chew it, and his death will come in my hand.
This person wasn't just leaving comments. He was sending repeated messages and videos, using intense language and framing everything in religious terms. The tone was emotional, erratic, and increasingly alarming. From Tommy's perspective, it no longer felt like online posturing. It felt unstable. At the same time, something else was happening that added to the tension.
Lots of people have been trying to find out where I live. Lots of people want to kill me. I have family. Now, Ali Dawah, who's a Muslim YouTuber, has been going to the wrong address, highlighting the wrong property, saying it's mine. That's resulting in an innocent family being scared in their home and having to have police protection.
Now, this Muslim, he has millions of subscribers, right? This Ali Dawah. They all against this this United Kingdom. They all against that dude Tommy, right? The white dude Tommy, right? The Muslims. They hate him. He's an infidel and he speaks out against Sharia. He speaks out against it. He got the freedom to speak out against it, right? He's not saying he's going to unalive their parents and their mama and eat them, right? But, right? So this Muslim brother with millions of subscribers, he's going and they're trying to find his house so they can, this is the danger part. When religion is so, how can I say it, cultic, that it would have people do this. See? Dead bodies in their holy site, right? Pack themselves till they almost unalived, right? And annihilate the infidels. See, this is an inciting, and people become obsessed with the religion. See, that's the point I'm trying to make. It's so dangerous that they want to touch some doggone cube that they willing to get themselves unalived. So everybody ain't mentally stable. You understand? So if this is what is being preached in the extremes of it, right, to millions, and then that YouTuber who got millions of subscribers is trying to dox the other Tommy dude, and he's calling out on his YouTube the house. What he did was he was going and thinking Tommy lived in his house, but he didn't live there. And so the people in the house was getting harassed by the Muslims. Now, what does it take for one of them to get unalived, thinking that Tommy lives there, and they throw a Molotov cocktail, but he doesn't live there. It's an innocence, right? But what culture is doing this? Over this person disagreeing with your belief? You got plenty of people that disagree with Christianity, with the Hebrew Israelites, with the Muslims, with anything, Catholics, you know. All right. So this YouTube is trying to find his home where his family and his kids is. All right, now let's continue. And let me put this part out. The serial dude that y'all just saw, he's following him. This YouTuber put the battery in the back of the dude that was the psychopath, because that's what that is. All right, let's continue.
Now, Ali Dawah, who's a Muslim YouTuber, has been going to the wrong address, highlighting the wrong property, saying it's mine. That's resulting in an innocent family being scared in their home and having to have police protection. Even after he realizes that, still right now, he's putting out another wrong address, which is not my address, it's not where I live, another wrong door number, and banding it about. Now, with that, with all of the death threats, with people threatening to kill my family, and now with innocent people's addresses being put online, I have a duty to try and stop all of this. So I made the decision.
These addresses were being shared online by a well-known pro-Islamist commentator with claims that they belonged to Tommy. They didn't. These were ordinary homes with ordinary families, suddenly pulled into a storm they never asked for. Police had to step in to reassure them. Even after mistakes were pointed out, more incorrect addresses appeared. At that point, Tommy says he felt a responsibility to act, not only for his own family but for the people who were being wrongly dragged into the situation. He contacted the police and handed over everything he had. Messages, videos, screenshots. He wanted to make sure the situation was handled properly and before anything escalated further.
Because he's making videos, he's sending them to me, he's putting them online, he's talking about how Allah's instructed him. Do you want me to read you what he said? He's messaging me, normally if you're good, I will still kill your mother, chop her, burn her, cook her. Your daughter, who's a piece of shit, slaughter her neck. She will, I will chop that fat little hairy cunt and cook her with her own saucepan. I'll make all of his stuff. Then he's making religious, it's all religiously motivated. So after a little wait, the police have arrived. And I thought it's best to try and do this the right way. I'm trying to do this all the right way. So let's sit down, talk to the police and see if they can do their job. He's then specifically saying he's going to kill my mum. There's other videos of him saying he's going to kill my mum. There's all these different videos. Now, my kids are at school, my wife's at school, my mum and dad are around. Yeah? He may look like an idiot, but it's these.
Then came another unsettling moment, when a garage worker working on his car contacted him to say they'd found something attached underneath that didn't seem right.
At this point, they seem to be taking everything seriously. When I mentioned to them about the tracker, and in my voicemails, I had a message from the owner of the garage saying, we've stopped working on your car because we've found something on your car that...
So he's talking to the police in his house. He's trying to get them to do something about it. Do you understand? Before some innocent people, because they get putting out the wrong address, right? That Muslim dude with 1 million subscribers, and the other, they're giving in all these death threats of, what they're going to do to him and his family, right? And then his mechanic at his car shop says, we found a tracker on your car.
Doesn't look like it should be on your car. Oh, he said it's stuck on the double. Message from the owner of the garage saying, we've stopped working on your car because we've found something on your car that doesn't look like it should be on your car. Oh, he said it's stuck on the double-sided tape. Could it have been in here? Oh, there he goes. Oh, that's it. Hold on. Where was that? It was in there. Yeah.
So he found they didn't put a tracker on his car. Because he goes around, you're going to see, well, I got other clips coming up. He goes around and he goes and have this, he's a YouTuber too, and he has discussions with the Muslims, right? So they put a tracker. They're trying to find his house so they can, it's crazy work, bro. But this is a religion. This is, all right? Okay, so let's continue. All right? And I know we're not broad stroking. I know there's some righteous people who follow that culture and faith who don't believe in all this harm and stuff. But there are millions who believe in this. And they're the ones who are a threat to us all. That. All right.
Oh, that's it. Hold on. Be on your car. Oh, he said it's stuck on the double-sided tape. Could it have been in here? Oh, there he goes. Oh, that's it. Hold on. Where was that?
It was in here.
Yeah.
What's that? It was in here.
It was in here.
Police were called and the vehicle was examined. For Tommy, this added to a growing sense that things were moving far beyond online chatter. Despite all the fear and frustration, he makes an important point.
They sent officers straight away to seize the car, forensics, and to seize the tracker. It looks like we're getting somewhere.
I know there is a lot of other things going on behind the scenes that you're not even aware of right now. Okay. So don't think that me just sitting here is the only person that's got any involvement with this.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I've got inspectors, I've got super sergeants all on this as well. I've got the intelligence bureau on it, etc., etc. So there's a lot of other things going on other than me just sitting here right now. Yeah.
That's all I got there. Thank you.
He believed the man sending the messages might be dealing with serious mental health issues. And he's clear about this. Mental illness doesn't excuse harmful behavior, but it does change how you understand risk. Someone who is unwell can be more easily influenced and less aware of consequences.
Of watching the videos.
That's because they're in the United Kingdom, Larry, y'all. They ain't in America. So in the United Kingdom, they treated it a lot different. So the extremism that's going on there is much worse than America. And they're threatening that that's coming to America. That's what people are speaking. They're trying to, Australia, they're everywhere, but United Kingdom, they kind of ran them raggedy. And so they got a lot of the police are really lax in the United Kingdom and lets this go on. So the the people in the United Kingdom have been doing this for years. They really complaining about what's happening, okay? So the police actually allow all of it to happen. All right, let's continue.
Less aware of consequences.
Of watching the videos of this man.
Yeah, the FBI is only for America. They can't. The only way the FBI can do something in another country is if it was an American who fled, did a crime here and went there. And then that country got to be willing to cooperate for extraditing and stuff like that. So, yeah, so they got their own KJB. I think. No, what they got? They got the M16 or something, MI6. That's, I think I seen it on TV, right? They got James Bond and stuff over there in the United Kingdom. They got the MI6, if I'm correct. That's they kind of like FBI. But anyway, they police system is letting them do whatever they're like, because the Muslim community over there is so strong and with money and power, like that other Muslim dude said, when we get the power, right? Like they're trying to do in America to get in positions in the government and stuff like that. All right, so let's continue.
Of watching the videos of this man threatening my family, I had the inkling that he may be suffering from mental illness. That doesn't make it less dangerous. Sometimes it can make it more dangerous. He's unpredictable. He's being used, he's being manipulated. This is what I believed at the time. He's being used, he's being manipulated, he's being wound up to go on a killing spree. Right now, Ali Dawah's banding innocent people's addresses around with this individual who wants to go and kill everybody. Okay? Massive concern for me. Huge concern. Now, if we look at previous cases over the last 12 to 18 months, we had an 85-year-old grandmother beheaded in her garden by a Muslim suffering from mental health issues, screaming Allah Akbar. We've seen the Leytonstone tube attack, where a man come out stabbing everyone, trying to kill them, while shouting Allah Akbar. Apparently he was suffering from mental illness. We've seen in Russell Square in London, you wouldn't have heard of many of these instances. Russell Square in London, where a Somalian Muslim had gone on a rampage, stabbing 7 random people in the park, murdering an American tourist while shouting Allah Akbar. That actual individual had gone to the mosque in the morning, hearing all these voices to kill people, and rather than ring mental health or ring the police, they said prayers for him to Allah. And he then went on a...
These are all past incidents where warning signs were visible.
Now, what the point that the brother Tommy is making is a very good point, because in any culture, right, religion and belief, everyone's not mentally stable. But when you have a culture that's pushing so much extreme religion, right, it becomes like a cultic brainwash, right? That's why I showed the clip at the beginning of what they're doing in Mecca, which is supposed to be the holiest place. And that's why I tried to explain to the swag dude. I'm like, bro, that's psychotic, bro. You really need to repent and come out. You need to step back from this religion and gain your clarity. You understand? Gain your clarity of mind as an individual. Form a relationship with your creator. Not a religion, a relationship, okay? So that he can and repent and ask him to make you see clearly, because you don't need no stone, you don't need no temple, you don't need no cross or wood or stone. You don't need none of that to have a relationship with your creator. You understand? That's it's supposed to see, they don't believe that's their father. So again, once we talk into their belief system, is different. So that's not their father. You understand? That's, it's a different belief. But so the point is that this is when it gets really dangerous, because when the belief is so extreme, right, and so religiously hardwired, those who might not have all the mental faculties there, they will hear and they will like, oh, this is the enemy, infidel, a kafir. So I will, that's when he's talking about he's going to eat your children and do us Allah this, right? And that's why he's pointing out so much of this stuff, because everybody's not mentally stable. And that's dangerous.
These are all past incidents where warning signs were visible but not acted on quickly enough, leading to tragic outcomes that everyone later said could have been prevented. And Tommy was clear he didn't want this to become another one of those stories. So while police continued their investigation, Tommy gathered information about the individual and passed it on.
Bearing in mind I know all of this, I then see what I believe is possibly a mentally disturbed individual who's quoting scripture and text from Islamic scripture. He's quoting, all the things he's quoting is to do with his religion. I then look in and find things out about him, and I find out that he goes to the mosque every single day, Mitcham Mosque. I then pay a reward, and I find out where he lives and his real name, all of which I give to the police right here, right now, in that meeting.
No, thank you. No.
And his name there is...
So he paid for somebody to find the dude, the serial unaliver, right? Because that's what I'm going to call it. Somebody tell me I'm going to eat your children and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do... That's a serial unaliver, right? Psychopath. So he paid somebody to find him, find out he goes to the mosque every day, find out where he lived, and he told the police. And what do you think they did, guys? Nothing. Nothing. Now, you see the video clip. You see the threats. But that's how much power that they hold over there in the United Kingdom. Okay? Let's continue.
That meeting.
No, thank you. No.
And his name there is... This is another Facebook. But then I found... So these are different Facebook profiles. That's the one he's using to threaten me. Now, when I've looked through, he went to high school. Now, when I've looked up kids that went to school with that name, I found...
So they block him.
So before his name, which makes sense with the card.
They block it because he's saying names and stuff. So he's telling the police all this because he wants them to go get him. I know where he live. I got everything.
That's his real name. I done all of their job for them. Prior to sitting down and meeting with them, I found out and paid a reward to find out who the man was, where he lived, his real identity. They've got the evidence, as you can see. It's clear as day. He's threatening to murder and kill. That's a serious crime. All they have to do is go and pick him up.
And then, rather than waiting, he made the decision to meet the person in public. Not to confront him aggressively, not to provoke him, but to see who he really was.
In London, and I had to do the police's job, which is what we done yesterday for them. So, yesterday morning, I gave the police the man's name, his address, where he lives. That's where he lives over there.
So a day's gone by. I then have a duty. So I then decide to do whatever I need to do to protect my family and make sure that this man is taken off of our streets.
That's smart. So he gave it to the police. They did nothing. He decided, I'm going to handle this myself, which is smart to me because he could come to your house. Remember, they're trying to find his house. So if you don't, sometimes you got to go on offense, especially when people are coming, right? Right? So I think that was smart of him to go on offense, right? I need to go meet you before you come and catch my family when I'm not home and you talk what you're going to do to my kids and my wife and stuff, right? So he went and he found him.
To protect my family and make sure that this man is taken off of our streets. Have you got mental health issues?
Yeah.
Right, so you're talking about killing my kids. How have I found you before the police have found you? How have I got you here before the police have found you? Where are you running to? I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to hurt you. You're threatening to murder my children, bruv. I'm not going to hurt you, okay? If I want to hurt you, I'd already hurt you.
Okay.
I'm not going to hurt you. You're threatening to murder my children. How do you think, bruv, if you've got mental health issues, you need help, bruv. If that's the case, if you're standing in front of me now, yeah? Are you going to come to my house and hurt my family?
No.
So why are you saying it, kid?
Someone keep brainwashing.
The contrast was striking. The person behind the messages didn't match the image created online. Instead of confidence, he was nervous and afraid. Tommy made it clear he wasn't there to harm him. He simply wanted answers.
Who's brainwashed you?
Ali Dawah.
Ali Dawah's brainwashed you to kill my kids.
I got that from YouTube, actually. Someone said he'll kill someone and take his
merchandise.
Y'all see this, guys? This is actually one of the saddest things in the world because he's mentally challenged. And he said, Ali Dawah, that's the YouTuber, the one that they showed earlier with the 1 million subscribers. I went to his channel. He's still up there making these Muslim videos, right? They kill me like this. I'm sorry, bro. This culture is, bro, this stuff is of the devil, bro. That you can influence. Now this man goes to that mosque every day, his whole life, and he got them. They pump this fear, right? They pump this jihadism, this religious, right, extremism, and everybody's not mentally there. So he said, I heard on YouTube someone saying that they'll eat you and do this, and he like, Ali Dawa, you're the enemy, right? You're against Allah. You're a kafir. You remember what he called him, right? But he's mentally slow. He got scared. He ran. Look. Let me put it back. It's actually pretty
The contrast was striking. The person behind the messages didn't match the...
To protect my off of our streets.
Down. Get out. Yeah. Have you got mental health issues?
Yeah.
Right, so you're talking about killing my kids. How have I found you before the police have found you? How have I got you here before the police have found you? Where are you running to? I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to hurt you. You're threatening to murder my children, bruv. I'm not going to hurt you, okay? If I wanted to hurt you, I'd already hurt you.
Okay.
I'm not going to hurt you. You're threatening to murder my children.
I could hear clearly the way he said, okay. He said, okay. Like someone mentally challenged. He's slow. All right, let's continue.
How do you think, bruv, if you've got mental health issues, you need help, bruv. If that's the case, if you're standing in front of me now, yeah? Are you going to come to my house and hurt my family?
No.
So why are you saying it, kid?
Someone keep brainwashing.
The contrast was striking. The person behind the messages didn't match the image created online. Instead of confidence, he was nervous and afraid. Tommy made it clear he wasn't there to harm him. He simply wanted answers.
Who's brainwashed you?
Ali Dawa.
Ali Dawa's brainwashed you to kill my kids.
I got that from YouTube, actually. Someone said he'll kill someone and take his
Take his merchandise, like some Islamic.
Have an arm wrestle.
Can you have an arm wrestle? See, mate, look, listen, bro.
Friendly one.
Friendly one. Look.
Oh my God.
Look, son, I can see. Yeah. See, I'm meeting you now, and I'm.
You see, guys? No, he's mentally ill, Tammy. He's actually mentally ill. It's proven. He said, can we have an arm wrestle? He said, a friendly one. He likes to arm wrestle. And I bet he's strong as all outdoors. Because, some of the mentally challenged, you know what I mean? They be, they could be, when you weak in one area, you get strong in another area. So his strength, he want to arm wrestle. He said, a friendly one, right? No, he's actually mentally challenged, all right?
Someone said he'll kill someone and take his
merchandise, like some Islamic.
Have an arm wrestle.
Can you have an arm wrestle? See, mate, look, listen, bro.
Friendly one.
Friendly one. Look.
Oh my God.
Look. Look, son, I can see. Yeah. See, I'm meeting you now, and I know there's no danger to my family, yeah?
Okay, I'll protect you.
Protect me. So Ali Dawa, talk to me. So Ali Dawa was brainwashed you.
See, and you can hear clearly. Now, I already researched. He's actually mentally challenged, right? But you can hear it as well, right? Listen, when he said, see, now that I met you, Tommy said, now that I met you, you're not gonna harm my family. And he said, no, I'll protect you, right? So he's slow, and he's being manipulated, brainwashed. That's very, very dangerous, because the mentally challenged will think that they're doing the right thing. Yeah, the other guy got over a million subscribers, the Ali Dawa, the dude he follows, right? I got his channel up. I'm not going to show it, though. I just watched a couple of the videos. I wanted to see who he was and what he was about, right? So he, this dude, he don't got a million subscribers. The Muslim dude he following in the mosque, whatever, but his YouTube channel, I don't know if he's in his mosque. But anyway, he, so you hear him say, I'll protect you, right? That's why I said it's sad, bro. Because he's probably not a bad guy, but he's being manipulated by religion and influenced.
So Ali Dawa, talk to me. So Ali Dawa was brainwashed you.
It seems this...
I know there's no danger to my family, yeah?
Okay, I'll protect you.
Protect me. So Ali Dawa, talk to me. So Ali Dawa was brainwashed you.
It seems this online troll acted from whatever he had been told, the videos he'd watched, and how he's being taught to see certain people as enemies. Slowly, it has become clear that he hadn't fully thought through what he was saying or the consequences that could follow.
So Ali Dawa's been brainwashing him. Here we have a mentally ill man clearly mentally ill, a victim, a vulnerable person, who's told us Ali Dawah, the same man who you've seen a screenshot for, passing a new address around, the same man that gave an innocent family's address out last week, the same man that's had a complete campaign to put where I live and find where I live. That's who's been brainwashing him. This is dangerous.
I mean, it looked like online hatred, but a closer examination reveals it's more like manipulation. A vulnerable person wound up by others, repeating words he didn't fully understand.
You'll be okay, brother. Video arm wrestling match, me and you.
Afterwards we will. We'll have an arm wrestling match afterwards. So yesterday morning I went to your officers. They told me they've got 4 different units.
See? So now they're locking him up, right? Because what he did is still a crime. But as the police is locking him up, he's still asking the police for an arm wrestle. He's really slow. You see what I mean? That's why I said this is so sad, bro. When I watched it, like, you know, I have a heart for, you know, it just is what it is. It don't make me weak, right? I have a good heart, right? And it's like, it kind of broke my heart. I'm like, they manipulating this man, bro, and he could have got himself killed, right? This is what religion will do. It's crash dummies. You understand? And to do, you know, and a religion that does it to the least of these. Understand, when you have a certain levels of mental illness, they're like children in their mental development. You understand? So they could be manipulated, but he's strong like an ox, right? So they could be manipulated and then given weapons and given the address. He'll think he's doing something for God, right? For Allah. Understand? Against someone who's an infidel or a kafir, right? And they'll, you know, and it's a crash out. They don't care about his life. They don't care about that young man's life. It's disgusting, bro. It's disgusting. All right? So even as he's getting arrested, he's still asking to arm wrestle. You know what I mean? Because that's probably his thing, where he he's like shows his strength. I'm strong. You know, you can tell he's thick. He's probably strong as an ox, right? So he said, no, a friendly arm wrestle. And I love that he said he made a friend with Tommy. He said, I'll protect you. Tommy said, so you're not going to come and harm my wife and my children. He said, no, I'll protect you. Let's continue.
Fully understand.
You'll be okay, brother.
Video
arm wrestling match, me and you.
Afterwards we will. We'll have an arm wrestling match afterwards. So yesterday morning I went to your officers. They told me they've got 4 different units on this. They've got cyber, they've got intel, they've got CID, they've got all these groups. They're all operating to make sure my family is safe. I've come to find him because I don't trust this. Protect my family.
You'll come to find him.
I've come to find him. So I've waited outside his house. I've seen him come out for his first prayers, and I've come over to assess myself if he's a danger to my kids, because I've got, as I said, all the evidence is there. He's making videos, putting videos online saying, I'm going to kill you, Tommy Roberts, I'm going to kill your wife, I'm going to kill your kids. And I can't believe that I'm standing here. I've had to come to London to find him, that no one's arrested him. And he doesn't need arresting, he needs sectioning. He's mentally unwell.
21. Male.
And he said, I can't believe that I had to do the work. I done told the cops all this, and I had to come find him. And he said he don't need arresting, he actually need mental help, right? So Tommy can clearly see, right?
Your officers, what I would have thought by now, after how profile this is, it's all been online, everyone's watching it, and how profile it is. I've come here and assessed him myself the minute he tried to run off, but the minute I've met him, I can see, look, he needs help. He's got mental health issues. I've had attack after attack after attack. You've never arrested anyone, done anyone. You've never prosecuted anyone. I get continually. I'm fed up of sitting and reading comments from Muslims.
Now, just so y'all know, and I'm about to show something, they attack Tommy all the time. I got a clip I'm gonna show now that I got something else. I should have grabbed that one. It's okay. I'll do it on another one. The Muslims, Islam, just peaceful, they attack them physically all the time. Punch him, beat him, hit him with stuff. Because he's speaking against their ideology. So he's telling the cop, and it's online, I'm gonna show one now, right? And he's like, they never arrest them. These are literal crimes done online, and they do nothing about it, right? So with that one, the serial killer dude threatening him like that, that was smart for him to go find him, okay? And I'm sure he didn't go unarmed. I'm sure he but that was smart for him to go find him before that dude got charged up enough to actually go harm his family or whatever.
You've never said, arrest anyone, done anyone. I can see, look, he needs help. He's got mental health issues. I've had attack after attack after attack. You've never said, arrest anyone, done anyone. You've never prosecuted anyone. I'm fed up of sitting and reading comments from Muslims saying they're going to butcher and kill my kids and my family. And I shouldn't have to do it.
How convenient. It seems as though the cops were waiting for Tommy to do the heavy lifting for himself. The so-called mentally ill pro-Islamist person was arrested and removed from the situation before anyone was hurt.
I always hear about, after terrorists, he was mentally ill. Now, if this man would have come and killed me, or killed an innocent person in the home, or killed a woman, it's too late then. It's too late. Someone's life has gone. We always hear this, and it's these people that are used, that are manipulated, that are wound up. First thing I asked him was, what do they teach you at mosque? And he genuinely looked scared when he said to fear Allah. And he looked scared, like he is scared of Allah. So when someone sets him on a path to do something for Allah, this is the sort of vulnerable victim that will do it.
And that's what I witnessed. When I did the study and as we discourse, it's like they teach this scared. That fear of being scared of this Allah, that is not biblical. I'm going to explain the difference between what people don't understand because they don't know our manuscript. That fear that they are saying to have of this and be like a slave to this God, that they will do anything. You understand? And that's why I showed at the beginning the way they killing each other to touch that stone and all this stuff. It's like, that's why I said this stuff is of the devil, bro. I don't give a crap what God you calling or you believing in. This stuff is dark and it's wicked and it's evil. Okay? Facts. So he said when he asked him, what he said, you fear Allah, he saw a complete fright on his face. Because that's all they pump into him, the fear, right? So you gotta do no matter what, right? To death. And that is a dangerous religion. That's a dangerous belief system. All right.
When someone sets him on a path to do something for Allah, this is the sort of vulnerable victim that will do it. Yeah. Go on.
You want a little armor?
1, 2, 3, go.
There you go. See how strong you are. He is strong. There you go.
But before his arrest,
you see, so Tommy actually gave him. He understands he's slow.
This is the sort of.
He gave him an arm wrestle, and I could tell he's not trying to win. But he's strong, right? He's like, like you would do a kid, like you would do a child.
Victim, that will do it. Yeah.
Go on. You want a little armor?
1, 2, 3, go.
There you go. See how strong you are. He is strong. There you go.
But before his...
You see the smile on his face when he took Tommy down? That's a genuine smile. And he said, go, you want to go again? Yeah. Oh. And he's like, yeah, I'm strong. You know what I mean? It's like so horrible, bro. That's the least of these. You know what I mean? Again, it doesn't make an excuse because as an adult with mental illness, even if you can manipulate, you commit a crime, you still have to face it. But it's like he's a child, bro. He's mentally a child.
There you go. See? This is the sort of vulnerable victim that will do it. Yeah.
Go on. You want a little armor?
1, 2, 3, go.
There you go. See how strong you are. He is strong. There you go.
But before his arrest, Tommy made him understand something very fast. Because people like him are often left to deal with the consequences alone. Once things go too far, the people who encourage them disappear while their lives are permanently changed.
Nicky Riley had Asperger's and serious learning difficulties. He was radicalized and then handed a bomb to go and blow people up. Luckily, he blew himself up in a toilet.
Well, this is one mentally disturbed person in Islam who was riled up and they manipulate him to strap a bomb to himself, and instead he blew it went off in a bathroom stall, and he blew himself up. You understand? But he was sent to blow up, others. So this is really dangerous, especially when they play on that.
They're permanently changed.
Nicky Riley had Asperger's and serious learning difficulties. He was radicalized and then handed a bomb to go and blow people up. Luckily, he blew himself up in the toilet. But this is exactly the same situation. This is why the government, counter-terrorism, and the police should have been all over this to take this man off our streets. It's ended up with me, the person who is threatening to kill my children, getting him the help he needs. Now, you can see the difference in what he's been told about me after his brainwashing by Ali Dawah, what he expected of me after all he's been sent to kill my family on a mission to kill us all, and the reality after I've met with him.
Why does people show hatred in you? Because first I didn't know you, that's why I was doing it.
Okay.
But when I knew you, you're a good person, you're not a bad person.
No, it's all right, man. But you, as I said, just get the help you need, because you need help. You need medical help. So don't. And you see those sort of Ali Dawahs, they're going to use you.
Be nice to the
all
police
these
officers.
Preachers, they're going to use you. You don't want to be used, yeah? Because they'll wind you up and make you do something like you're doing, right? Sam.
So you hear it, guys? He said, why do people not like you? I just met you and you're a good person. And they still trying to help him, right? He said, Tommy said, don't listen to that Ali Dawah, right? They don't care about you. They're just going to manipulate you and then move on, right? And they still told him, they said, make sure you respect the police. So him and his photographer and stuff, they still trying to make sure he's okay, because they understand that he was he's just used. He was a victim.
After I've met with him.
Why does people show hatred in you? Because first I didn't know you, that's why I was doing it.
Okay.
But when I knew you, you're a good person, you're not a bad person.
No, it's all right, man. But you, as I said, just get the help you need, because you need help.
And that's the point for that young brother. The religion will make him think that I'm a bad person because I'm speaking out. I don't believe in that ideology, right? And they'll say, I'm a kafir, I'm an infidel, right? I'm to be annihilated. I don't believe in their Allah, right? But if you got a chance to know me, you would know I'm a good person, like he's saying. So he got to see Tommy and he like, you're a good person. Why would they make me think? You see, guys? That's what religion does. You understand? It's not okay, bro. It's just not okay. And as the numbers of them grow, they have a Muslim Brotherhood, right? So they got factions that are like military-like. They also got something, I think it does come out, so I'm going to say, but on Friday, I got something else. We got another lesson, but I got something coming crazy. And they got something called, what's it called? Sharia. Did I write it? Sharia. Where is it? Sharia Patrol, right? And this is another like faction that they got. They call it Sharia. This is United Kingdom. And they saying they're coming to America, everybody. Sharia, they're saying from the United Kingdom, Sharia Patrol is on its way to America. This is why the Most High got us to be exposing all this stuff, okay? And Tommy said he caught him when he went out, shout out to Gabriel, when he caught the young man when he went out to go do one of his prayers, because you know they pray 5 times a day. You see? All right. Woe to those who do the least unto these.
After I've met with him.
Why does people show hatred in you? Because first I didn't know you, that's why I was doing it.
Okay.
But when I knew you, you're a good person, you're not a bad person.
No, it's all right, man. But you, as I said, just get the help you need, because you need help. You need medical help. So don't. And you see those sort of Ali Dawahs, they're going to use you.
Be nice to the
all
police
these
officers.
Preachers, they're going to use you. You don't want to be used, yeah? Because they'll wind you up and make you do something like you're doing, right? Sam.
We've got an ambulance coming down.
An ambulance is coming, yeah?
I think everyone knows what would happen if a non-Muslim had said any of these things. Completely different situation. I completely feel, and you can probably rewind to this once it happens, that the police and the government are allowing me to be targeted and eventually be killed.
You know what he said? He said, imagine what would have happened if a non-Muslim would have said all those things, right? I'm gonna eat your parents. They would have came and arrested them right away. I believe he's correct. And you see this happening wherever they have power in numbers. Some of these extremist Muslim communities.
And the government are allowing me to be targeted and eventually be killed.
That encounter wasn't just about one man or one online troll. It points to how quickly words can escalate, how vulnerable people can be influenced, and how important it is to take warning signs.
They should be hung for treason.
All right, now you hear the comments, right? Let's go. They talking about Tommy should be hung for treason. Okay?
Take warning signs.
What did the first lady say?
And how important it is to take warning signs.
Oh, okay. I see.
They should be hung for treason.
Oh God. No.
What do you mean?
Say something there. Go on. Yeah, I know, man. I'm like a slot from that one.
Remember my face, yeah?
This not-so-recent clip just resurfaced of an incident where Tommy Robinson...
See, I got clips. They attack him. Even imams. I got a clip where an actual imam who runs the mosque actually attacks him physically. Okay? For him just speaking against the ideology. Well, he should speak against it if this is what this, see? And look, he think he all jacked up, right? And they're like jumping him. Okay?
And how important it is to take warning signs.
They should be hung for treason.
Oh God. No.
What do you mean?
Say something there.
Go on.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm like a slot from that one.
Remember my face, yeah?
This not-so-recent clip just resurfaced of an incident where Tommy Robinson was attacked on the streets of Luton by a bunch of Muslims who take Tommy as a mortal enemy. What the assailants didn't realize is that right on the spot, Tommy had called in law enforcement without their knowledge.
Definitely feel there's more tension in the air now that we're walking through here.
Yeah, of course. Luton's a very divided town.
So this is Tommy walking through his hometown where he was born in. And there's so much Muslims now, they took over, and he's being interviewed, right? All right, let's go. Right? Look how they looking at him.
Realizes that right on the spot, Tommy had called in law enforcement without their knowledge.
Definitely feel there's more tension in the air now that we're walking through here.
Yeah, of course. Luton's a very divided town.
You were here when you walked through.
I was the leader, mate, I was.
That's racist.
No, it's not, Bob, no.
Why do you think it's racist?
Shout out to Nikoro in the building. Shout out to everybody new that's finding coming into the building. Sister Hayazak. No, what I think it's more of that whenever, because I've seen a bunch of stuff, right? Because I'll see something else. Whenever he goes out, he's being threatened. So before he even probably saw them, it was probably others out there threatening him. So he probably called the police for backup, just, So yeah, so anyway, so yeah, look how they're looking at him, right? And yeah, it just looks to me, it looks like a religion of thugs and criminals, honestly. This, the extreme part, I ain't, all right? It's just, but anyway, let's continue.
It's racist.
Yeah, of course.
Remember my face, yeah? For treason.
No.
What do you mean?
Say something there.
Go on. Yeah, I know, man. I'm lucky to stop from that, Rob.
Remember my face, yeah?
This not-so-recent clip just resurfaced of an incident where
That's the Ali Dawah dude.
Tommy Robinson was attacked on the streets of Luton by a bunch of Muslims who take Tommy as a mortal enemy. What the assailants didn't realize is that right on the spot, Tommy had called in law enforcement without their knowledge.
Definitely feel there's more tension in the air now that we're walking through here.
Yeah, of course. Luton's a very divided town.
You were here when you walked through.
I was the leader, mate, I was.
That's racist.
No, it's not, Bob, no.
Why do you think it's racist?
Oh dear, what was that? What did they just say to you? Oh God, I don't know if this is a good idea.
The attack looks chaotic on the surface, but
So while he was sitting there, those dudes came past, those Muslims, and he called them a PUSSY. And I know the reporter lady scared. I know she got to be scared.
Say to you. Oh God, I don't know if this is a good idea. Oh dear.
No, it's not, Bob, no.
Why do you think it's racist?
Oh dear, what was that? What did they just say to you? Oh God, I don't know if this is a good idea.
The attack looks chaotic on the surface, but when you slow it down, it tells a deeper story about modern Britain. This was not a planned protest or a political rally. Tommy Robinson was simply walking through his hometown with a journalist, talking on camera. And that is what makes what happens next so unnerving.
Don't point your camera at me, I'll break your camera, I'm telling you. Go on, then you got something to say.
What do you got something to say?
Come here. What you got to say? Huh?
Oh God. Oh God. No.
What do you mean? Say something then. Pussy. Go on.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm lucky to stop from that, Rob.
Remember my face, yeah?
As soon as people recognize him, the mood changes. Insults start flying. People shout at him, get in his face, and threaten the camera crew. Some accuse him of being racist. Others tell him to leave his own town. The situation becomes tense very quickly, and police are called to calm things down.
Did you get on camera? Hi, I've just been attacked in Luton Town Centre.
How are we doing, all right?
Yeah, good. Where'd they go?
Tell me what's happened.
It was very, very frightening.
What stands out here is not who Tommy Robinson is, but what he represents in this moment. He is a man with controversial opinions, yes. Many people strongly disagree with him, and many of those criticisms are fair. But disagreement is supposed to be answered with words, not intimidation.
Get on with your life, man. No point causing a commotion.
It seemed like the whole town was surrounding us. Everyone had an opinion.
Obviously, he's got all the people behind him, all the white people, yeah? And we're in a white man's world right now.
He doesn't have a relevant point. I think he's made out to be 10 times worse than he actually is.
What do you mean, get out? You're born here.
Have you ever, do you think, incited any of this?
Well, that's what they're saying. Well, you deserve it. You deserve it. What? Because I exercise my freedom of speech and I'm critical of an ideology. America's going to see firsthand what's going to happen. How their freedoms will be under attack. This is what's happening. This is coming your way.
The message being sent is clear. Some opinions are no longer allowed to be spoken out loud in public. That should worry everyone, not just his supporters.
Just got the finger.
Come.
Do you think we should go?
Welcome to England.
You could feel the tension on the streets in Britain, and there's a lot of anger there. And I don't know how anyone can change that.
You see, she just standing there, cars going past, giving them the finger and all this.
In fact, it seemed the only thing the Sharia Patrol and the EDL have in common is that they believe this conflict is coming to the United States. As for the rest of us, the majority.
So they got something called Sharia Patrol, and in the United Kingdom, the EDL, that says they are proud infidels, kafirs, right? And they're promising that it's coming to America.
I don't know how anyone...
Come.
Do you think we should go?
Welcome to England.
Consent is clear. Some opinions are no longer allowed to be spoken out loud in public. That should worry everyone, not just his supporters.
Just got the finger.
Come.
Do you think we should go?
Welcome to England.
You could feel the tension on the streets in Britain, and there's a lot of anger there. And I don't know how anyone can change that.
In fact, it seemed the only thing the Sharia Patrol and the EDL have in common is that they believe this conflict is coming to the United States. As for the rest of us, the majority, we can only hope the voices of the many drown out the screams of a few.
All right. Wow. All right. Now, what do I want to do? Yeah, let me just do it. Let's listen to this Muslim man, and then I got a teaching. We ain't gonna do 8 hours tonight, but I got something I'm gonna teach. I was gonna do it right here, but let's do the Muslim man. So this copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video, we're reacting to the video. This is a Muslim man who's speaking who's speaking out about his own culture. Let's continue. Copyright disclaimers.
Muhammad claims to be a prophet around 40 years old, which is 610 AD. And then for the first 13 years, he's preaching a message of monotheism. He's preaching a message of taking care of widows and orphans. He himself was an orphan growing up. His father died before he was born. His mother died shortly thereafter. So he saw the conditions of the underprivileged, and he argued that we should support them and take care of them. That's what his ministry was like for the first 13 years. But when
So he's speaking of the Prophet Muhammad in the 600s, when he first got his visitation in the cave and some spirit came and told him this stuff. He just spoke. That's what he was believing. You know, he was seeing, it's what he said. It was really peaceful for the first whatever years.
First 13 years. But when he ultimately fled to support them and take care of them, that's what his ministry was like for the first 13 years. But when he ultimately fled to Medina, that is when he was able to start fighting. That is when he had an army at his control. And it was that very year that he started launching raids. And from that point till his death, we see a crescendo, an escalation of violence in his life.
And when we talk about violence, you indicate, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, Surah 9 as being one of the most violent books or part of the Quran.
Exactly. So the Quran is not in chronological order. So chapter 1 is not the first. Chapter is actually in the 90s is the first one. The last chapter chronologically to have been composed is Surah 9. It is, bar none, the most violent. It's called Surat al-Bara, which means the chapter of a disavowal. And it's basically disavowing all treaties with polytheists and also with Jews and Christians. And it tells Muslims to fight the unbelievers, to slay the infidels wherever you find them, take them captive and lay siege to them.
So, of course, yeah, RIP to the brother. I know he converted. I was just trying to leave that empty for a second. But Surah 9, he said one of the last chapters, I think he said the last of the Quran is the most violent. And it says basically, unalive the infidel. You see? So when they talk about this peaceful stuff that they try to spew, I'm like, well, explain Surah 9, right?
The infidels, wherever you find them, take them captive and lay Muslims to fight the unbelievers, to slay the infidels wherever you find them, take them captive and lay siege to them. That's chapter 9, verse 5.
Fight the infidels, the unbelievers, take captive wherever you find them, siege them. When I played the other Muslim dude, what did he say? He said, wherever we get in power, we're going to take over the infidels, take over the power, okay? And the other clips I've showed on the other lives where they said we got to get our power and numbers up. That's why they building these cities, all in America and everywhere, okay? So this is a cancer, all right?
Chapter 9, verse 29 says specifically, lay siege to them. That's chapter 9, verse 5. Chapter 9, verse 29 says specifically, Jews and Christians, fight them until they are subjugated and pay you money. Why? A few verses later, because Islam has been made to prevail over every other religion. Chapter 9, verse 33. Chapter 9, verse 100.
And I agree, beloved brother. It's not going to go as smooth as it is in others, but it is happening, beloved brother, because look what they did in Minnesota. You understand? They already came and got us for billions, all right? And still ain't really saw no repercussion yet. You understand? So, you know, we keep hearing stuff, but I ain't seen, I don't see Ilhan still ain't locked up. You understand? So, and the point is that shout out to everybody who's calling it out. The Chaldeans, come on now, y'all. That's what you see. You got it now, y'all. And that's why they talking that Aramaic stuff. You know what I mean? This is where this whole Jesus spoke Aramaic stuff come from, everybody. Everybody, y'all spit that crap out where it lay. You know why they've been spewing this? Jesus spoke Aramaic. Jesus, he was a Hebrew man, everybody. Do you understand? Do you know how ridiculous that is? First of all, of course he could speak Aramaic. It's an Afro-Asiatic Shemitic tongue, right? You could speak Syriac, Aramaic, a little Assyrian because they're sister group languages. Do you understand? So, duh. But you know, they say Jesus spoke Aramaic as to say he didn't speak his own language, Hebrew, because that's that Chaldean spirit that they're going to come. This is the prophecy written that Isaiah told Hezekiah all the way to the end times. Jeremiah spoke it. Prophecy that the Chaldeans, this is the prophecy that's coming, that came with Nebuchadnezzar, with the stone, the feet of myrrh of clay and the head of gold and the silver. You understand? It's all the prophetic. This is Iran, this is Iraq, this is Saudi, it's pre-Islamic Arabic. It is Aramaic, it's Aram's descendants. You understand? It is Arphaxad's descendants who start to worship the fallen. You understand? So listen clearly. So this is why they keep pushing this what you call them? Jesus spoke Aramaic stuff, because later they're gonna rewrite like that Muslim scholar doctor dude's doing, is saying there was no Hebrew Bible. It was Greek and Aramaic. And they replacing the Aramaic words to say they talking about Muhammad and Allah, right? That's where our other live stream, they said Jesus was the Muslim. See, this is all for, this is the prophecy that they would come to do. So y'all spit out that Aramaic stuff. Of course he spoke Aramaic. You know how ridiculous that statement is, everybody? The Messiah was a Hebrew from the tribe of Judah. He was an Israelite. The Hebrew Messiah. I'm not talking about those devil Israelites on the street corner cussing people out with the star of Remphan, Moloch. I ain't talking about those fake people who say they are the tribe of Judah and are not, but do lie, who over there in that land, okay, who could never been in slavery for 270 years in Egypt. They would have burnt up in one day in the sun. Not them. And I ain't talking, all right, I'm talking about a blood lineage, all right, of the original Israelite people that descend. Now listen. The Hebrew Messiah, what you're calling Jesus, that wasn't his name, but it is what it is. I can speak, we can bring it up to date, because there was no J over 500 years ago. It's impossible to be his name, but whatever, right? So listen clearly. He was a Hebrew man from the tribe of Judah. So they want you to say he spoke Aramaic. Why do you think that became such a what you call it, a doctrine to be spewed over people's thoughts? You know why? Because that's later a prophetic thing that these people are going to try to take over. Now listen what they're doing with this. The ridiculous thing of saying he spoke Aramaic, okay, he spoke Syriac too, okay? They're trying to, so you're telling me he didn't speak his own tongue? His mama was a Hebrew from the tribe of Judah. His earthly dad was a Hebrew from the tribe of Judah. His family, his lineage, his brothers, his sisters, everybody. This is the crazy part now, y'all. Even Paul spoke Hebrew. This part is just the foolish part. This is where religion make people foolish. Sharia, Paul from the Bible. Okay, I'm going to find the script. He went to them in Antioch when the Hebrews started to be, when the Romans created this Christian religion and started to make the Hebrews converting, right? And Sharia, Paul went to them and he spoke to them in the Hebrew tongue. So you're telling me, come on now, y'all, Paul can speak Hebrew, Peter speaks Hebrew, Yaakov, James speaks Hebrew, Kafir, Hebrew, right? All of them, they all spoke Hebrew. They were Hebrew men. But the Messiah didn't speak his own language. He spoke Aramaic. You see, once you, it's so base in understanding, but they bank on people not knowing the biblical culture or history and let people just dictate something to you. That's where Jesus spoke Aramaic. Jesus spoke Aramaic. Okay, he was a Hebrew who spoke a sister language tongue. If you spoke Hebrew, you spoke Aramaic. It's basically the same language. Okay, all right. No, he ain't speak nothing from no Ethiopia. They ain't nothing but Kush. I'm sorry. No disrespect to you, but you said he probably spoke. Okay, that was Rohan. I thought it was somebody new just said he spoke Ge'ez. Yeah, he probably spoke. Well, it's any language that is an Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages, they're sister tongues. You understand? So if I don't know Ge'ez, I don't know how close Ge'ez is actually to Canaanite Hebrew, right? To later Hebrew or Habariyah, but we're talking they mostly were speaking the Hebrew tongue by the time the Messiah came along, right? So the Habariyah had already been taken at the Tower of Babel. So there was iterations of it but they were speaking a dialect of a Canaanite Hebrew tongue, right? So only way I would know that is to see the actual Ge'ez and see how close it is. But being so close and having different travelers to the region, most of them were multilingual, all right? And all of those tongues were closely languages, okay? But I thought that was somebody else saying, Jesus, they'll come here with that stuff. But yeah, Rohan, I see what you're saying. He probably did speak some form of Ge'ez, which all of them probably did, you know what I mean? Now, Sharia, Paul spoke 1,000 languages. Paul was the one. You understand? Paul was, but he was a learned man. He was a Hebrew of Hebrews. You understand? So, that's why Kafir Peter said, be slow to try to understand Sharia, or you have to be very learned, because Paul Sharia speak legalese. He's a very learned man. All right. So this is why why they keep pushing this Aramaic stuff, because later in the prophecy, there's going to come out where they're trying to replace the Messiah from remember, what did that Muslim doctor dude say? He was a Muslim. Now, and when he spoke to them, he went to the Father and asked them in the Aramaic to send Muhammad. Muhammad who? The devil's a lie. See, but that was a part of the indoctrination of he spoke Aramaic. He spoke Aramaic because they banking on people's lack of understanding. All right, let's continue.
Prevail over every other religion.
I've been drinking this water, and I drank a bunch of water. Now it's the first time I peed on the lesson in about 2 years. I'm going to use the bathroom for a second while he break this down. I'll be right back. I can't hold it. I've been trying to drink this water, but I drank a lot before the study. All right, let's continue.
Chapter 9, verse 33. Chapter 9, verse 111 is the one that says, if you die in jihad, you will go to heaven. So religion. Chapter 9, verse 29 says specifically, Jews and Christians, fight them until they are subjugated and pay you money. Why?
Fight us until we subjugated and pay you money. Okay? Fight the kafirs, right? So again, he was a Muslim brother, and he's pointing out the Quran stuff. You know what I mean? All right. Hakyama, you here? Yeah.
I'm here.
You gotta pray really quick while I go use the bathroom, because I don't wanna miss. I'll miss too much, and he's dropping stuff.
Yes. Let's read the house prayer.
All right, praise you.
Husband forever. Let's see. All right then. Psalms 148. Praise ye the Most High Yah. Praise ye the Most High from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise ye him, all his angels. Praise ye him, all his hosts. Praise ye him, sun and moon. Praise him, all ye stars of light. Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for he commanded and they were created. He has also established them forever and ever. He hath made a decree which shall not pass. Praise the Most High from the earth, ye dragons in all deep, fire and hail, snow and vapors, stormy winds fulfilling his word, mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars, beasts and all cattle, creeping things and flying fowl, kings of the earth and all people, princes and all judges of the earth, both young men and maidens, old men and children. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for his name alone is excellent. His glory is above the earth and the heaven. He also exalted the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even the children of Yasharel, a people near unto him. Praise ye the Most High, Yah.
Praise the Most High. Right back, right on time. All right. So, yeah, I was drinking a lot of water. I see Laria laughing. Stop laughing, Laria. I see she like, about time. All right, so praise the Most High. All right, so now let's get back, because I can't just play it because I'll miss stuff. He's saying stuff.
A few verses later, because Islam has been made to prevail over every other religion. Chapter 9, verse 33.
Right. So that explains, he said, Islam has been made to prevail over every other religion. So that explains the some of the belief systems of what they teach, that they have to implement their culture for all of us, right? It's wired into. Now, the Hebrew Bible teaches that we are to go and teach the word, but it is freely given. And we are to present the word, plant the seed, and the Most High will bring increase, right? We are to just invite them to the love and understanding of the word. We are not to enslave and do all of these things. That's it. Now, early Christians from the Romans, they did that. Yeah, they did. The devil's a lie. You're a hypocrite if you say not. We ain't gonna call out Islam on their mess, and don't call out this Christianity on their mess. Because Christians was coming with a Bible in one hand and a gun in the other back in the days. Yeah, they was. They was unaliving, massacring, doing everything in the name of this new Jesus Christ character that they was instilling in the world by way of the gun, by way of slaughter, yeah, it was. So we ain't gonna be hypocritical at all. That just because they was doing it, y'all better understand the what you call it, the Spanish Inquisition and all that. Where you think you get godmothers and godfathers from? That wasn't nothing but what they did actually to my ancestors. You heard? The blackity blacks. You better know what they was, taking them children from their parents and raising them in some new, they already had, the followers of the way already had their culture belief of their Hebrew Messiah. You know what I mean? They replaced it and changed it and brought that about by the gun. And they was fighting against Mohammedism Mohammedism and stuff back then. Well, but we can go for earlier. The Arabic culture back then, the War of the Crusades and all this type of stuff. You understand? So don't get hypocritical. You understand? Nah. We call out all things. You heard? So all that's wicked. Okay? That's why I say I don't follow none of these religions. Have a relationship with the Father, the Most High. You understand? Because they took in people's culture in the book. So in the book, that's why some of the Muslims will point that stuff out. But you're right. That don't make them right. You understand? Just like the Roman ditties who smashing all the little boys with their little togas and stuff on. That wasn't right. You understand? It wasn't right when they enslaved the 72 Hebrew elders and tortured them and transliterated their manuscript into some Hellenized tongue of bastard and spells and polytheistic gods of ditty worship. You understand? Hermes and Apollo and all this, Zeus and all these devils. Okay? So anyway, let's keep it 100. If you're going to keep it 110, keep it 110. Okay? Hypocrites on both sides. All right. Nah, ain't no trust me nothing, clown. Who? What little ditty here? Andrew, you being a ditty? My source is to trust me. That mean, I don't know. Hakim, before I slay him, is he being a ditty? Do y'all know? Did he just pop in?
He just came in with that. So
he came in as a ditty, right? Come in, don't know where he at. talking about somebody's source. Now you look real stupid. You look stupio just coming here talking about source when all we do is break down everything, ancient books, text, all on the screen. You little Epstein, get your butt out of here, Epstein. Sorry, not sorry. Get your little jelly belly here, away from here. Bye-bye. You heard? I'm sorry. I ain't got the tolerance for these jelly bellies tonight. All right? Yeah, Diddy Man did pop up. Come on, get to the Diddy Man and popped up in here. You're jealous. Oh, you jelly belly. This might beat you up in school. All right, let's continue, guys. All right, let's go. Talking about some sources. You came to the house of receipts. That's how you know when somebody's a fool. You know, I ain't never, even when I didn't have an election, I wasn't boo-boo the fool. You know what I mean? I'm not just going to step into some house and don't go look at the catalog. Don't find out where I am, idiot juice. All right, but anyway, let's continue.
3. Chapter 9, verse 111 is the one that says, if you die in jihad, you will go to heaven. So it launches Muslims right before Muhammad dies into...
See? So he said in the Quran, at the end, they got a charge that if you die in jihad, one-way ticket. See, that ain't biblical. But they don't care about biblical, right? Because they took someone else's culture, the Hebrew manuscript, right? And now they actually inserted some Arabic culture into someone else's culture, right? This is Muhammad dude, because he got visited in the cave by some jinn, that's what it was, some devil, right? But anyway, so now now this ties in to the title with the Muslim serial dude, right? The slow dude, right? They pump the fear into him and say, if you die doing this, religious heroic act, you get an automatic ticket into heaven. Where that's at in the Bible? It ain't. I guess Muhammad or one of these people who wrote the Hadiths, they wrote that in there or something. But can you see how this extremism would have them? And remember, the infidels, you ought to take them over, do this, you ought to, everything is, and if you die in this act, then that's the greatest thing that you could do. This sound like a religion of the devil to me. It sounds like somebody just cocked I know Hasatan when I hear Hasatan. Sound like somebody done cocked up a devil plan to me. Right? I don't care that y'all, I was supposed to say y'all following this crap. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I am the worst infidel. Y'all might as well sign me up. I'm a kafir, kufur. I'm a igga. I'm an Israelite. You might as well call me everything under the sun. But I know in the Shamayam, in the heavens, in the spirit realm, I'm a child of the Most High, standing 10 toes down against all you diddies. Oh, you hear me? That Andrew Diddy who just came here, these Muslim Diddies, some of the Christian Diddies, I don't give a crap what you are. If you are not morally righteous, you know them by their righteous fruit. I know my brother and sister of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people by their works, by their fruit. You heard? So I'm a enemy to them all. Yeah. I'm whatever you want to. I don't give a crap. They didn't call me everything under the sun. You heard? You understand? I come from a people who've been called the Iggas, Jigaboos. We've been called Sambos. We've been called spear chuckers. We've been called Iggas, Israelites. We was Afro. We was Afro-American. We was colored. we was. I done been called everything. What you? Come on, Maddie. You sticks and stones. Those words, bro. I'm sorry, my skin too thick. I'm saying I done been around the block too much. You understand? I know who and whose I am. You understand? The devil's a lie. I'm rubber, you glue. That part. All right, let's continue. Some of us know who we are. You heard? That part.
So it launches Muslims right before Muhammad dies into this undelimited warfare. There was no end in sight. It was just fight. And that's why Muslims were able to conquer 1/3 of the known world. I'm talking from the shores of the Atlantic to the valleys of India within about 100.
That's a good word, Laura, y'all. If you're not morally righteous, then you are a Diddy. You are an Epstein, Diddy-licious doo-doo dunker. That's what you is. In your spirit, mentally, physically, and spiritually. That part. Righteousness is where the Most High is. Let's go. Who he is.
World. I'm talking from the shores of the Atlantic to the valleys of India.
So he says,
within about
by the time Muhammad died, when he put all this in the last books, it ushered them into just a religious military faction to just conquer. And the ultimate goal is, if I die in my military conquer, I got a one-way ticket into heaven. Oh, that's going to make some religious fascists if I ever seen some. It's actually a perfect military blueprint to make religious zealots. You understand?
150 years.
So where does this idea that this is a religion of peace?
From the shores of the Atlantic, and that's why Muslims were able to unlimited warfare in jihad. You will go to heaven. So it launches Muslims right before Muhammad dies into this unlimited warfare. There was no end in sight. It was just fight. And that's why Muslims were able to conquer 1/3 of the known world. I'm talking from the shores of the Atlantic to the valleys of India within about 150 years.
So where does this idea that this is a religion of peace come from?
The words, the religion of peace, Islam is a religion of peace, is found nowhere in the Quran. It's found nowhere in the Hadith. It's not even really found in any polemical literature, any commentaries.
It ain't found in the Bible either. The Bible don't talk, well, it does mention something about it, but it don't say it by name, right? The Bible don't say Islam is a religion of peace either, but let's continue. The brother said it ain't in the Quran, it ain't in the Hadith, so where these people, where they getting it from then?
The religion of peace is found nowhere in the Quran. It's found nowhere in the Hadith. It's not even really found in any polemical literature, any commentaries until the 20th century. So this is a modern phrase.
Oh, so it's a later edition. Well, then I know about those. We all know the later editions. That's where they add their likeness and image. You heard? I know all about the later editions, but let's continue.
That was invented by people in India who were interacting with British folk. This was before India was reverted to its own control. And so that's where we see the phrase Islam is a religion of peace coming up in interactions between Western culture and Islam, usually when we're talking about polemics and apologetics.
So is it accurate?
Now, how do we mean the phrase Islam is a religion of peace? If we mean that there are peaceful Muslims, no one can argue with that. I would say the vast majority of Muslims in the world are peaceful, and I would say that without hesitation. But if we say Islam is a religion of peace, that's problematic because, again,
shout out to all the righteous brothers and sisters that are Muslim that are of peace. Shout out to y'all.
Muslims are not Islam. Islam is the system. And like I said, Muhammad had been, because again, Muslims are not Islam, it's hesitation. But if we say Islam is a religion of peace, that's problematic because again, Muslims are not Islam. Islam is the system. And like I said, Muhammad had been fighting.
Yo, Ivan dropping something. Ivan said we were called Gentiles. Hold on, Ivan, I got one for you too. We were called Hebrews. Then we were called Negroes here in America. Okay, they called us Hebrews too, Hebrew Negroes. They call us Negroes, and they called us Negrolites. They call us Nook. They called us Iggers. They called us Negress. I'm sorry. I can laugh at this stupid stuff. You know what I mean? Because I know who we are. And they also called us the people of the book. Now that's the part. And even Muhammad. See, that's the part they want everybody to forget. That all the ancient lands, they said, those are the people of the book. Now, the ancient Arabics, come on, we got the old textbooks. Remember the old, we did that one with the old traveler when they was doing trading in ancient Arabic. And he said, who was that? And he said, they look like the Ethiopian. And he said, that's the people of the book they was talking about because they were black. And they said, no, that's the people of the book. Yeah, you Negros. Right? All right, so anyway, and then we had Yaya Negro over there in Spain and Portugal, you heard? And that was a whole nother lineage of, that's why they went over there and made Negro land, okay? So that whole Negro thing got a whole nother election to it for those who really know the history. But let's get back. Let's stay focused right here. All right. We can play with that all day. All right.
Fighting from the first year that he is the system.
And Muhammad called them the people of the book too.
Are not Islam.
But they say now they try and say it's the Uish and the Christians, but it is what it is. We don't gotta tonight lesson ain't about that. Let's continue.
Of peace, that's problematic because again, Muslims are not Islam. Islam is the system. And like I said, Muhammad had been fighting from the first year that he could until he died. And he launched Muslims into battle such that they conquered 1/3 of the known world, and then they kept fighting. From that time until the fall of the Ottoman Empire, Muslims had a significant degree of military control throughout the world. It's really hard to say in any way that Islam is a religion of peace when we're talking about physical peace.
Now, when we talk about jihad, not really considered a violent.
And for others who want to know what that is, the Bible says they will be called a byword and a proverb. The people of the book, because they transgressed their father, and they would go into slavery, into captivities dispersed across the four corners of the planet Earth, and every nation on earth will be on the head and have their foot on their necks, and they will be lowest in every land where they are taken to. All right. And in all of those lands where the Most High, the Hebrew Bible said, where I will disperse them to, they will be called a byword and a proverb. That's why we got so many labels for those who think it's just foolish that that there's a little blood lineage, okay? And that's coming. That's a teaching I'm about to do. That lineage, that bloodline, oh my goodness. Should I go into it? Nah. Let me wait. I was about to say, should I go into it now? Because that's the house. The bayat is the bloodline, the blood lineage. We going there. Let's get through some of this and watch what y'all about to learn tonight. All right, I'm gonna hurry up and get to it. It's 12 o'clock. So I'm gonna do one more of his, and then let's get to this teaching. Let's get to this teaching. Watch this. And I'm gonna put it on the screen, and I'm gonna show you what we're talking about with receipts, like we always do. Watch this.
Violent thing, but more defending a faith. Is that when we talk about jihad, not really considered a violent thing, but more defending a faith. Is that correct?
In the West, that's what we were told growing up, that Muhammad only fought defensive battles. He was trying to protect the ummah, the Muslim people. The fact is, though, when you get past the modern narratives and you start reading the text of the Quran directly, and you start reading the history of Muhammad's life directly, there's no question that's not the case. He launched raids. Even the first battle that the Muslims fought, the Battle of Badr, was a result of a raid that he launched against a caravan that Muslims fought. And so from the beginning, there's no real distinction, actually.
You know what? Let's do it now. It's 12 a.m. because it's late for others. It's Monday night. Let's get to the teaching. Y'all get a pen and pad. Let's go. Time. I can get back to him another time because it's long. Let's go. Let's get to the teaching. All right. Y'all right? It's a word, right? And it's a word. I think I taught it last time, but we're going much more deeper. All right. It's the word love. Okay. So you know how in the Bible they say Jesus just love everybody, just love, right? I think I taught it last time. It's a habayah. I'm not sure. So y'all write this down. Hakiyama will write it in the chats, both chats. AHABAYAH. Habayah. All right. Now I'm about to show y'all something. Let's go. And I'm gonna do it in a way that I'm gonna show you how others, guys, how other cultures can take another person's culture and mistranslate and add things that ain't in the original culture. Okay. Now, this word love is very important. Ahabayah. All right. I know some who know a little bit of Hebrew, they will say, ain't it ahava? Ahava? Yeah, in the Canaanite Hebrew, it's ahava. In the original tongue, it's ahava, because before there was a V, there was no V at one time in the Hebrew tongue. It was a B. But watch this. Now, this is how another culture tries to teach another person's culture. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We reacting to the video. Watch this.
The four letters Aleph, He, Bet, He compose the amazing Hebrew word ahava. Translated
ahava
into English, ahava means love. The first time the word love is used in the scripture is in Genesis 22:2. Listen to what it says. And he said, that's God, take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell thee of. Abraham, of course, was prevented by God in the final act of this messianic drama from sacrificing his only son Isaac. This drama is a messianic prophetic picture of our loving Heavenly Father who would offer up his own son as a...
Right. So this ties into the Muslim culture because they say Ishmael. But no, it was, thank you, Maddie, for your donation, daughter of Yah, humbly received. Now, it was actually Isaac who had the promise, right? So now listen clearly. Now, watch this. This is ahavayah, right? And you need to understand these words. And next time I'm going to get to that fear, because it's these things will confuse you because they will look like contradictions, right? You know, love your enemy as you love yourself and all this, right? And I broke down that ahavayah, what it means. Love means understanding, reverence. It means it is a verb to do, right? And I broke that down, but now we're going somewhere, right? Because this is how they try to teach. And now let's continue. So he says the first time it shows up in the Bible was in Genesis when the Messiah is speaking about Abraham loving Isaac, right? When he was thought that he would have to do a sacrifice.
Prevented by God in the final act of this messianic drama from sacrificing his only son Isaac. This drama is a messianic prophetic picture of our loving Heavenly Father who would offer up his own son as a sacrifice for our sins. What do the pictures under the four letters Aleph, He, Bet, He reveal?
Now, you see, he said, this is ahavayah, right? But do you see what I got on top? So some will be like, okay, so what is that? Everyone, this is ahavayah. All right. So then why is this man, what is this? Watch this.
Aleph, the first letter in the Hebrew word love or ahava, is pictured as an ox and means the strong leader. He's the first, and in the ideal meaning, it's God the Father. He, the second letter in the Hebrew word love, is pictured as a man lifting up his eyes and hands to heaven, and it means to reveal or to behold. Bet, the third letter in the Hebrew word love, is pictured as the one who comes out of the house. He is the son. The ideal picture meaning of Bet is the Son of God. He, as we've already learned, is the picture that means to behold.
All right. So now you just heard him try to explain actually a culture that's not his, but no disrespect, it is what it is. Now listen clearly. He said this was a hava, right? And he said this is an aleph. And then he said the picture is an ox. Okay, so if this is supposed to be an aleph, and the picture is an ox head, then what is this? Are y'all following me? I'm trying to show you, watch this, it's going to be really good, very good. You're going to see how they can't teach our culture. Understand? This is how they change. This is where they add their likeness and image. Anybody, does this look like an ox head? This up here is the pictograph. It's not paleo, all right? That's later. That's squiggly lines. That's the Canaanite Hebrew. This the original tongue. This is the image of an ox head. So if I went to a cave and this was drawn on the wall, I would know this is the Aliyah. Everybody, it's not Aleph because there's no E in the tongue. It's a consonantal like every other original Afro-Asiatic Shemitic tongue. I'm going to show you on the screen in a minute, right? Like the ancient Summa, like the cuneiform, like the ancient Demotic, the ancient Kemet, later Egyptos, right? The ancient tongues were all consonantal, all right? Now, so this Aleph and this modern script is like the other brother just said in the Muslim text when he said, they said Islam was a peaceful, he said it's more modern. Okay, this is later. So this ox head is the Aliyah, right? But if you wanna, right? But so if it's a ox head, then why are you drawing this image? Why would you draw this image when this looks nothing like an ox head? Then he said, now listen, he said, the ox head, the Aleph, is supposed to be a strong leader and God the Father. Now everybody, that's not true. That's wrong. This is where they added this in. Now the ox head, some of the definitions of Aliyah, I'm going to get there, does mean strong leader, but it's not God the Father. All right? They added this later. I'm going to show you. All right? So anyway, let's continue. Now, why would you create whatever this is? This has nothing to do with an ox head. So where did this come from? What kind of symbolism is this? So you got to know about the fallen angels, and you got to know that these lines and these drawings and these pyramids and these intersecting triangles and all this stuff have meaning. You understand? So this, they changed to this. So then he said the next letter in Ahava, which means love, everybody, is supposed to be, he said, hey, right? Now, if he understood, it couldn't have been hey, because that's not, no, that's a vowel sound, a. Only sounds were the breath sound, the breathe. And that's what this letter, this adiyat, actually has the sound of ha. That's what the sound comes from. This is the revealing. He said, it's a man lifting up his eyes and hands to the heaven. Everybody. And then he drew next to it, what? A man, come on guys, lifting up his hands, right? So then what is this? Everybody? See guys, see how simple this is? So then, okay, okay, with your religion, everybody got it right. So then this is not a man lifting. Everybody, does this look like a man lifting up his eyes to heaven? Or does it look like, I don't know, a box head, look like 50 Cent head? Sorry, I'm glad I'm glad I'm shadow banned, right? A lot of y'all 50 would be trying to bring some smoke, but if you watch my videos, he'll know better. He'd be like, you know, I'm gonna leave Uncle alone. Uncle tongue is sharp, right? But I'm safe because I'm shadow banned, so 50 ain't gonna see this, right? But 50, this is square head 50 Cent, right? Right, but anyways, shout out to 50, right? If you do see this later when we get to the shadow ban, that's gonna be hilarious, right? But anyway, so this just looked like a square head. I don't know what this is, right? So, okay, so, and the crazy thing, guys, is that the maker of this, he showed you what the actual letters are. So what somebody should have said to him is, then why would you change it? Who gave you the right to change the ox head to some, I don't know what this is, and change the man with his hands and everybody? Reason why he ain't got two legs, because that's the seed of Yah in the man. It's supposed to be symbolic of the seed, the man be able to recreate, plant his seed in the woman. So that's the Nayan. That's another Adiyat letter in the Habariyah tongue, the Hebrew tongue. And the Nayan is the seed of Yah, right? That's why it don't got two legs. Later, some made it a man with two legs, right? But this is the original Habariyah pictograph tongue that was taken at the Tower of Babel. So anyway, so then if my thing to him is, if you know that this is what the letter is, then why are you writing this and teaching this? Who taught you that? See, this is the witchcraft, everybody. So then he goes on and he says, this is a man lifting up his eyes and hands to heaven. And I'll say, what is? The one you drew on the side is, but I don't know what this is. Then he said, the bet, everybody, this is bayat, all right? And he said, now listen to this one now, y'all. He said, the bayat is one that comes out of the house or the son of God. Everybody, the bayat never meant the Son of God. It never meant one that comes out of the house. Just like it never looked like this. Just like the Hayah never looked like this. Just like the Aliyah never meant God the Father. Everybody listen. They added this when they changing all this. They adding, and they added that the bet is the Son of God. Huh? Where you made that up at? Watch, we're going to see. And then they went and they said the last letter, hey, Hayah, means to behold. That's correct. To reveal. All right. And he's saying, this is the part, everybody, I want y'all to see. Now, y'all, did you catch this? I don't know if somebody caught this. Everybody, didn't he say, and I'm going to show y'all, I'm going to explain to y'all, y'all going to have a full understanding. Didn't he say that the word was ahavaya? Watch this, everybody. I know that might win over people's head. Watch this.
Ahava. Translated into English, ahava means love.
See it? He said it's ahava, right? But Nayal, what did he put? He put a B. See, guys? He didn't even explain how he put a B, but again, he understands that it's ahava. See? That's what I've been teaching y'all. Before there was a V, there was a, say it's pronounced wa. Everybody, like U-A, they'll say that's wa. That's Akkadian, fallen angel, replace it. Everybody. Now, this is how the tongue went to Canaanite Hebrew from the original, okay? So this is where you get stuff like this from. Hold on. Let me just do it correctly. I got it. This is going to be a good one right here. Let me grab it. Where is it? It's, where are you? Where would you be? Oh, it's here. It's this one, right? So make it small, right? Come back to y'all, right? I'm coming back to that video. It's going to be a very good lesson. Y'all going to learn something very important. Very important. Window. Share. This is where they get this. Bingo. You see? Where it says, where those same people came up with yo, hey, wav. The wav, that's a W. These are the, so yad, hayah, wayah, hayah. They'll say yod, hey, wav, hey, right? That's Canaanite Hebrew, right? That's not the original tongue, right? But anyway, I can speak it because some of y'all can understand that. Now listen, this is where this W comes in at. That's later the last letter to be added because that's when Mashiach, the Messiah, had to come. Before the Messiah was needed to come, there was no W because that's him. It's the tent peg when he got pegged to the crossbeam and hung from a tree. All right. So they say his name can be spoken. So this is why that W is there. So you'll get some Hebrews who will call his name Yahweh. Right. Now, some who understand the Hebrew dialect tongues, they'll go more ancient and they'll replace the W with the V, because they know that before that W came, it was a Vav, before they called it a Wav later, right? And then later, after that, they added a U, but that's straight Canaanite, all right? That's when the Israelites started to follow the Akkadians. But let me explain. So earlier, this would have been pronounced Yahava, because wherever there's a consonant, you put the aleph in between. This is why the Convertites took his name and said, we're not going to speak it, so we're just going to use consonantals, right, to describe it. So they call it ineffable. So they start calling him Hashem, the name, right, which is actually transgression, because the Most High said, call my name forever, speak my name, come in my name is your salvation, my name protects you. But listen clearly. So that's why, everybody, this right here, now later they called it Yahweh. That's when Ugarit was Yahweh. So more original would have been Yahweh if you just put an A, aleph, 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 right? In between the consonants. It'll say Yahweh, right? So that's more of the original, but that's really Mashiach in his name. So when you say his name, when you put Yah and you put Awa, that's speaking of Mashiach's purpose coming, and you're putting this Wayav is the Messiah in the Hebrew letters. That's the Messiah coming for us, right? So that's putting the Messiah's image in the Father's name. Nothing wrong with that, but you need to understand where that comes from. But now, yeah, they can't speak it because it will burn you correct. It will crucify them. It will be a judgment against them. So now, yes, Yahweh is Canaanite. So later, the Israelites becoming like the Ugaritians, right? So Yahuwah was the first vowel sound when the Israelites start to go with the Akkadians, all right? From ancient Sumer, and that's Amorite, Canaanites. And they added the Wav. They changed this Wav to a U in Acadia, because the vowels was added in Acadia, ancient Acadia. So that's when this became Yahuwah. That's why you got people call them Yahuwah, but they don't know. That's why I'd say that's the Canaanite Hebrews. It's a Canaanite tongue. And we ought to come out of that. Okay, I came out of it. I used to call on Yahuwah too. I had no empty your wineskins. Once all things ain't for you to hold on all the time. But anyway, let's continue. This is just I'm going somewhere else, but I want y'all to understand, have a basic understanding of where we're going right later. So this later, when the Israelites start to become Ugarit, that's when the A sound, that was Ugarit, the vowel sound. So you got A, E, I, O, U. U was first, okay? And then I, the I, ion, the I sound was second, okay? That's Acadia into Ugarit. And then the A, E, I, O, then I think A was next. A was next, the A sound. And then it was the E sound. And then O was the last sound. By the time the O came about, that's Phoenicia, Ugarit. Okay? Now, this in Ugarit, Ugarit, they start the A sound came about, and the Israelite ancestors started to call him Yahweh, and that was the Lord. That was this other deities, this Canaanite mix. It's a synchronization of gods. You understand? That's why the Israelites kept getting themselves cursed, guys, also, just so you know. That's why they kept going into captivities and everything, because they kept mixing themselves. Moses said, I am your creator. I am your Aliyah. And they kept wanting to serve all the other gods. All right. So that's where Yahweh come from. That's why when people come and they're like, Yahweh is a such and such Canaanite deity. And I'm like, you're correct. Because I know. All right. No, Shamariah, the way you say Judah is Yahuwah. Yahuda, if you want to say it in English. Well, a mixture with the vowel. So that Judah is Yahuwah, now Yahuda, but it's actually Yaada. So Hakyama, write Judah for Shemariah. In the original tongue, it's Yaada. There's no U. There's no vowels in the original Habariya tongue. In ancient cuneiform, the vowels started in Acadia with the Amorites, the Canaanites. All right. So they will be Yaada. Now, Yaada, shout out to Shell Love. Yaada, they called them Yads for short. That's where the Jews comes from when they call them that ooze. They called them Yads. Yahds, right? The tribe of Yaada, all right? What they call Judah in the English tongue. All right, now some later call them Yahudi. So remember, this is where in Acadia they started to call themselves Yahudi because they added the U, the U. It was no vowels before Acadia. You could look this up. All linguistics, all code. This ain't got nothing to do with no Hebrew Israelite stuff. Okay? So I got you. So there's two, the Most High. All right, so let me explain it clearly. The Most High name in the Bible, he says Yah. Simple, plain, right? Yah, that, his name. When you add something to it, like Ayah, it's describing something about the Father. So Ayah means I am. That's what he told Moses in Numbers, right? I did this before, but I'm going somewhere else tonight, right? So Ayah means I am Yah. I be Yah. Yah exists. I exist. Yah exists. So whenever you add something to his name, it's describing something about the Father. That's why you got to be careful what you add to it. See? So Ayah means it's the first person singular. Ayah, that's why they tell him I am that I am. That's Ayah, Asha, Ayah. Ayah, Asha, Ayah. Now, when you go back to Hayah, okay, all right, you're wrong. Eastern Mayas, I know that that's your belief and you got a right to believe that, but you're actually totally 100% wrong. There's a genetic lineage and they are in Israel, they are blood lineage, and it was never stamped out. The Bible actually said that it will be restored. In your land of captivity, I shall restore you, and you shall surname yourselves. But I know you get taught this from these haters who wants it to be anybody else, right? That's fine, right? When you thinking it's somebody, right, now you're going to say it's the Christian church. The devil's a lie. It ain't no Cersei. There's a lineage, and their lineage is actually humbling themselves, and the Most High is revealing his original pure language that he said was taken at the Tower of Babel. So all the prophecies that's being played is being played out right in front of your face, but some will reject it, right? Because you get in your feelings, right? Nobody's disrespecting nothing, but exactly what I'm doing right now and what I'm breaking down is actually so ancient, right? That it goes all the way back to this. Let me just do it. See, that's where the adversaries come in, guys, and it makes it even better lesson. You know why? Because it makes me go to somewhere that I wasn't even going to go right now. But watch this. Watch this. Stop share, right? I got to come back to that, right? Give me a second, share screen, right? So the remnant at the end would be able to show you, right? The ancient script, right? The Egyptian hieroglyphs, the hieratic, the Phoenician, guys. This is paleo, guys. See? Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, right? So while he's talking about there will be no lineage, so then how, if we prophesy, how then the Bible says that he will awaken his remnant in their captivity, they shall remember themselves. But no. Oh, no, nobody's going to remember nothing, right? So look, this goes all the way back to that person on the screen. See, the modern equivalent. All right. And then, man, this goes deep, right? So the ancient, middle, late, modern, right? That's the Mayam. But anyway, let me continue. Let me get back because I got so much to bring out. This gonna go good in a second, right? I can't let the distractors take me off course, right? Because that's what they'll be sent to do. right? And the children of the Most High, they want to learn. The remnant who want to learn, who have ears to hear. Everybody don't have eyes to see and ears to hear. You understand? So they come with predisposed notions, and they try to drop off their stuff here, but not here. All right. So anyway, so again, his name is Yah, and whatever you add to it, right? So this right here, Ayah, means I am. That's in numbers. That's the first person singular. And this word Hayah, when you add it to Yah, it means he is Yah. Yah exists. Yah is. It's the second person, plural. Okay? So he said, tell them Hayah sent me. So when you speak the language in the Bible, you can understand what they're actually saying. That's where we're going to Havayah, love. Give me a second. Now let me go back. I'm still doing this, right? So now this right here, I'm going to explain how this became Jehovah and all this, right? So shout out to Benny, right? Yes, hallelujah, right? So it's hallelujah. Everything, there's no E, U. All you got to do is so simple. And if you was trying to do linguistics and study any Afroasiatic Shemitic tongue or any ancient language, right? Ancient Sumer, any of them, you would have to take all its consonantal, okay? It's an abjad tongue, not an abjagita, right? Abjad, no vowels. The consonants came much later. The vowels came later in Accadia, right? It's fallen angel. So any ancient linguistic tongue, you have to remove all the vowels, okay? So that's the first step when you're doing ancient liturgical linguistic study or exegeting. If you went to college and did this as a profession, that's like 101 that you would do to start to decipher the ancient tongues, all right? Now later in Accadia, then you start adding the E, O, I, right? So it's so simple. Everything that you just say, halalaya, is just everything is ah. It's the breath of the Father, it's ah. So this Yahweh, right? So this Awa, everybody, is actually this. Because, let me explain. Because in ancient, before there was a W, there was a V. Before there was a V, there was a B. Okay? And the bayat is replaceable with the yad, with the wa, the yad. So this awa is a later transliteration of the more ancient word ayah. So this, when you're saying Yah awa, you would still be saying, without knowing, I am Yah, but that's the first person. See, guys? Singular. So you're not Yah, so why would you say I am Yah? That's what he told Mashayah, Moses. Told him, I am sent me, Ayah. So this is actually would be Ayah, or Ava, or Abba. Now listen, the language is so dope, bro, that when it goes all the way back to the Bayat, you can stop right there. Abba is the source. Abba is how you say father in Habarayah. He is our Abba, Yah. Everybody, Abba is the source. So this would say Yah is the source. Yah is the creator, the source of Yah, the creator, the father. That's what this would say. And Ayah is I am, he is Yah, he is the source, he is. So each of these would be correct when you understand, but the problem is that you needed to be taught how the definitions of the terms. So that's why I say, no, it's okay that you can still speak, right? Now, I need you to understand, once you started changing, once you started adding vowels like this O, and when you put an E and make Yahweh, now you go in Canaanite. Okay, so any of these are really safe. And these is when our ancestors, but it's still wicked. They shouldn't have never went there, but the Israelite ancestors always started mixing with other nations, right? So Yahweh, that's correct. Some could say Yahweh. It's less ancient. Well, that's less ancient. Yahweh, Yahaba, Yah, Abba, Abba, Yah. Okay? Abba Yah. That's the source is Yah. All right? Remember, right to left. All right? Now, later, it became Jehovah. The reason why it became Jehovah is because when they started in where was it? The E. In Phoenicia, right? In Phoenicia, Ugarit Phoenicia, when they added the E for Yahweh, right? Now this E got added, right? And in Phoenicia, they added the O, right? That's why some say when they call the Messiah Yahushua, something they call it with this O, but they don't know where that comes from, right? So Yahusha, okay? Now, Eden, we about to get you out of here because I don't know, you just want to try to teach that nobody got a lineage from the Mashiach and all that. So you can go find you a Nobody Has a Lineage channel, okay? We're breaking down an election and I'm about to put the ancient scripts on the text, okay? And we're showing something and you're just being a distraction because you don't understand, right? So unfortunately, Eaton, because you don't have an understanding, you want everybody else to be dumbed down. And that's unfortunate for you, right? That you want to go into a classroom where the teacher is teaching that 1 and 1 equals 2, but because you didn't learn mathematics, you want to tell everybody 1 and 1, though, there's no such thing as 1 and 1, right? While the teacher's like, bro, what are you, like, so we're going to get you out of here if you don't simmer down and be quiet or add something to the lesson. You understand? So we ain't got no tolerance for it's, that's when the Bible says calling themselves wise, they become fools, right? Go find you a Hebrew Israelite channel because they don't know much, honestly. No disrespect to none of them, but you can go spit that stuff over there and they all wicked and evil. They can go back and forth with you, but we're not doing this here. Okay? Yeah, Yahoshua. Yeah, Yahoshua. Yeah, that's where that come up. But that's Phoenicians, right? That's really late. By the time the O and the E came, the O is the last vowel that was introduced. Okay? Because all right. You're not speaking no biblical facts. None of that is biblical facts, what you're talking about. Okay? So what you just said was your made up religion. Because the Bible says, in the land of their captivity, they shall remember themselves and they shall surname themselves after Jacob. Do you know who Jacob is? All right. So you're not speaking no biblical facts. You're speaking whatever somebody done taught you, right? Some religious Christianity stuff. All right. So if you want to stick with the Roman ditties Christianity, okay, with your church fathers, okay, these people who were never Hebrews, that don't descend from that, and you want to think you are the spiritual Israel or whatever, this made up stuff, okay, cool. Now you could be grafted in to the natural branch. Do you understand? That is from every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, okay? I didn't say you was white. I didn't say nothing. I know you ain't a Habariya man, and I can see that, okay? I already know that. I didn't say what you was. We got, unfortunately for you, Eaton, some of these moderators that you probably think are black, they're not. They're what you would call so-called white. Right. And that's the point, Eaton. You're Semitic. See, you don't descend from Shem, you descend from Semi. That's the point we're trying to make. Listen, Eaton, you have a right to whatever your belief taught you, right? In 70 AD, when they was being taught by the original Pharisees and Sadducees, when they took over, when the original Hebrews went into Babylonian captivity, and maybe your semi-culture took over, okay? We are Shemitic, okay? Shem. Now, I don't know who Semi is, all right? So that's the point I'm trying to make. But you have a right to believe whatever religion you want to believe. But don't come here and try to tell us that we don't know what we're talking about when you're talking about you Semi. Who is Sem? Do you know what an Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages is? Okay? All right. Like you weren't taught that by no scriptures. You was taught by some English tongue, okay, Roman Catholic religion. We're not Roman Catholics. We're not Christians. So, all right. So get him out of here. He got He's going to distract me. All right. I didn't want to kick you out, but I'm not going to let you drop off your lack of knowledge. You understand? And as we're trying to teach something to people who want to learn, you keep dropping off, right? It's like going to a Christian church and saying Islam, Muhammad, right? That's what you're doing, right? You're an adversary. That my Habariya manuscript, my history book, calls that devilish, adversarial. So I wouldn't go into a temple, Muslim house, a mosque, and started just dropping Jesus is right, because it's disrespectful to the room that I'm in. Okay? So if you don't want to have respect for the room and try to see if you can see what is going on and let the lesson play out, but you just want to keep spewing like you're wrong, well then go somewhere, go find you a channel where they just saying that no Israelites ever exist, and I don't know, whatever it is you're trying to teach. Okay? So you're in the wrong house for it. So I didn't want to have to kick you out, but we can't have someone, this is an election, an elected house. We're going somewhere even stronger and deeper, and you probably could learn something, but you come in as an adversary. And that's called the devil in the Bible, right? To this position, you're a devil, all right? So I don't like kicking people out, but you're not going to distract from the lesson, because I'm trying to hurry up because it's already 1 in the morning. People got to go to work, and I want to get this election out of the way. All right. I'm going to teach something, right? I can't have somebody keep standing up. I'm trying to teach you ABCs and you trying to say, there is no letter A. Like, bro, I'm like, bro, I'm trying to teach the children the ABCs and there's no letter A. I'm like, all right, bro, go somewhere else. All right. So now, all right, let me continue. So later, the reason why it became from these other cultures, when they became taught saying Jehovah from this, right? Because later, remember, there was no J in Hebrews, right? J is the last letter, about 500-600 years ago it was created, right? So that's where you get Jesus stuff. And the E came about in Phoenicia, right? Ugarit Phoenicia, and that transition from Phoenicians Ugarit, right? That's Yahweh. That's where the E come back up, and the O was Phoenicia. So this Yahweh later became Jehovah, right? And that's why some call Jehovah the name of the Father. And they tie it to this Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. Okay. All right. So now, anyway, that's just a little base understanding of that, right? So let me get back to the brother's, his writing, right? His teaching of Ahava. That's what it was, for love, the V and the B. So what all right, there you go. Thank you, Father. So the reason why I pointed that out is because I told you that before there was a V, there was a B, right? And in that brother's teaching, he said the word is called Ahava, and then he spelled it with a B, but he didn't even teach that. You see what I mean? So I'm just showing you that they know some things, but they don't really know why or maybe where it come from, right? Because they pick up things. All right, now let's go back. Go back to the video, stop share screen. This is going to be very good, very, very good. Y'all going to enjoy this. You're going to learn something. Now, all right, so now he told you, he said,
second letter in the Hebrew word love is pictured as a man lifting up his eye.
Let me just go forward, right? So he said the word was ahava right here, right, with a V, but then he put a B, but he didn't even explain it. I just explained the B was before the V was before the W was before the U. The U is actually a fallen angel. Each of these, the V, the W, and the B are actually the original Habariya script. That's the tongue, the Adiyat letters. The U is not Habariya. That's a vowel. There is no vowel. There's no E. There's no O. There's no I. There is none of those. So anytime you see that, that's Canaanite, Paleo, modern, fallen angel mixed with, that's our ancestors mixed with the fallen. All right. And the Most High told us to come out of that. All right. Shout out to Stay True. Now, this is what they transliterate as the word love, right? But I'm going to show you something. This is why everybody, like that brother that just came in, they can't teach our tongue. He think there's no people, right? But listen, the people of the book, the original genealogy seed, oh, they come to take their rightful position and humble themselves to teach every nation, kindred, and tongue to come back to the Father in spirit and in truth. I ain't talking about those wicked Israelites. They probably Esau. They probably descend from some Canaanite, whatever they descend from. Some of them could be original natural blood lineage to the original Israelites, right? Because they always go astray, right? Most of them. A remnant will get it right. And the remnant will be able to lower themselves to teach the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people to come back to the truth. All right. So with this right here, watch this. So he said that the Aleph is an ox head and he drew it. So then why you got this? That's hypocrisy. That's the first thing I would do to these other cultures. I would say, if you know that the Aleph, which is actually Aliyah, but I'm going to just speak the vowels like they say, is an ox head, then why are you teaching this? And who made this up? You know who made this up? Babylonians. The Talmud. Sorry, the Amorite. They got it from Amorite, right? From the Akkadians. That's where these squiggly stuff come from, right? So why wouldn't you teach? Why would you have to write it on the side? Why wouldn't you just teach it? Reason why I'm doing that, because the same way that he would teach that this is an Aleph, the ox head, and it ain't an ox head, is the same way that he would be taught to teach that this means God the Father. It don't, guys, at all. All right? The Most High is not an ox, okay? And I'm explaining in a second, right? The same way that he said that this, now see how he changed? This is the original Abad. What this is supposed to be, guys, is the ancient pictograph drawing of the tent. The ancient Israelites were nomadic, and they lived in, they slept in a tent, right? And then they had within the tent, right? So you can make this more elaborate, right? Because this letter also describes the architectural floor plans. These are attributable descriptors of these letters, adayats, right? And that's the reason why they mean something. So he said it means ones that come out the Son of God. That's wrong. So that's when they adding stuff in to change. This is where they start to add this, what they call this Trinity, everybody. And this Trinity that this culture of people is adding in, this ain't the Trinity later with the Romans. This is the early Trinity from the Akkadians, from the Amorites, the three God. It was always a 3-in-1 gods, like Semiramis, like Isis, Horus, and Osiris, like Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tammuz, right? That's more ancient. This 3-in-1. It wasn't called the Trinity, what they're adding, but this is this adding this in. So this just added this as the Father, wrong, not there, and this made this a son. See, when they do this, it's because they started to add things, to add the fallen angel cultures into the Hebrew. That's why it's called Canaanite Hebrew, right? They added, come on, they added the pagan religions in. And this, you're going to see in a second, right? So anyway, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, right? I'm going to show I'm going to explain everything I'm talking about. Let me just break it down. So, shout out to Brother Warren. So this right here, and the reason why I'm showing you, because if a person will say that this is an Aleph and it's an ox head, but then have to draw the actual ox head over here, then why would you show me this? See, what the Messiah says, you know them by their fruit, okay? Why? That right there, that meant I have to dismiss everything you're saying, because you just came to me. He did it 2 times. He said, this is called a hava, and he put a B here, and he didn't explain it. That's one mistake. That's one red flag. Then second, because we are to teach and explain all things for a baby to even understand. That's Bible, all right? Now listen clearly. Then he starts and he puts all this script on the screen, right? And he says, this is an ox head. No, it's not. And then he goes to draw an ox head on the side. Then he says, this is a man lifting his hands up to heaven, lifting up his eyes and hands to heaven, right? And I'm like, no, it's not. And then he draws on the side. I mean, so then what are you doing, bro? Why are you teaching me? What is this you teaching me? See, guys? That's what I'm saying. So once the Bible, this is Bible morality. This is in discernment. Once someone feeds you this, you throw the whole meal out. It's called a little leaven leavens the whole lump. Do you understand? That's Bible. You throw the whole meal out because it's leaven. Okay? Now, watch how I dismantle this leaven. All right? And teach you the truth. Now, I put this up here, the original Ahabaya on top, right? Because he has no reason. But anyway, so then he says, this is an ox, and it means God the Father. This is means hands lifting up. This means the Son of God, and this means behold. So with that, now I want to see where you going, because this is supposed to be the word love. Now watch this.
God the Father reveals himself to.
Oh, let me put it back a little bit.
Mean of bet is the Son of God. Love is pictured lifting up his eyes and hands to heaven, and it means to reveal or to behold. Bet, the third letter in the Hebrew word love, is pictured as the one who comes out of the house. He is the son. The ideal picture meaning of bet.
Oh, what I was explaining is this bayat, this is the house, an architectural drawing of the ancient nomadic. And this is supposed to be the image of the entrance into the house. And this is a room in the house where the children, the family are safe. So the men supposed to protect the entrance. So sometimes you'll see a dot place right here. That's the aliyah. This is the man. It's not the father. The man is supposed to protect the house or the men of the tribe or the village, right? So if the man of the house is away, then the young eldest son will step up and sit in the door in case any outsiders try to come in, right? And this is the bayat, house. Okay, that's why it's the drawing like this, and it's supposed to be inside, right? Now a big schematic, it had walls because the women and the men, the boys and the girls were separate inside the house, right? So it'd be separate compartments. But anyway, this is the basic of the bayat, right? So so look what he did. He turned it into like a 9. See? So you see how you can't change it? Because when you change it, the function, it loses its function, right? So the man, the dot would be here, and anybody would come in, they would have to come through the man to get to the family, so the family is safe in the house. And it's supposed to protect you from the outside elements, okay? The house, the protection, the bayat, right? So this, number 9, that's what they did later. They start to change these and turn it, and then later it turned into this. Does this look like a house? I'm like, what? Right? Same way that this don't look like no ox head, and this don't look like no man with his hands praising the Father, right? So again, leaven, witchcraft. But it's picked up because this stuff comes from Amorites, Canaanite stuff, right? All right, so anyway, no disrespect, it's just what it is. Go show yourself approved, you'll see it. But I'm about to show you tonight anyway. So anyway, I'm about to show you in a minute. So you see how he turned this kind of to a 9 to start to look more, that it start to morph into this here. Okay? All right. And I'm just showing you why you can't change it, because everything has a function. Everything was a tool, a agricultural tool, or a body part. It was or something that had a function. Everything has a purpose. All right. It's not like any other language. You could just name letters. Don't have, like the letter A don't have a definition. It just means A. It has to form a word with other letters to make a word have a definition. Each adiyat has attributive descriptors, right? So you can't change them. That's why you can't change the Messiah's name. You can't change people's name. And people like that dude come here to my, well, we can change it. And no, you can't, because you changed the function and the character. But anyway, the nature, right? Everything has a purpose. It's meaning something. It's action. It's concrete. The Hebrew is a concrete language of verbs, of actions. Everything is a doing of something, right? Everything serves a purpose. All right, now watch this.
Et is the Son of God. He, as we've already learned, is the picture that means to behold. God the Father reveals himself to us through his only begotten Son. That is the picture meaning of ahava, or love.
Now, everybody, you see how that would sound so fluffy, right? This is how easy it is, like that brother who came here, to make him think there is no blood lineage of the original people and all that. And he learned it from where? Somebody ain't in the Bible. Somebody that taught you this spiritual children of the Father. Yeah, we are spiritually circumcised, but the remnant is never getting blotted out because you got to go through one of the 12 gates to get into the kingdom. Do you understand? You have to come. So the remnant will going to awaken themselves, humble themselves, to lower themselves, to come serve you, to teach you the path back to the Father, the natural blood lineage. Now, everybody, the blood lineage is this. This, guys, everybody listen. This is where later these other people who stole their identity, this is where they put this Son of God in. Now, y'all listen clearly. This is where they got this Son of God from, because the bloodline is the Bayat. I'm going to explain it in a second. The bloodline. It ain't say nothing about Mashiach. Mashiach is not the Bayat. He is the Wayab. He's actually every Adiyat, from the Aliyah to the Tayyat. That's why he said, I am the beginning and the ending, from the Alpha and the Omega. That's this. The Messiah exists in all the Adiyats because he spoke it. He is the Bariyah. In the beginning was the Word, and the Bariyah spoke Habariyah in each Adiyat, and that's the language that created all things. So he exists in every last one of these. He is not the Bayat. He is the Word, the Bariyah. Now listen clearly. And he exists, all of these. Elder Tamiyah got a great breakdown of the Messiah. We're going to do that one day, Elder Tamiyah. I'm going to use your breakdown and we're going to show everybody. Mashiach, that's dope. I'm going to let you do it, Elder. I'm going to let you break it down. So get that together, Tamiyah. Get that together, that breakdown reading you do of Mashiach, him existing in his path. It's from this first letter to the last letter. I'm going to show you in a second. It denotes his coming to earth, his being manifested in his heaven and coming, taking on earthly form, the Word, and manifesting his completion to the Tayyah. So he said, I am the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the ending, the Aleph to the Tayyah. That's what he said. Okay? He didn't say no Greek. There was no Greek when he spoke those words. Well, it was Helen's, but he wasn't speaking no Greek, and he didn't have to speak it in Aramaic. He spoke Hebrew. He said the Aliyah to the Tayyat. Okay, beginning and the ending. Now, the reason why they doing this is because they doing some 3-in-1 God thing, and this is remember, they always trying to replace the blood lineage, guys. All right, like that brother just came and tried to do. There is no blood lineage. Wrong. The Bayat. Now look what he just did, guys. He just said the word love, ahavayah, means God the Father reveals himself to us through his only begotten Son. Now, don't that sound nice and fluffy? See, this is how they'll get you, right? Because guess what? That's not true, guys. But it sound, right? You know what I would say? Well, what's wrong with that? See, I'm trying to show y'all the devices, how it's called subtlety, right? Hasatan is wise in his devices, right? Because if you add a little twist here and a little twist there, right? A little leaven. Do you understand? You can twist up the whole thing. You get it? And you can add other doctrine in, right? But look, this right here, it would be easily digested, right? I would be like, well, God the Father reveals himself through his only begotten Son, and that's love. Yeah, right? You see me? I'm a little kid. I'm like, yeah, strawberries. Right? Strawberries. I know y'all like, what are strawberries? I'm sorry, I haven't did this in a while. Watch this.
What do you want?
A strawberry.
A what?
Strawberry.
A what?
Strawberry.
A strawberry?
Yes.
A strawberry?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I love that clip. Because she's like, yes. Yes. See, that's when you get excited, right? So when you hear that, you'd be like, strawberry, right? Like, yes, God the Father reveals himself to us through his only begotten Son, and that's love. Yes. Right? Guys, you see how easily digestible that is? That's how slick Hasatan is, right? A little leaven. You see, that's how he get us with religion. A little leaven. And all it takes is a little more. And right here, he just actually inserted some Trinity, some triune, but you don't know it. But it's easily digestible because this feels good, right? It's like, yes. I always do that, yes. Because I always say strawberry. That's a joke in the house, right? When I'm like, yes, strawberry, right? So, and I know someone, and this is the innocence of it. Someone would say, but Unc, well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with it, guys? That ain't what it means. See, when you think that's what it means, do you miss the real meaning of love, right? And so then they're able to add in when the Messiah says, love your enemy as you love yourself. And you're like, hold on, so I'm supposed to love, right, the enemy, right? I'm supposed to love the one who gonna attack the women and children and rape them and destroy them, and I'm supposed to love, right? Because you don't understand what ahavaya means. Ahavaya means to understand. It is a work. It means so many different things, but when you don't understand it, they're able to add this in, and that's when they get to Jesus just loves everybody, and he just loves taking through the tulips, right? And the devil's a lie. You don't understand. Now, listen clearly. Now, this Ahavaya does not mean God the Father reveals himself to us through his only begotten Son, but that can sound good. It sounds good on the surface. Let me explain. Chuck, I understand that we understand your election, so praise the Most High that you found out that there is a derivation of the Father's name in Acadia that was Yahuwah, and there was a derivation of the Son's name in Acadia, the Canaanites, that was Yahusha. But Chuck, I challenge you to go a little step further and you can go look it up. Remember, it's called Diligently Study to Show Myself Approved. I give a challenge to you because I'm guessing you're a grown man, right? And you're on the path to the truth, right? I challenge you to go a little further and look up the Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages, and you're going to find out that there was no vowels before Acadia. And the Akkadians come from the Amorites and ancient Sumer. And the Israelites, that's when they became. So, but you're there. I rock with you. It's better than it's better than Yahweh. You coming along further. You're coming along further. Well, if you know that already, then so why is you coming here saying that that's their name? Come on, don't speak something. You're gonna start to look kind of crazy in a second. All right, let your yays be yays and your nays be nays. All right. So as I'm teaching this, you just dropping off. I'm guessing you might not have. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Chuck. That's what I'm looking for. Yes, Chuck. Yahuwah is a derivation of the Father's name. Yes. That's not his ancient name. That's not all the way back to the source. That's the no, it's okay, Chuck. I apologize for that. You just came and I didn't know where you at, Chuck. So I repent. I don't mean to offend you. I receive you, and we love you, King. You're in the right place. That is his name. All right. I used to call on Yahuwah too before I found out that I went a little further and found out the original name, but that's fine. You can call him his name. So actually, Chuck, his name is Yah. Okay. So when you add something to Yah's name, it's saying something about him. So the first thing you have to do is find out what does Uwa mean, because it's describing something about the Father. His name is Yah in the book of Psalms. So anything you add, Awa, Way, Uwa, Ushua, Awashah, anything you add to Yah's name is describing something about the Father. So that's a little more, Chuck, a little more understanding. And welcome to the channel, Chuck. I really apologize. I didn't mean to offend you. Sometimes, I don't know, sometimes, Chuck, people come and they be adversarial, and they just come and spit adversarial things, and it's hard to yeah, you became a wav, but listen, Chuck, that's fallen angel, the vowels. The reason why I said when you go to the Abjad tongue, you will find out that there was no connection. The connection was the aliyah, the ah, okay? The ah is the connector, okay? So when they did the wav with the u, right? That's later when when the Israelite ancestors started to mix with the Akkadians with the vowels. But it's okay. That's not a salvation issue right now. Righteousness is the salvation issue. Let me stay focused. Welcome to the channel, Chuck. But you on it, King. You on it. And great job, King. Keep studying, King. You on it. That's the path. You on the journey. All right. Now let me get back to this. Now, because we just broke that down, Chuck. I know you probably just got here, but I gotta learn to just, yeah. It's hard when people in the chat, I don't know when somebody's being adversarial or verse they being, it's hard to discern. So anyway, let's continue. So now I'm going somewhere because I'm gonna show you with the Sahabiyah so you can have the understanding of what it really means, right? Because when they tell you that it means this, then you will miss what it really means, and what it really means will protect you. It's a shout out to Johnny. It's a spiritual a spiritual warfare. All the letters and the parent word groupings in the original Hebrew tongue, it is a action. It is something to do that will protect you against adversaries. Do you understand? So when he says this word just means God the Father reveals, that is not what Ahavaya means. Okay? So anyway, let me continue.
Ava, or love. John 1:18 tells us that no man hath seen God at any time. The only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, he hath declared him. Notice that when you take the two Hebrew letters, hey, out of the word for love, you end up with the aleph and the bet. Aleph and bet is a picture of the Father. It is the picture of the Father and the Son. Now add hey, the Holy Spirit, and you have the complete picture of love, a word that declares the Father out.
See, this is why I'm trying to show y'all. This is witchcraft. Now, the person who's teaching it, I don't think he knows it. I don't think he's a wicked person. He's probably a good person, right? I'm not speaking out against him, but my people will be destroyed for a lack of knowledge. That ain't what this means. Come on now, y'all. You see this? He said, if you take the aliyah and the bayat from a habayah and put it means the Father and the Son. No, it don't. When you put the aliyah and the bayat, that means the Father. That is Abba. Everybody listen clear. That has nothing to do with the Son. That is the source. That's the Father in Habariyah. And then he put the Hayah and said the Hayah is the Holy Spirit. Now I can get where he can, because the Hayah reveals, okay? So the Rayak, the Holy Spirit, uses the Hayah, the revelation. He is the revealer. So I can see, but you see what he did, God? He just made this Trinity. You see it? See, this is how they add this sorcery. That ain't what this means. Let me explain. I'm going to show you actually what this actually means. When you get the aliyah, the bayah, and the hayah, that's the Abba. That's the source. That's actually the Father. Okay? So let me show you what I mean. The aliyah, all right, let me change. I want to show you that on the screen. All right, I think I got it. Hold on. Where is it? It's right here, right? Watch this. Let me make it smaller. Let me make this smaller. Let me come to. I'm going to show you how easy it is to deceive and even for a lack of knowledge, right? How they spread doctrine. Now this is because I'm going letter by letter. Okay. So the first thing is bayat. Okay. So because he said, all right, that's why I'm doing it this way. I forgot. So this is the Hebrew word bayat, meaning he calling it bet on the screen. This is the house. That's the B. Hold on. Let me show y'all. That's a B, a Y, a H, and a T. So these letters, adiyats, these is you will put in between each adiyat, you will put an A, an aleph. That's what the brother Chuck said is the joining letter, right? It's not the U, it's the aliyah, right? So it'll be B-A-Y-A-H-T, bayat. They call it bet or beat. That's Canaanite Hebrew, ain't no vowels. Bayat, it's the house, right? So and he said this means the son, the son, right? The son of the Most High. But that is not what bayat means, all right? So the first thing that you would have to do is understand that bayat is the word, picture, letter. It means a house. It means in. These are attributed descriptors of what this word means. It means in, inside, or something enclosed. It means inner chamber, okay? It means to protect or protection. Let me show you. That's the bayat word, but let me put the bayat on the screen. Let me do this, stop share, right? Let me do it this way, share, and I'm going to tie it up. It's going to make sense at the end, right? I know since you don't know, it can look a little disjointed. Now, these are the letters. The original Habariya, not the Paleo, pictograph Hebrew, from the Aleph to the Tayat. That's the T. When the Messiah said, I am from the Alpha and Omega, that's the Aleph, Tav, right? Alayaf, Tayat, right? The Father's name is in every Adayat. Okay, now, this is the Aleph, Bat, Gamayal, Daliyat. This is the door, the way. Messiah said, I'm the door, the way, the truth, the life. This is the Waya, the Hey, Haya, right? Reveal. This is what some will say as the Holy Spirit uses the revelation of the Haya, the revealing. Behold, the reveal. This is the Wayaf. This is Mashiach. This is where the W come from. This is where the V come from. And then this is where the U. That's why the brother Chuck was saying the U were Yahuwah. But that came about very much later, right? With the Akkadians, all right? The U as a connector, right? But the U is not in here. This could be a W, a V, and before, this is the Messiah coming to the earth. Before he came, this wasn't a letter, it was the B. That's why the person who spelled it, remember, he said Ahava was spelled A-B. Ahava, A-H-B-A, but he said Ahava with a V, a Vav. But he put a B because he knows that this wasn't here. So most people don't understand that. So when you get to that U, now you really getting into Amorite. You're getting into fallen angel, but it is what it is. We had to come out. We was calling on all type of, we was calling on a whole bunch of devils and stuff before, but praise the Most High for everybody's growth on their path. All right. Just make sure you learn to empty your wineskins. But let me explain. So this B right here, this is the house. Okay. So it means protection, inside, right? Inner chamber. Okay. It means the family, because the family is supposed to be in the house. Let me explain. This ain't never meant the son of the Most High. And this Aliyah ain't never meant the Most High. We're going to go there, right? This bayat, this means the inside. It means inner chamber. It means protection, right? It means it's a picture of the group of the floor plan, right? Of the tent. It's like the architect's design, if you will. The Most High's design, okay? The house. It means the architect is the father who builds his dwelling place. It is the body, the temple, where the Most High wants to dwell. It means within. Okay? Okay? Within. It means it's the architect's floor plan or his design, a house for us to come into, to abide in him, to come in from the outside. All right? So the outside, he tells us to come out of her, to be set apart from the outside, protected in his house. The Bayat is the house of the Most High, his covering, like your house protects you from the outside elements, right? From the rain and the people when you lock your doors, right? And your dad is supposed to be what? The Aleph is supposed to be, that's why some put a dot in front of the door, right? And if the man goes away and he's hunting or something, then the eldest son will stand and protect. And if not, one of the others in the village will stand and protect the house, the women and children, okay? The Bayat, this is the body, and it means within, okay? The house of the Most High. This also means the bloodline, the lineage. Everybody listen. That's why they say the house of David in the Bible. That's why I told that brother if he would stay here, he could probably learn something. One talk about ain't no lineage. I said, oh, you on the right lesson for this. You know, don't the Most High do that all the time, right? When I got something to teach, he'll send somebody that'll be going against exactly what I'm about to teach tonight. He had no idea I'm about to teach the Bayat, and it is one of the attributed descriptors of the second letter Aliyat of the Habariyat tongue is the Bayat, the house. And its an attributed descriptor is the bloodline, meaning that's why they say the house of David, the house of Dayad. It's the blood lineage. That house is Bayat, the bloodline. When they're saying the house of David, when they connect you to the house, you understand? They're connecting you to the Bayat, the bloodline, okay? That is as in being, right? The house is the covering, the Bayat. It's like saying being in the name, everybody, the name. Now, everybody, the name of the Most High is a strong tower. Listen clearly. The name is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and run in where, guys? And are safe. So the Bayat is the name of Yah, the bloodline. The righteous run into the name and are safe. The Bayat means protection. You're covered. Okay? It's the covering. It can also denote the Most High's bosom. Okay? The house. So being in the name is being in the Bayat. The name of the Most High is a strong Bayat. That's why the Bible says a strong tower. The righteous run in and are safe. So the Bayat is your protection. That's why I showed you that earlier. I said they took the name. Remember? What did these people say? Yo, hey, Hashem, don't say the name. When the Bible says we are to not only say the name, we are to come in the name. We are to be called by the name, and the name is our protection. That's the Bayat. Everybody? The righteous run into his name. That's why, sorry for people who are new, that's why we all come in the name of our Father in this house, because we have an election. We understand the Bayat, the name of the Father, okay? The Bayat is your protection, like your house protects you from the elements outside, from outside invasion, from spirits, from marauders, from Chaldeans, okay, from spiritual warfare, okay? So later, the Canaanite Israelites, The ones who started becoming Akkadian and Ugarit, they started adding U's and O's and I's and E's, right? Serving other gods, and they got punished for it all every time, right? Later, they started to add other meanings that is not original. So later, the Canaanite Israelites and the heathen converts, they started to add other words. They added the word woman to this. The word woman does not exist. The family, the woman, is in the bayat and the children. The woman is called to nurture. The man protects and covers the bayat. The woman builds, nurture, and makes the bayat loving, ahabaya, makes it functional, useful. She teaches the children. She covers the man. She is his helpmeet. So the man protects the bayat. But the bayat was never the woman, it's the family. But later, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all, when they add these little things, because they're adding pagan beliefs that will later turn into different, right? They're manifesting spirits, right? Because life and death is in the power of the tongue. So the words you speak become life, right? So later they add this to mean the woman. And then later the convertites added it to mean the son of the Most High. It never meant that. Okay. Now, they added this to be the son to later be called Jesus, to make the three God worship of the Sumerians and the ancient Kemites and other polytheistic cultures later, the Akkadians, and all the way down to the Greeks and the Hellenes, the Romans, the Hellenes and the Romans and stuff, right? So now, when they do this later, the unelect will say that the bayat is the son, and that's why he tried to sum that up, that the ahabaya meant the father's love, and then that is not what ahabaya means, okay? So the habariya word for bayat is a house, okay? Now, the also in bayat, you had the ya'ad, okay? So do I want to do the alayaf? I could stay with the bayat, all right? So now I'm going to get back to the word love, all right? Well, I was doing bayat, right? The house, because now that I just taught you what bayat means, now I'm going to explain how each letter, adayat, has its own descriptors. Now, each of what I just said has a positive and negative connotation depending on the spirit that you call on. It has a kalalaya, a completion to it all. So as well as it means the protected, it will also mean the opposite would be exploited or uncovered, okay? So that's why these adayats, letters, are sabaoths, they're heavenly hosts. And you got to make sure that you're in the correct spirit lest you pronounce a judgment over yourself. Because you get what spirit you in, what you call on, okay? So if you're in the wrong spirit and you call on bayat, the house covering, then you're going to get the opposite. You're going to get actual equal to what spirit you're in. That's what's going to come, right? So if you're in the wrong spirit and you try to call on bayat, instead of it protecting you from invasions, you're going to get invaded by spirits. You get what I'm saying? It's the kalaya completion. It's going to have the equal opposite reaction. That's why righteousness is your covering. That's why this says, what the scripture says, the name of the Most High is a strong bayat, tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. It don't say the unrighteous run into it. Because if you unrighteous and you try to run into it, you're not going to be safe. That's why I keep telling you, righteousness is what covers you. The righteousness. Those are salvation issues. Okay? That's why I said calling on the name and what you call, like, that's why I said, whatever. You want to call me Yahuwah, Yahweh, for those who want a high election to go back to the original, you want to be in the original tongue, then that's your calling. It's there for you, the information. But for those who just want to stay where you at and like, I'm calling them God and I'm good with God, well then, cool, work on righteousness. Because when you get to the judgment, they're not going to ask you, was his name Uwa? Was his name Awa? Was his name Away? Was his name, those things you added to his name? Was his name Yah? Was his name Jah? Was his name Lord? Was his name God? Well, no. You're gonna be judged on your righteous works versus your righteous, what you've done. So I had to learn that. That's an election. So I praise y'all for my grace now. So I got to understand that even when I'm teaching, that's why I apologize to the brother Chuck, right? Because I do want everybody to know the whole truth, but I understand that ain't everybody's calling, right? Some people, it might be where their election is just to stay right there with, Yah, whatever, Yahwehs. Some people like Yahweh, but I need to see your righteous fruit, because that's not a salvation issue. You understand? All right. So I'm gonna start having a lot more patience with that. Go ahead, Hakama.
Hamaya said that he found it and that I think he's gonna send it to you.
Who?
Hamaya.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, he can read it if he wants. That's dope. He found it. So if he wanted to read tonight, he could read it. I might want him to do it at another.
He said it's
Friday.
a video he found and let
Oh, okay.
you know.
All right, so good. I'll save it for Friday, right? And I wanted him to do it, but it's okay. I might have him do it because I might want him to do it. But anyway, let me continue. Thank you, Hakama. Thank you, Tommy. Yeah. So this I'm gonna put Bayat on the screen because I'm gonna show you now. I just wanted to show you the letters, right? And it's the reason why I came up with it is because I watched that video and I said, he's teaching Ahava Yah, and he said it's Ahava Yah. He didn't explain why he put a B when it's a V, and then he just said it means the sun and the other. None of that is true. Okay? That is not true. All right, so let me come back, share screen. Watch this, share. Now this is the house. This is how you spell house in the original picto, right? That's the B, that's the mighty arm and hand. It's called Ya'ad. That's where they call tribe of Judah is Ya'ada. That's a Yad. They'll call it a Yod. So in Canaanite Hebrew, with the vowels, they call this beat, Yod, Hey, and Tet, I think, something. There's no that's a Bayat, a Ya'ad, a mighty Yad, Ya'ad, arm and the hand of the Most High. That's the Hayah with the man hands up. And this is the Tayat, the last letter. Okay, this is the house, Bayat. You will put a aleph here, like the brother Chuck said, the connector. It's an A, an A, an A. And I'll be B-A-Y-A-H-A-T, Bayat. It's not bet, it's not beat. All right, now, let me break it down. When you put the Bayat, okay, and the Ya'ad, and the Hayah, and the Tayah together, when that's written, it is the Bayat, it means the house, right? And the house, the body within, the temple, the bloodline, all of those things, right? I gave you all of it, the strong tower, when the Most High run into it, right? The safe to come in from the inside, right? Now, when you put these Hebrew letters together, right? The letter Ya'ad, right, is the Bayat has the sound of Ba. That's why I try to tell you guys, no disrespect, but there's no U, there's no O, there's a re. When I'm teaching you the original tongue, the sound, that's the breath of Yah. Hayah is the breath of the Father, the revealer. Everything is intentional. It's a purpose. So when they get you to go ooh, oh, ah, remember we did our Adiyat lesson We did that a long time ago with the ancient linguistic, the ancient Afro-Asiatic Semitic group of tongues. And we did the ahs. And then when you did, right, the reflex, when you go ba, ya, and then you go and it just, right? That was a dope lesson. But anyway, so let me continue. So the ya'ad, it has the sound of ya, right? The bayat has the sound of ba. The haya gives the sound of ha, and the tayat gives the sound of ta. Okay, all right. So now the ya'ah means now it means a lot of other things, but I'm giving you the basics, so to break down the simplicity, to break down bayat. Each adiyat that comes together to form a parent group word. So each adiyat has its own individual meanings, and then when you add each adiyat together, the collective word means something, right? That's why I said when the brother said that the ahaba yah, love, means the Most High love something in His Son. I'm like, that ain't what ahaba yah means. So you can't do that with our adiyats. It's actually witchcraft, honestly. And you take your protection away because these things have a function and a character, what they are supposed called to do. And you can't change Yah's word. Now, this ya'ad, right? I already told you that bayat means the body, within, the temple, the house, the lineage, the bloodline, such as the house of David, being in the name, right? Protection, to protect, to cover, okay? These are descriptors of the bayat. So now when I add that with the ya'ad, some of the picture group of the ya'ad means the mighty arm and hand, right? Or the strong work, or strong authority. Okay, these are some of the attributive descriptors of Ya'ad. All right, on our Patreon, we got, well, on our ministry lesson on Tuesday, it's on the Patreon too, but we got the whole complete for each of these, the breakdown individual adiyat, because we teach the tongue. All right, that's why when people come in, I'm like, bro, you have no idea. All right, we teach the language, right? So this is some of the attributive descriptors of Ya'ad, the mighty arm and hand of the Most High. It denotes strong work or strong authority. Then you got the next adiyat letter of the word bayat, haya. And this is some of the descriptors mean to reveal or to behold. And then the final letter of the Habariya word bayat, which means house, is the tayat. And it's the picture group, a word picture of a cross, or the mark, or a sign, or covenant, okay, or the completion. That's why Mashiach said, I am the Aleph, the first to the last, the completion. Mashiach is the sign. He is the mark. So they hung him, nailed him to a cross beam and hung him from a tree. This denotes the tree, and this denotes the cross beam, and Mashiach was hung. So they know the ancient Habariya, the Romans and all of them. These cultures knew. That's why I say, curse from he who hung from a tree. That's the Tayat. Right. So the Tayat, some of the attribute descriptors are the mark, or like X marks the spot, the cross, or a sign, like the signpost, the mark, or a covenant or completion. So when you take each attribute descriptors of the adiyat letters of bayat, which come together to mean a house, you get the word parent grouping of the bayat, the house of Yah, shows a place of strong, covenant authority, strong authority where revelations are completed, or the completion revealing the signs within. So the Bayat parent group comes together to reveal. So that's why I say the Habariya language is so powerful, because not only when you put the letters adiyats together, do they form a function, a character, something done, right? Concrete, but each adiyat has its own attribute descriptors, and they have a positive and negative connotation depending on what spirit you're in. This, guys, is why you can't change Hebrews' names. You can't change Yahweh Shah. No disrespect. This is where as much as I want everyone to have the election, I have to meet people where they are. So listen clear. This might sting a little, but I don't mean anything. So if I write the Messiah's name, right, and I put Yahweh Shah, I know what the Ya'ad is, the Y, here. I know what the Aliyah is, the A. I know what the Shayan is, the S. I know what the Wav is, right? And the Aliyah. So I can give you each attributal descriptors, and when I put his name together, it means Yah is salvation. Yah saves, he who delivers to the Father, he, right? But if I take Yahweh Shah's name, or Yahweh Shah, and I put, no disrespect, I put a U, there is no U in this language. If I put a O and I say Yahweh Oshua, I know what the Yad means. I know what the Aleph means. I know what the Hayah means. But what is this O? You see, guys? You can't. You just put Levin. That's Canaanite. That's the part I'm trying to get you to understand. Now, these things are not salvation issues, because the Most High's grace cover us for our ignorance, right? But when we were his children, we did as children do. So if you were granted the election to start watching these studies, then unfortunately for you, things will start to be held against you, right? No disrespect, it just is what it is. Too much is given, much is required. So if the Most High called you to find us through the shadow band, and you to sojourn and sit through, and you don't start to empty wineskins and come to, because we supposed to, he said, my children receive me in spirit and in truth. You don't just stop because there, all right? Now, is that a salvation issue? No, but you'll open up things to come against you, okay? When you reject the knowledge. The Most High said, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, not because I didn't send it, because they rejected when I sent it. You understand? I don't reject. I used to call on all your Osho. Well, I didn't call. I remember I used to say Shalom, S-H-A-L-U-M. That's how you say Shalayam or Shalom, S-H-A-L-A-M. is how you say peace and blessings. That's and the wish people say Shalom with an O, right? That's Phoenician, right? And then some people later in the Israelites started to say Shalom. I remember around 2000, I think it was 16 or 17, they were saying Shalom and I stuff, but it sounded funny to me. I'm like, Shalom, Shalom. I'm like, what's this U? But I'm like, well, I guess the U is a little more ancient than the O. That's correct. The O is Phoenician. The U is actually the first vowel. That's Akkadian. But this is the funny part. It's more ancient, meaning I'm going back further to the original, but I'm still at the Canaanites. See, that's the difference. Now, again, wherever you at, I'm not offending anyone. But once you understand the language, then you can understand you can't replace it with pagan vowels. You can't replace it because now you just put leaven in some. So now you broke the purpose of now Yah's grace covers us for our ignorance. This is why they added the vowels in. This one, what does the Bible say, guys? If we get them to curse themselves. Do you understand? That's how. So praise the Most High for grace and mercy. You know, we had a long way to come out of all that, we was calling the Lord, no disrespect for those, because Lord is Baal in Hebrew and all. That's why they that's why they took the Most High name out of the Bible over 7,000 times. That's why the Convertites said you can't say his name, it's ineffable. That's why they said that's why they put vials with the king. That's why all this stuff to get them to curse themselves, because there's power in the name. There's purpose, election, function, okay? So this picture group of Bayat comes together, meaning a house of the covenantal authority where revelations or the revealing of the Most High is completed. You see? Welcome to the house of Yah, one of his Bayats. Everybody, your temple is supposed to be the house. Remember, they said the temples will not be made with hands no more. This is the Messiah's covenant, the renewed spiritual circumcision. That's why the brother who was here earlier talking about ain't no blood lineage. The devil's a lie. The Bayat, the blood lineage never went away. Now there is a spiritual circumcision that those who are without the fold can come in the Bayat, in the name, in the house, grafted in as if they were blood born. See, he doesn't know the scripture. So this ain't eliminating what they would call the Gentiles or the heathens, whatever you are, white, black, whatever you are, whatever, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. It's Shemitic or Japhetic or Hamitic. So whether you descend from Japheth, some of my white brothers and sisters or other nations that descend from Japheth, whether you descend from Ham, some of my, what they call black brothers and sisters, some of the African nations and the other nations, or whether you descend from Shem, right? Some of my so-called black, brown brothers and sisters and some of the Arabs and some of the so-called blacks who y'all thinks is African and stuff too, right? It's the three genealogies of remnant of every nation, kindred and tongue that would come back to their creator. But it was Shem's lineage that was chosen from Nayak Noah. It was Eber, it was Peleg, it was Abraham. You understand? It was Methuselah, it was Judah, all the way down the lineage. It was Isaac, it was the Messiah, Mashiach, it was Mariam who was chosen from the tribe of Judah. You see? So there's a direct blood lineage, and somebody told that dude wrong. The Bible ain't never said that lineage was cut off. Was destroyed. The Most High, that lineage was tracked and will always be tracked. And you would know them because they would circumcise themselves, they would lower themselves, they would clean themselves, they would come back into the name of the Father. They would surname themselves, and they would come back to serve the remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue, and lead them back to the Father. You know them by their fruit. Okay? Yeah, they shadow banning and shadow blocking everything. We ain't even make it past 100 tonight. You understand? Because they know the strong, whenever these spirits know a strong word coming, they don't want nobody to receive. Okay? Yep. And Shalom. Shalom is okay because the Wav is Mashiach. So the difference, beloved brother, when some of them say Yeshalom, that W, that Wav, is actually, it could be Shalabam or Shalayam. But we put Yah's name back. So what they did is they took the Father's name in every letter. The Father, every word, the Father's name is omnipotent, omnipresent, and omnipotent. It was in everything. So they took them out. So we place them back. So we don't say Shalom, we say Shalayam because we put the Father back. We don't say Bat, we say Bayat because we put the Father back. We don't say Dalat, we say Dalayat because we put the Father back. Do you understand? Come back to me. We went back to the Father where they took him out. He was in everything. So we come in our Father's name, covered by our Father's name, call on our Father's name. We replace his name. You heard that part? For those who want to understand why everything y'all say, y'all got Yah in it, because that's our Father's omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. He is in and of everything. So everything that you put him back in, it is covered. Do you get it? His name is the covering. It is blessed. So when we put his name back, his name was in Yarashalam, Jerusalem. His name was in Ya'ada, Judah. His name was in Hezekiah. His name was in Eliyahu, Elijah. His name was in Isaiah, Yashiyaha. His name was in Yahakanai, John. His name was in Yaakov, Jacob. You understand? His name was in Israel, Yasha'al. His name was in everything. We put Yah's name back in everything. We come in his name. We're called by his name. His name is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. The Bible says, what the Messiah, what is his name and what is his son's name if thou canst tell? You come back to your Father, children of the Most High. That's why we surname ourselves. He said they will come back. They will remember themselves in the land of their captivity, and they will surname themselves. That's Bible. The lineage has never been cut off. They will come back. They will humble themselves, and they will repent for their sins and transgressions of their ancestors, and they will lower themselves to be servants to the remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue that will stand before the Messiah clothed in white robes. That's the duty of the remnant. And that's how you know the remnant. Don't tell me the lineage is cut off when I'm showing you the blood lineage. I'm showing you the bayat right now. I am the blood lineage of the Habariyah children. And you know how I know? From the fruits, the Father, from the revealing. Where you think I came up with this from? You think I just made this stuff? How you think I get this election? How you think this is 20 years of the Father pruning and emptying and remaking and rebuilding into his likeness and image? But I had to die to the money and the power and the women and the cars and all the power I had. I had to give it all up and lower myself to be empty and be sent through the furnace of affliction to be burned and remade into the likeness and function and character, so I can lower myself and receive everybody from every nation, kindred, tongue, and people who have eyes to see and ears to hear, the remnant of the Father. That is what, so they can make it through the judgment, to go through one of the 12 gates. That's how we know. How do you know? You'll know them by their fruit, the Messiah said. So when you think that you won't know who the remnant is, the blood lineage is, that means you have the lack of understanding. You don't know the Bible. You might think you do, but if you really did, you would know that you would know them by their what? Ayadah, their works. If you don't believe what I say, believe me by my works. I'm in the image of my Messiah, who comes in the image of my Father. He is Ahayad, one. So my temple, my Bayat, is what? The house of the Most High to reside within here, so that the Most High, when you see me, you're supposed to hear my Father. When you hear me, you're supposed to hear my Father. I'm supposed to be in this likeness, image, nature, function of the Abba, the source. You understand? The source, the Father. This is how we know we are the lineage. It is by the works. It ain't by nothing else. It ain't by man's hand. It's by the Raya Hayakadash, the great revealer. That's the Hayah. That's that with the hands raised up, giving praise to the Father. That's the Raya Hayakadash, the Holy Spirit. So you can't come here. I understand you could go to other channels. You can go to these Israelites, these lying, half of them Esau. You got, if when you start to feel the revelation of the Holy Spirit and the Father, you should be able to hear it and see it. Outside of man's working hands is something that you would feel in your rayach, in your spirit. You understand? No man can duplicate that. That is the grace and the mercy, the power of the Father. Let me show you another Habariyah word. Watch this. This one right here. Watch this. Let's do it, y'all. Come on, Father. Teach your children. Teach your children. Share screen. Window. This is the most one of the most powerful, well, the most powerful. Hold on. Y'all see this? I know y'all like, what is that, huh? Yeah, this is ancient Habariyah. That's that mighty arm and hand. It's just, we start to draw it where you can see it, right? So that's the mighty arm and hand. That's the A. That's the ox head. What's that? See, y'all learning. That's Hayah. That's the man hand raised, giving praise to the Father. What's that? The ox head. The A again, Aliyah. That's the mighty arm and hand again. That's a Yad. That's the Aliyah. That's that Ha again. You know what this says? Yah, Yah. See? That's his name. Now, if I reverse it, right? And it's Yah, Yah. Right? Now, this means I be Yah, or he is Yah. Well, so if I do Yah, and then this is Hayah. See? That's a Ya'ad and an Aliyah and Hayah. He is Yah. He be Yah. Yah exists. Or I could say Y-A-H, I Yah. That's I am. A-Y-A-H. I be Yah. I exist. I am, the great I am. So this is the ancient pictograph. So if you would see this on a cuneiform tablet or a stone somewhere or written in a cave, you would know, listen guys, if you had been an ancient 3,000 years ago, 2,000, you walking around and you see this written on a, you know how people write graffiti, and you know how you go through a hood in California or New York or somewhere where there's gangs in Atlanta and stuff, and people write graffiti and you in the blood hood, right? They might have sex, money, murder written or something, right? And if you was walking in ancient whatever, in whatever land you in, Arabia, Desert, wherever you at, and you go past a cave on a signpost and you see this written on the cave, you would know that some of the Hebrews, and you would actually know which, how can I say it, the election of the Hebrews, because this is the original pictograph. So you would know that they know Yah. Whoa. That means that those are the Hebrews that descend from Abraham, and they go way back. So if I seen this and I seen a paleo with squiggly lines, I would know, ooh. And depending on what they wrote, not, ooh, come on, y'all teach. Listen, guys, if I saw this, right, but it said Yahuwah, no disrespect, y'all listen, right? It wouldn't have the original picto, first of all, but because there's no U, right? And because the Wav was never a U, right? So that would be a Wav, right? But that would be Yahweh, right? Yahweh. But anyway, so let's say if I saw this and somehow they had a U, right? And it was, I would know that where these Israelites, I would know these are the Israelites, but they were in Acadia. So depending on which generation in Acadia and what though they were doing, that could be really dangerous for me. You see? So I would know what hood I am. If it said Yahoshua, I would know, oh, that's much later. So it would be a much later time, and that would be some Phoenician. You see? So depending on what is written, I know the time frame. I know who you serving and where that comes from. Once you understand the historical context, the linguistics, you would understand by what was written, which time period, and what nation's kingdom they're serving under. You see? I would know. Okay? You would know. They would know. This is the election. Okay? So now let me show you. I got something else. Let me go real ancient for y'all. I think did I show y'all that? No, I showed that. Let me show this. So this right here is really ancient. I showed this before, but not just it'd be a lot of new people who haven't been with us for years, right? So stop share screen, right? Window, bang, share. So this is a Shemitic script chart, right? I know they put Semitic, right? And this is some of the ancient, right? So you see that ox head again? And you see it says Egyptian, and then it says Canaanite, and it's pre-2000 BC, and then it says 1500 BC, and then it went to some Paleo script, and it's Canaanite, and then under it got Hebrew, and that's the Aleph, the ox head turned to that in Paleo. That's when they started to become mixed with the Canaanites, okay? Now, what this is missing is this would be Habariyah, but people don't got the election. So up here with the Egyptian Canaanite, you could add Suma, the cuneiform. You could add Habariyah, the one that was taken at the Tower of Babel before he confounded the tongues. So here, he did it better. It says ancient. That's the ox head. And look, he got Canaanite, Egyptian, and Hebrew. Facts. If I go to the ancient Suma, it's different lines for the cuneiform, right? But the ancient Mitzrites, ancient Kemet, ancient Canaan, and the original and the ancient Hebrews. Then look, when you go to 50s, you get Phoenicians and Hebrews. And then you got South Arabian. Okay. Now, when you go down, you get Greek, Aramaic, Punic, and Hebrew. Now, everybody look. You see this Hebrew A? It's not an ox head. You see this Aramaic A? That's the same letter. That's why they kept saying Jesus spoke Aramaic. That's why that Muslim doing the Muslim now. This is a prophecy that's coming. This ain't nothing but what they call Chaldean. This is why they're going to come later and say it wasn't the Hebrew. That Muslim dude said it was written in Greek and Aramaic. And you see why I said that's foolish. Because the Greek and Aramaic is sister language to the Hebrew. So when you scroll further, the Greek letter became the A, Latin the A, Aramaic became, now this is later Aramaic. That's what they're speaking now. They're not speaking the ancient, right? So that's where they're going to run into a problem with me anyway, right? Because they don't want to, if they did go to the original Aramaic ancient, it will defeat their purpose. They'll lose their argument. So they're going to stick with the modern because they can change. And this with the Arabic, Samaritan, and Hebrew. All right? All right, now that's that later when they start coming, I don't know where they as when they're doing this stuff, right? And this the pre-Islamic Arabic early South Arabian, right? So there is certain levels of election, okay? So when I showed, hold on, bang, stop share. I'm just showing stuff just so others won't think, like we tripping. No, we just making up nothing. No, there's years of study and election going on. And a lot of this stuff is public knowledge too, right? So you got hieratic, hieroglyphic, Phoenician. And the Phoenician is just like the Paleo-Hebrew. That's that same aleph that the Aramaic was. That cross line is not an ox head, right? And then later, these are the converts. They made this modern stuff. That's right. So again, this is what I'm talking about. That all of these, thank you, Maddie. All of these are black cultures, except for the Greek and the Romans. Okay. So the Egyptians, the hieroglyphs, the hieratic, Sumer, no disrespect to the other nations were out there, they're Japhetic, all right? But that's why when you look it up, it's the Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of tongues. That's why when that brother came into me, he's Semi. I'm like, well, you can be Semi. I don't mean no disrespect, but you're not from Shem, because that's Shem. Why you think, guys, that's why they change that. Let me explain. The reason why, no disrespect, they don't say they're from the tribe of Judah or Yaada, and they say what? Jew. And they have a culture. And they were, just like they were black Pharisees and Sadducees, they were them. They are actually Japhetic, no disrespect, but they are, right? And they came and they sat amongst the original Israelites who lost their kingdom and went into slavery, and they took over. And that's where they got a history from. And they followed the Akkadians, the Amorites. That's why they got a Babylonian Talmud and Mishnah and stuff. And they have a language, right? They have a culture. They can, that's why they don't call themselves Israelite, right? They say Eli. See? It's like right in your face, but it's so subtle, right? But the remnants of and they have a right to their culture, right? Now, I don't follow their culture like I'm not going to follow the Muslims, because that Talmud stuff got a lot of little, PDF stuff in it too, right? And it's Canaanite stuff. But you can't tell me my culture, ours is intact. You understand? And it goes way back, right? So see this Phoenician script, right? That's the hair. This later became the hand raised. That's the reveal with the hand raised to the sky. This look like an Afro pick. This look like the metal pick I used to comb my Afro with back in the days, right? The big metal Afro comb sticking in the back of my fro. I used to have a big crazy fro, right? It's an Afro pick. I know an Afro pick when I see an Afro pick. Okay, so again, that's what it is. I'm sorry, somebody told you wrong. They used to have the metal ones, and they used to have some little wood thing on the handle, and the wood thing used to break off. Y'all remember the metal ones when the little wood thing break off, and all you guys a metal thing. You could use that thing that was a weapon too, right? Yeah, it's a wide tooth comb to get through that hair, get through that woolly hair. Facts. So anyway, let me show something else, then we're going to close out. Oh, this one. Let me show this one. This is some other ancients. I just want to share some real ancient stuff, right? Because, all right, so let's go. Stop share, and then we're going to close out. It's already 2 o'clock. We went kind of long. I didn't know I was going to go this long. But stop share this one, right? Share screen. But, we got to teach. It's time to teach, man. It's time to teach. For those who want to learn. You see this? Now, this got something to do with our lessons, right? Ancient Aramaic symbol, all right? Now watch this. This Aramaic, remember, Jesus spoke Aramaic. This was supposed to be these 3 dots, whatever, God, the mind, the Son is wisdom, and the Spirit is life. There go that Trinity triune thing. See, guys? Oh, that triune thing was always there since the fallen angels came. That's where that comes from. The Most High is one. There is no Trinity, triune, all of that. Now, there's a heavenly council, the Alayam. Do you understand? And the Holy Spirit is the Alayam. They call it Elohim in the English, in the Canaanite Hebrew, right? The Alayam, the heavenly council. The Aliyah is the singularity of the Father. They call it the Elohah. Elohah and Elohim. Let us make man in our image. Alayam, right? The Bariyah is the word. He's one of the Alayam, like the Elohim. Raya Hayakadash, the Holy Spirit, one of the Alayam. Yahya Sabayath, the Lord of hosts, one of the Alayam, right? Wisdom, all of them, Alayam. Now, in the Aramaic, they call this God the mind, Son the wisdom. See right there? And then they got 3 dots in like a triangle. You see? Come on, guys. And then they say, this is the Yod, Hey. Listen clearly, ancient Aramaic. Now remember, it's Yod, the mighty arm, and this is the man with his hand ripped. But it's Yad, Ya'ada, the Ya'ad and the Hayah, right? So they're saying Yod, Hey. Remember the Yod, Hey, Wav, Hey, ancient Aramaic. And they call this, the Yod, Hey is the one universal God. This is how they say Yah in the ancient Aramaic. Yod, Hey. Because when you put the Y in the H, the A is like the brother Chuck said, it's the connector, the Aliyah. So that would be Yah. So in the ancient Aramaic, they know Yah, but they made it this. See? That's why Ishmael and what's that, Faxide, because that's a Faxide. Well, that's Aram, right? So that's Aram, the Aramites, Aramaic. That's why there was certain, Abraham was chosen. Do you understand? The Most High chose a certain lineage of his descendants, right? So because there would be a certain ones that would stay true to him and will I'm about to close out, okay, Fuller. I know I didn't want to do it on a Monday because I know y'all got to go to work. People got to go to work and stuff. But praise the Most High. We at that time reveal the truth, right? Praise the Most High. All right. So this is why when I broke down the Chaldeans lesson, this is prophetic that Aram's descendants, the Aramites, they remember. What's his name? Isaiah warned Hezekiah. Then Jeremiah came and warned it. The last live stream, 8 hours we went, right? And he said, what did Isaiah say to Hezekiah? He said, do not mess with them because they will never stop being a thorn in your side. All the way to the end time, that's what's coming. The prophecy that's playing out, these are from the Arabic, from the Muslim, all this stuff, right? So they call him again, Yah. The Aramaic letters Yod Hey spell Aramaic word for God, Yah. And then they say the symbol is a scribal abbreviation of the name of God as revealed by Moses and all that, right? So again, I'm just showing you, I got libraries of information, right? They're going to come out over time, okay? I've been storing this stuff for 10, 15, 20 years. The Most High have given me the election back when shadow bans, back when we couldn't even put stuff online, okay? And so now is the time they start to come out. I'm like, okay, y'all, okay, it's time to, all this stuff, it's time to teach my children, right? Bring those receipts, right? Ancient receipts of everything, all right? So Taj Baliyah, we're going to do this probably tomorrow, because tomorrow's our Tuesday Bible study. Well, I got a lesson coming for tomorrow, but Taj, we're going to probably get this started unless somebody else take the election to do it. We might start this tomorrow on the Tuesday Bible study. Share screen, window, bang. This, because I remember you telling y'all, it's like we need to decipher this, right? So this is the ancient stones, right, guys? So this is the proof. We got reliefs, right? This is the Ugarit, right? So this is the Aleph, supposed to be the ox, right? The Beth, the Gimel, the Dalet. There get that hay. Ain't no man with his hand raised. And this is where they added fish. That's the fish god. Remember? Yes, last live stream. Enki, the fish god. Dagon with the Pope hat. In Ugarit, everybody listen. This is where the fish came in at. I'm sorry, but the Messiah ain't have no do with no fish. I know they put that in there, but that's a whole nother election. But this where they get that fish symbol with Christianity. And Ugarit is when they added the fish. This Nayan letter, Hebrew, is the seed of man. I mean, the seed of Yah in the man. This is the seed. Where's some fish? What a fish got to do with the seed of man in the Father? And then they added a killing instrument, the fish hook. And they did it for Azariah. So once you understand what this is, you can understand how the other cultures, Canaanites, Ugarit, Phoenicians, added their pagan beliefs, okay? So this is why also later in the Hebrew, Canaanite Hebrew, they got shin and sin. Ain't no sin in Hebrew. Is sin here? Let me see. Do they got it? Nope, it's still shin, right? So later, see? Bingo. Look, guys, that's the U. And look at that cross. What kind of, see? It's the Tayat, okay? It was no U. And if it was, it would have been a Tav or a Taw with a W. But it's the Tayat. That's the sign, the covenant, the Aliyah to the Tayat. And look at that cross. What in the world? And this is the palm. So this is the hand of Yah, the Kayaf. Do that look like a hand? And this is the mighty, see, they got Yad for hand. That's the mighty arm and hand of the, and look, they put a serpent. There we did this on our Bible study. The Tayat, guys, the Tayat is the covering. That's the basket, right? Where the Most High gathers us like a house, a Tayat, right? And they made it a serpent, and they put a serpent in the basket. See, that's Ugarit. See? And this is supposed to be the head. Does this look like a man's head? And later, they added a sin. These are the Israelites. Later. That's, I don't know, that must be much later. I think that became with the modern, that came later with the with Babylonian and the modern convertites, where they got Shin, Sin. Sin is the moon god. See? So that's what I'm saying. What we're teaching, we're not just talking out our butt, bro. We're teaching what we know. This is when they added fish, and then they added a killing device, fish hook. Then they added a serpent. These are Ugarit. Okay? All right. Praise the Most High. All right, let me see. I think I'm closing. Cause yeah, I think I'm closing. Let me make sure I didn't got one more I wanted to show y'all. Let me see. Oh, I'm gonna say that for another one. Oh, that's gonna be messy. I don't want to do it now. That's gonna be messy. I'll save that. All right. All right. Let me just do it. We're gonna close this. We're gonna close with this. That's gonna be a whole nother. I'm just whetting your shout out to Angie, shout out to Mexico City in the building on Facebook. I'm just whetting your appetite for a future lesson. Share screen. Window. That's gonna be too messy. All right. All right. I'm being messy now. The God L. Uh-oh. Now I'm being messy. That's when you get messy. Because people love their, no disrespect, but they love Elohim and El Elyon and El Shaddai and El this and El that. That El, that's Ugarit. The El God. But we're gonna go there because look what they got. They got El to mean God, but look guys, they got an Aleph and a Lamed. So how is that L? If the Aleph is an A, Alayaf, ox, built, strength, leader, first, yes. And then a Lamayad is a L. So why you got EL when it's AL, everybody? And that's the Aleph Lamed. And the Aleph Lamed is all. And that is the Most High, the Aliyah, the all. So all the Malayites were named all, not L. You either have Yah's name or all, A-L. That's why it's Mayaka L, Gabriel L, Gabriel all. So Gabriel, Michael, Uriel, all the Malayites, their name is all, Aleph Lamed, strong authority. The father's Alayon. And all his children come in the name Yah. Okay? That's the Mayaka all. Gabriel all. Yara all. Okay? So it's a big difference, but they don't know. It's okay. But when I do the L lesson, it's going to offend some, but it's a head blown emoji. L got many different times. He was also Saturn. He was also the sun god with Constantine and stuff. But, I'm not being disrespectful, but you gotta want to empty the old wine. Come out of her, guys. They've wrote in their likeness and image in all the words. The words, life and death is in the power of the tongue. So they have you call on these guys. Praise the Most High for his grace and mercy. Do y'all know why Yah's grace and mercy is so long suffering? Come on, Yahleen. You know why? Because we would be in a heap of mess. Boy, we got these fallen angels. They just came in and they tainted everything. They got us calling on 90,000 different gods. Do you understand? The Lord, God, Baal, El, Elyon, this one, Yahweh, this one, God. They got us calling on everything but the original tongue. Because it says if we get them to curse themselves. Do you get it? That's why Yah's grace and mercy cover us, okay? But he got a remnant that's going to come back because we're going to come back to the Father, the All, the Alayah. The Alayam is the heavenly council. Ain't no Elohim. But wait till we come out. Wait till I show that lesson. It's crazy work. There's so many levels. Honestly, the El God was the biggest, the biggest stumbling block, the biggest one. Because that was the biggest. The El God was the biggest of them all. And Yahweh is part of the El God stuff. But that's the biggest one. All right? Praise the Most High for his grace and mercy for our lack of understanding, right? That he covers us. But he doesn't want us to stay in lack of understanding. Diligently seek out the truth, spirit and in truth. For those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, we thank you so much. Okay? Oh, Pornea, you got to see our Pornea lesson. Woo, there's so many deities, bro. These fallens, they got all type of images and, all right? Praise the Most High for his righteous revealing. Friday's lesson, Crazy work. I'm still building it together. I'm building it. So it's going to be a mighty work of the Father. Yeah, it's levels. Come on, K-Filler, to everything. And the Most High is going to have us understand so we can take, remember, we went all those levels going away from him, right? That's what they did. They meant us to go away from Yah, away from all to the A, E, I, O, U, L, U, I, E, Oki, Oki, O, E, E, U, O. We name it everything. El, Sha, Oki, Aki, Dagi, Diki, Doki. I'm like, and ain't none of that original languages from any of the first languages. There was no vowels. Go to ancient Sumeria. The cuneiform, no vowels. It's abjad. It's simple. When you look it up, it's there. Anybody, it's there for everybody to see. This ain't no Hebrew Israelite crap we making up. This is studies, linguistics. This is archaeology, science. This is everything. It's history. It's biography. It's everything. Tomorrow we always start at 9:15. Tuesday study, same time. We always 9:15, no matter when we for the Tuesday Bible study tomorrow. All right. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Do you want to say something before we close out, or are you good, money?
I'm good. You want a prayer?
Yeah, pray us out. Let me get this L off the screen first of all. Let me get L off the screen. No disrespect for those who don't know who L is, but I know who L is. So let me get that God off the screen. What I'm gonna put up?
There were also some questions, but if you
let's
want
do the questions. Yes.
Okay, let's do that. Let me go to this one is from Tammy. Tammy says
that's the bayat. Sorry, that's how you say house, the covering. All right, the bayat. That's why we cover everything in this house, because this is Yah's house, one of his houses on this earth. So we cover all of you. That's why I don't show y'all where I'm getting my stuff from. That's why we keep everybody in order. We keep everybody respectful, because we cover Yah's house. We're called to be keepers of his bayat, his house, right? Tenders of his sheep, his children. So we are called to care and concern for all of your souls. That's why when you come here, you're protected. No matter what I show, you're covered in Yah's bayat, his house. That's why we're so lawful and order in this house. That's why everybody welcomes you with love and kindness and respect and everything, because this is Yah's house and you're entering his house, and his house is in his name. Do you understand? And his name is righteous. The Father name is. Praise his holy name in his rightful order. Go ahead, Hakim.
This one is from Tammy. Wrong one. Tammy asks, have you heard about the third war that will be between Christians and Muslims? It was written in the 1500s by top Freemasons.
No. If you could send it to me, I know about it, but you probably talk about something specific. If you can email it to me, Tammy, I would love to see it. I could bring it out. I'll break it down. I'll let everybody know Tammy sent me this, and because I don't got it, but I know. I don't know where I seen it, because I did so much study. I mean, I'm talking 20 years that I've been doing this, so I've been seeing stuff that's not even online anymore, because they wiped stuff about 10 years ago off the internet. They wiped a lot of stuff and stuff, right? Stuff you can't find no more. But I've seen it, and I know about the Muslim, Christian, all these prophecies, right? That's part of Daniel's prophecy too, right? But yeah, I would love to see the information you got, if you could send it to me on my email. Zayana just posted it. Go ahead, Akama. What's the next one?
This next one is from Benny. Benny asks, how do you say Holy Spirit in the original tongue? This Ruach HaKodesh is not it. Anyone help?
Did somebody write it for him? Nobody wrote it?
I think so.
Rayat Haya Kadash. Write it again, Hakiyama, so if he sees this on the replay, I don't know if he's still here, he can see it. So Rayat with a T, because it's the final spirit. Thank you. Nayel wrote it for him. All right. I figured somebody would. All right. Praise Mosai. So he probably saw it. Go ahead, Hakiyama. Is another one?
Yes, this one is from...
And when you hold on. And when you put it, it describes, like everything else, it describes what the Holy Spirit is, the function, the purpose, right? So when you put it, guys, it's this. You see. Yep. So that's it, right? And so when you, that's more proof. I don't want to show that now. Here we go. More proof. This is the Back Creek Stone, 2,000-year-old Phoenician. Look, the Phoenician script for everybody who think, oh, y'all just, you blacks just want to think y'all know and just want to, the devil's a lie. The Most High said, I will reveal to my remnant. You know what this is? In Tennessee, in America, the Bat Creek Stone letters, Phoenician script using Cilicia, 8th century BC, okay? And that's the Aleph, axe head. Look, that's the Hayah. That's the Wayaf. I think that's the Kayaf, okay? So, again, right? I got other stuff going to come out later, right? I didn't even want that to pop up, right? I could punch you in the face. ABZs. You can't even say ABC. I bet you I could pronounce Diddy, who you are, right? Don't come here trying to be no adversary because you jelly belly. Don't be jealous because somebody took your girl. Don't come here jelly belly. You can get yourself embarrassed. I am definitely not the one. Right? When I was in the street, I bet you I could pronounce punch you right in your lip. I bet you won't say it to my face. All right. There you go. I know Diddy is your guy. You see? That's my point. These Epsteiners come here at the end. Get your little Diddy worshiping out. Don't get mad at me because you gave you a little wee-wee. You got a micro penis. You know, they come here jelly belly because they mad. Why don't you sit down and learn something and have some respect so we can welcome you as a child of the Most High, as a person, and we can learn and grow together, right? Why would you want to be my adversary instead of being my brother, fool? I'll be the one that would have protected you in the streets when people was bullying you, right? These little freaking trolls, you know what I mean? Little Diddy trolls come here because they got micro people. Boy, get your little wee-wee stuff and sit down somewhere with it, okay? All right, Shamaria, I got you, all right? So anyway, this is the Phoenician. You try to say Cilicia. I could say Sia. I could say, right? I was going to say, I could say your mama, but I ain't want to, you know that. That's why I just said punch you in the face. You know, the old me. But anyway, get him out of here. Get the little Epstein Diddy out of here. All right? Get out of here. Oh, he Islam. Oh, you got what? Hold on. Don't get him out of here yet. Don't. But we're going to get him out of here because I ain't got time. We about to answer somebody's question. We doing something real. You missed Islam. Your prophet was a PDF. Okay? So go worry about your prophet with his little 6-year-old wife. So miss me. Okay? You can miss me. We got an Islam troll coming at the end. I thought it was, I didn't know who he was. Well, if you don't get your own, make up your own culture. All right? Get out of my Bible. All right, to find you some culture. Didn't what's his name? Didn't Ishmael found some Ishmael books? Why are you in the Bible? That's Isaac. Okay, get your own. You ain't even got your own culture. Why you didn't tell Muhammad to make his own? Right, he took the Bible. Talking about some magic horse rolled him to Jerusalem. Well, I'm glad you rolled in a doggone fairy horse to Jerusalem. You need your own culture. All right. Anyway, guys. So this is the Back Creek Stone. This in Tennessee. That just popped up for accident. I didn't even want to show it tonight because I got other stuff we'll show another time. But anyway, go ahead, Akiyama. What was the where was you at? I was here. The Rakayakadash, the Holy Spirit, right? So that's the set apart, right to left. Has the Kadash or Kadayash is set apart, a Kayadash, somebody put Yah's name back in, right? The set apart, revealing spirit, Raya. That's how you say Holy Spirit. All right, go ahead, Akiyama.
This last one is from, let's see, Oh, there's two more. This one is from Maddie. Maddie asks, why would Yah have these 12 gates with the names of the 12 tribes?
Because I don't know actually intentional, of course, because I'm not the father, but for my exegete of the text in the manuscript, what I would deduce is that the father knew in the beginning from the ending that he chose a lineage, right? And he chose a lineage that he, from Abraham, and he chose a remnant seed of all nations on earth that he would use, and there would be a remnant of these 12 children, right? These 12 sons that would be used at the end times to, across the four corners, to bring his other children, which are not of this fold, right? The other nations of people, all nation, remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, that some of the descendants of those 12 children, their bloodline would never be extinguished. That's why I was trying to explain that other one. Now, some might not know who they descend from, but you would know in the work that they would do because they would be fulfilling the purpose of what the Most High prophesied. And a remnant scattered across the four corners from each of those 12 sons would do the work in the end, lower themselves and serve, and will bring all those who have eyes to see and ears to hear back to the Father. And the remnant that come back to the Father, they have to, it's one of the 12, this is how the prophecy, it's one of the 12 sons, one of the remnant sons. Remember, the dad, those 12, they weren't all righteous. They did some crazy stuff, some of them, right? But the remnant, every soul who makes it through into the new kingdom, who stands before the Messiah clothed in white robe, right? It says a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. Each one of those, for whatever what you call nation of people you are, white, black, whatever this is, each of you would have come, meaning got guided, led back to the righteousness, truth of the Father through a remnant of one of the blood lineage seed, whether they knew they were physical blood lineage or one of those 12 tribes or not. That's prophecy. That's how the Most High designed it, right? So there will be a remnant of all 12 of them that would lower themselves at the end time, and they would serve and bring, so that this is how the end judgment plays out. So one of those gates, everyone has to come through one of those gates, and one of the children, descendants of those remnant, is how you're going to get back to the truth. However, the Most High allows that to happen. All right? Whether it's through someone who in the spirit believes they descend from the tribe of Ya'ada, the tribe of Gayad, the tribe of Rabayah, the tribe of, right? So whichever one of the tribes, everyone who makes through the kingdom would have went through one of the gates. And each of the gates have one of the names of the tribe. It's prophecy. Okay? It's prophecy. I know in the spirit who I descend from, and it shows. A lot of Judah, Ya'ada, would be the tribe who would be mostly known exactly who they are, because Judah, Ya'ada, would be the ones at the end time that would awaken all the nations worldwide. And how did this awakening happen? It happened with a group of individuals in a place, and the Most High used the internet, and it spread worldwide, and it's still growing. Now you got those who can actually descend from them, but it still be rebellious, stiff-necked, stubborn, not righteous. It's only a remnant who's going to be righteous, okay? So you'll see some of them that could descend from one of the tribes. They out there cursing people out or whatever. You'll see others. You won't be able to really tell. It's not color of skin or none of that. You understand? You know by fruit, because the genealogies, the blood lineage has been so mixed and intertwined throughout times, only the Most High knows who is who. So for that person that came here and he's thinking the blood lineage. The Most High knows every strand of hair on your head. He know every sand of pebble on the beach. You understand? He know every last one of every lineage that ever came of his children. All right? He knows exactly, okay? And they're called for a purpose. I just answered mine. And I know who I descend from. Mariah, the Spirit tell you. And it's evident. You could hear it, you could see it. That's spiritual warfare. There's things that transcend the physical realm and the spirit realm. You understand? That's why you got to grow your spirit, man, with spiritual eyes and ears to hear and see. People stay in the flesh and they get in their feelings, like that jelly belly that just came here, right? Little Epsteiners, right? You can get out your little jelly belly feelings, right? Come on, I know I'm your outer thoughts. I know it. I've been knew it. You understand? And I roar like that lion's whelp. You heard? It's something, it's genetic. It's in the DNA. You better hear it. You better know it when you see it. You understand? So some of us know because the Raya reveals the great revelator on the screen. That's Raya, Haya, Kadash. That Haya is revealing spirit. It says at the end, the revealing spirit will reveal all things that was lost and taken. This part. All right. That was the last one?
We have one more to do it. A two more. Nael said, "Oh, I told Benny it was Haya Kaya. I told Benny it was Haya Kadash Raya. Is that correct?"
No. So it's actually this way, the way you write it. So this says the set apart revealing spirit. So if you're going to say this says the holy set apart, well, the set apart revealing spirit. Yeah. So it's this way. All right. So if you, how did he say, how did Naya say he wrote it? Say it again.
He said, Haya Kadash Raya.
Okay. So revealing set apart spirit. That's what you just said. Revealing set apart spirit. So it is the revealing set apart spirit. Right? But when we're saying the Holy Spirit, right, it will be the Kayadash Raya, Hakayadash Raya, right? The Holy Spirit. But it's revealing, right? Revealer, the revelator. So, right. So anyway, praise you. All right. He said Sharia law can fix everything. Hopefully it can fix you messing with, hopefully you need to fix yourself messing with little girls. Right? Shout out to the Muslims. Well, it's not shout out to these type of Muslims. Shout out to the Muslims who don't believe in Sharia law. You understand the Sharia stuff. Hopefully it can stop you from wanting to smash little girls. That's what it needs to fix. It needs to fix your sexual addiction. Okay? All right, what's the last one, Hakim?
This last one is from Unbothered Movement. She asks, can it also mean I will be who I will be? And
I thought a Unbothered Movement was a dude. I don't know. I thought that was a dude. I thought that was a brother.
My apologies, I don't know. It just looks like a girl in a little thing.
He's a brother. I think Unbothered Movement was a brother. I could be wrong. All right, so it's okay. They know you don't know. So what did they say? Could it be, say it again? I heard that before. Could it be
I will be who I will be? And I think that's referring to
No, why? I've heard that before. No, why it can't be I will be who I will be? Because the Most High is. Let me explain. That it could never be that. When he says I am, I is, that means he exists, not he will exist. That meant he didn't come yet. You get what I'm saying? That will mean he's not there yet. He always was. So what I am means I exist. Before he created anything, before he manifested anything, he is. Or you could say was, but is. It's not really was, it is. That's why he said I am. He is, he exists. He be, not he will be. No, not will. He be, he exists, he is. Yeah. Praise God. All right.
We do have one last one. It just popped up.
Larias?
Yes.
I seen the Bronx. What was it?
She says, Alice told Shem, is that the same thing?
I'm lost. What's she speaking of? Shem what? What?
I think we need more
Laura,
context.
you gotta give us context. You was told Shem is what? What? I don't got context. She'll write it in a second. Stop laughing and write it. The Bronx is in the house. Stop writing and laughing. Laria, would you write it? Jojo, would you bite her? Yaya, her dog name is Yaya. Yaya, bite her. Make her write it. I guess she's typing. This is the last. It wasn't it somebody else wrote something after that?
No.
And she still ain't writing yet. Maybe she's writing a little paragraph.
She means praise?
That's what she said?
I think so. She says,
Are you guessing?
Yada.
Oh, she put Ya'ada? Does Ya'ada mean Shem? No. I don't, where did that mean Shem? Oh, that means Judah. Ya'ada is Judah, not Shem. Shem is Shamayam. Shamayam. Like heaven. All right. Praise Yah. He says Sharia law equal weather nature. I guess it do. But you can keep that right in Arabia. Right? You got plenty lands to have Sharia law. But in America, we don't want nothing to do with y'all Diddy law. We good over here. We got enough crazy laws that we got to deal with. Right? We got enough. You was told Shem. She was told Shem was the what? The Holy Spirit? I'm lost now again. What she say? Shem was Ya'ada? Shem was Judah? Oh, is you talking about, hold on. Boy, Larry, I'ma pop you. Was you saying that you was told that Shem was the fourth son of Jacob? What, he got reincarnated as Judah? Is that what you were saying? She gonna have to tell me tomorrow in the Bible study. Because I don't know what you're saying now. Lawyer, stop writing in half sentences. That's hilarious. I'll find out tomorrow. I know, right? Complete sentences. Stop with the Bronx. Somebody go to the Bronx and pop her. Since Judah means praise, can we write praise as either Ya'ada or Yada? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, come on, Nayel, these Hebrews, thank you. Since Judah, I guess so, right? Yada, praise, Yada, Yah, or Ya'ada. That's adding the aliyah on. Yeah, I guess it could kind of mean the same thing. Praise, yeah, that's where you get it from. So it's probably a dialect, Ya'ada. So what that probably is, Yasharallah, is the ancestors in this region might have said Ya'ada, and this would say Yada, right? Because Judah does mean praise. So I can see that. But it don't mean no Shem. Since I was told I'm from Shem, is that Judah? No. Okay, thank you. So thank you, Laria, for stop. No. So Shem is not 1,000. I don't know how, 1,000 years older than Judah. Okay? So Judah is, Shem is all of our grandfather. Okay? All right. Now, Judah, his grandfather is Shem too. Okay? Because after the flood, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. So Shem, Judah and them comes from Shem's line. Abraham, Eber, Habariah, right? All of them come from Shem's line. Okay? So even Ishmael. So, but not, that still ain't got nothing to do with the, even Aram. So that's crazy. So even the Aramaic, right? Where some of the Muslim stuff come from, that's still Shem, right? A lot of them are still Shem, Shemitic, okay? But they wouldn't be Hebrews. Well, they would be Hebrews too. Well, Ishmael would be Hebrews, but not the Aramaic. So the Aram's descendants, because you got Asher, Shem's descendants was the Elamites, the Aramites, the Assyrians, the Aramites who speak the Aramaic, the Ludites, and the Aphaxidites. We descend from the Aphaxad, right? But Shem is older. Shem is right after the floods, Noah's son. So we're all Yeah, they all Shem's descendants. All right, Shem has a lot of descendants. All right, praise Yah. All right. Time, Elder said, get rid of this Diddy. Right, he came at the end trying to drop off the Sharia Diddy law. All right, thank you, Hakiyama. That was it, right? Praise Yah. Thank you, Hakiyama. This has been, hold on, close out. Not too bad. I don't remember. I don't know how many hours we did. Still 76 people on the live this late at night. So I thank you all for sharing your time with us. I'm so glad we had this time together, right? I'm ignoring her. Muslim Syria. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
What? Go ahead.
We have something coming from Not Y'all in a second, but I wanted to ask, how do you spell blessing in Habariya? Because I've seen it spelled differently among the house, and I just want to get clarification.
Yeah, Barayak. So blessings. Oh, that was another one. Zayana told me. Oh, so stars. So when I was breaking down on the last lesson Aramaic, when I was breaking down star is kakabayad. That means one star. Stars, plural, is kakabayam. So whenever there's plural, it's always Y-A-H-M, yam. That's how you plural, right? So the stars. So I kept saying stars. I kept saying kakabayad. But that's one star, okay? Not the stars. So that ties into what question you just asked. What did you just ask me?
How do you spell blessing in Habariya?
Right, so blessings will be barakayam, blessings, plural. Blessing would be barayak. Yeah, I think it would be blessings, barayak, I think. Or barakayam, yeah, that's blessings. Barayak, barakayam, or barayak, yeah, barakayam. Barayak, it's hard because, different, letters, iterations. So, yeah, barayak, right? Blessing. How are y'all saying it?
Because I've seen some people say
barayak.
bayakra.
Yeah. No, it's barayak.
Okay, thank you.
Barayak is blessings. Barayak and barakayam or barakam. I guess barayak, no, it's be kayam, because after you put the kayaf, it's another aliyah to do yam. Yeah, so yes, there you go. Shemariah. In the Canaanite Hebrew, in the Canaan, it'll be Baruch for blessings, right? So Baruch, in the book, his name was Barayak, everybody. So the book of Barayak, Baruch, that would be Barayak. So blessings in the original tongue is Barakayam, blessings, and Barayak for blessing, all right? And the Canaanites said Baruch in Acadia. That's where we got that U, the U. All right. Yeah, there you go, Barakatham. Go ahead, Tamaya. Now that's Barak. So again, when we didn't put Yah's name in, some of the other Hebrews, Israelites would say Barak, and then Barak, but we put Yah's name back in. So right, so Barayak, right, and then Atham. So Atham would be, you would have to know what Atham mean for Barak, right? Blessings to you all. I think that's what it means, something like that. All right. So praise Yah. All right. So
okay, and then not y'all's.
What was it?
He says, personally, I say Judah as yada, yeah.
I know he do, but that's too
yada
hard.
Broken down. This one?
I know he do. Yada. That's too much. Not too much. It's too, we gotta simplify it for the children. Y'all remember now y'all always do. These Hebrews, boy, they'll do too much in a minute. But when you got the election, you can handle the different linguistics for the different iterations of the Habariya, right? Too much is given. So you remember, I used to always have to tone Nayel down. I'm like, Nayel, you're going to confuse them even much more, okay? Yada Yah means praise Yah. So what we're saying is yada Yah. right? So now y'all have to tone him down because I'm like, we're trying to make it in bite-sized chunks for the children that's just starting to learn the adiyats, the letters. He put mad more more adiyats on them. All right, so I'll
Okay,
try
I got
to.
one more.
All right.
This is from Kayalaya. He asks, so were our people called Yadayam or something Yads? Isn't Yads an English term?
I'm lost. He said, was our people called Yads for short? Oh, I still can't see the screen. Oh, so were our people called Ya'adayam or something Yads? Isn't Yads? No, Yads ain't English. English would be gods, or English would be Judes. Let me explain. Judah is the English term for Ya'ada, right? So they would have been called Judes, Juds. That's why the other people call themselves Jews, which makes, well, I understand why, but that ain't got nothing to do with the tribe of Judah, right? Ain't no W in Judah. So Ya'ada, they called us Yads for short, okay? Yes, Judahites or Judeans, right, Judah. So they call them Judes, Juds. And then the Convertites took that and put a W and they called themselves Jew-ish, right? Without the D, which I can respect because they don't even try to be from the tribe of Judah. They ain't even trying to be, right? So they can have their culture. So, no, so Yads has nothing to do with English, right? Because that would be a J in English, right? It would be Jods, right? Jods. But no, they called us Yads for short. They call them Yads for the tribe of Ya'ada, the Yahadayans, Yads, right? Children of Yah, which makes sense, right? All right. So, and that's why I when they says, "Do you not know you are gods?" I transliterate that to Yads. Do you not know you are Yads? Okay. All right. Praise Yah. All right. Now we're closing, right? Those are house questions, but
You
I know
want
that
one
can help
more?
other people. You got another one? That's the last one.
Okay.
Last one.
This is from Nayal. He said, how about Judahites or Judeans?
Yeah, I already said it when he wrote it. Yeah, that's what they would call them. Judahites, Judeans. That's the city. They call them Judeans, Judites. Yeah, Judes for short. But that was the English, but let me explain. They wouldn't have called them that. That's a great way to close. Now y'all in Kalalaya, they wouldn't have called them that because there was no English back then. When they was in Jerusalem, Yarashalam being called that, there was no English tongue, guys. The English, okay? There was no English back then. So they wasn't calling them that, period. Okay? That was later people when English was called reading books about them saying it, calling them that, when they transliterated stuff into that tongue. Okay? So it would have been what the Romans, right? That would have been Latin, and it would have been what the Greeks called Judah. I don't know what that is. You would have to look that up. You can Google that. The Greek word for Judah is probably something crazy, right? Like he called them Egyptos for the ancient Kemites, right? And it's called Mitzrayim in Hebrew, right? Habariyah, Matrayam, and Habariyah, right? So praise Yah. So, yeah. All right. So, yeah. So, Shemariah is Yada Yah, and that means praise Yah. Somebody write that for her, Yada Yah, because she keep putting Ada Yah, so she can understand it clearly. It's Yada Yah. Yada means praise, right? And Judah is Ya'ada. That's what she was asking about the name. Judah means praise. So she was like, could you say the name Judah as Yada too? Because it means praise. I guess you could, right? Right. But just because something means something don't mean that's how you say it for someone else's name too, right? So I wouldn't change it because my name means praise, that my name is now Yada when it's Ya'ada, right? So anyway, all right. Thank you, Kaladi. I know he like, duh, I ain't even think of that. Me neither. I thought about I'm like, they wouldn't have been calling them none of that. There was no English back then. that language of curses and spells was far from being created back then. All right, so it would definitely been what the Hellenes, right, would have called, whatever they called them. All right, praise Yah. All right, so may the Most High, this has been the Muslim, a little tink on the screen. I feel sorry for that dude. Hopefully he get help for his mental illness, and I hope, you know, it's that religion is a real wicked thing, bro. And more to come, right? May the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for assisting me tonight. Thank you, Elder Tamayah, for your covering. Thank you to the ministry for welcoming anybody new that was here. I'm not sure they ain't let us get to 100 tonight. So we probably only going to be at like 15. We're going to probably be 2,000 views tops on this video. They ain't let us get nowhere tonight, right? I'll dag, bro. What the? This shadow ban, that's like crazy tonight. So praise, I don't know if nobody new came, but anyway, if somebody new came, thank you to the ministry for welcoming. Thank you for welcoming everybody who came back. And may the Most High cover and bless you all. Y'all go forth and be the light. I'll see y'all on the Bible study tomorrow, right? For those who got the link on our Zoom Bible study. And everybody else, we live Friday, Eastern Standard Time, about 9:15 p.m. And may the Most High cover and bless you all. From the house of Yah worldwide, hopefully y'all enjoyed yourself tonight. May the Most High cover and bless you all. We see y'all Friday, about 9:30 p.m. Peace and blessings.
He at secures and hooks us tight, a gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Precious chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.